Chapter 2001. Upsetting the Apple Cart. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan, are you seriously juggling them now? Zhao Manyang asked when he saw Mo-Fan using space and chaos magic in such a fancy way. It's me being wise and far-sighted. It's a form of art, or should I wrap myself in armor and charge at them like a retard, like you? Mo-Fan shot back. Magic of different elements was interweaving on Mo-Fan's palms. The basic and intermediate spells he had strengthened multiple times were surprisingly effective in this chaotic battle. However, the beasts of the horde were not gentle animals. Even as many demon creatures were fleeing from the Valley of Glacier, more demon creatures had shown up in front of Mo-Fan. His weaker spells were no longer enough to resolve the situation. Make way, I'm going to use a beast tide. Lucio yelled. Lucio opened a summoning gate. A bunch of wild boars with thick fur and long tusks charged out of the gate while uttering loud cries. They were around 40 to 50 boars, each around the size of a jeep. The ice began to crack as the boars stomped on it. However, the steel spike bulls and Tianshan howling bears did not treat the boars seriously, and continued to charge ahead. The stampeding creatures soon trampled the boars and knocked them flying. The boars were not on the same level as the demon creatures. Damn it, their numbers are too much for us. Lucio cursed. Back away, let me handle it, Mo-Fan told Lucio. You? Lucio twisted his lips disdainfully. Do you think your beast tide is stronger than mine? You should just focus on using your lightning element. It's your only chance. Can you move aside now? Mo-Fan replied evenly. Lucio glared at Mo-Fan, then noticed Mo-Fan was emitting a lunar white light. The star patterns combined into a spectacular gate on the ice, opening in the direction of the beast horde. Roars burst out of the gate, carried on a formidable aura, and were followed by massive figures rushing out of it from a different world. The creatures were as restless as bulls provoked by a red cape. Rock beasts covered in dark golden armor extended their limbs and charged at the beast hordes fearlessly. The endless streams of rock beasts pouring out of the gate were like dragons with spikes on their back. Their heads were as deadly as the lances of knights as they charged at the enemy. The group of rock beasts pouring out of the gate was just as menacing as the beast hordes that were charging down the mountain. Bang! Bang! The rock beasts had an ultimate showdown of brute strength with the steel spike bulls and Tianshan howling bears. Their armor, blood, and flesh scattered in the air amid the simplest and purest form of strength. The ones with sturdier flesh were the winners, there were no techniques or skills involved. The creatures with the slightest drop in confidence were crushed to pieces in the collision. The stampede of the dark golden rock beasts. Mo-Fan's beast tide was not limited to summoning his demon wolves. He kept summoning the demon wolves mainly because their overall strength and discipline were better than other species that were randomly summoned from the summoned beast plane. Each activation of the summoning gate was able to summon a different species. Mo-Fan knew his demon wolves would suffer great losses in a battle like this. They could also end up as the frosty ancient eagle's food supply, so it was better to summon the dark golden rock beasts. The rock beasts used a simple yet violent approach. The beast hordes were confused when they saw the rock beasts. Were they out of their mind? They were clearly charging in the wrong direction. They had to keep an eye on the frosty ancient eagles that could pluck them off the ground even if they were running at full speed. The beast hordes crashed horribly when obstacles suddenly appeared in their path. Huge creatures were rolling and flipping across the surface of the frozen lake. Mo-Fan, your beast tide is pretty impressive. Those creatures are avoiding us. Jiangyu exclaimed, his eyes glittering. Jiangyu was also a summoner. He knew a beast tide was a clear indicator of a summoner's strength. The beast tide of a strong summoner was like hundreds of beasts charging down a mountain, or dragons crossing a lake. On the other hand, the beast tide of those who did not put much attention into their summoning element would feel like a bunch of ducks crossing a river. Lucio's boars were obviously the latter. It was important to compare spells in a practical setting. If they did not have to fight the powerful creatures of Tianshan Mountain, would they even realize how petty their magic was? He's just relying on his magic equipment to increase the scale of his beast tide. It's not that impressive. Lu Xiu's beast tide was obviously inferior in comparison. However, he blamed it all on Mo Fan's ring. Lu Xiu was sharp enough to notice that the magic medium ring was the main reason why Mo Fan was able to summon so many creatures. However, the magic medium ring was only so effective because Mo Fan had been feeding soul essences to it. However, Mo Fan considered it meaningless to be fussy about someone who was never going to admit defeat. Mo Fan's beast tide had eased the pressure on the Milong private military group, which meant the other groups were intercepted by the beast hordes. They were trapped in the middle of the lake while the frosty ancient eagles circling in the sky continued to pick them off one by one. A huge group of frosty ancient eagles suddenly appeared above the Milong private military group, their wings beating wildly at different altitudes. Some were so quick that the people could only see their afterimages. The cunning frosty ancient eagles would mix up their attacks by probing their enemies. A pair of sharp talons would stab through their ribs from behind once they lowered their guard. What's going on? Why are the creatures focusing on us all of a sudden? Zhao Manyang was under great pressure. The frosty ancient eagles had broken through a few of his barriers. Jiang Xiaoxiu frowned. She fixed her eyes on a woman in thick makeup and a black and red outfit in the inverse hawk hunter group. She snarled, "That B****ch, she's using the psychic element to direct the frosty ancient eagles' anger toward us, to ease the burden on her group." Chapter 2002. Someone is messing with us. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiang Xiaoxiu was a psychic mage. She had wondered why the frosty ancient eagles that had been picking their targets randomly had suddenly gathered above their team. She soon discovered the reason with her psychic magic. They were provoked. The Mage in a black and red outfit had directed the creature's hatred toward them. The number of the frosty ancient eagles that were circling above the team had multiplied fourfold. "Jiangyu, watch out behind you!" Nunyu yelled. Jiangyu was summoning his beast tide. Even though it was not as impressive as Mo Fan's beast tide, it was still able to clear a path for the team. To his surprise, he felt a sudden great pain from his back as a sharp talon punctured his shoulder. The Night Rakshasa quickly reacted by cutting through the frosty ancient eagle's nails. Unfortunately, one of the talons still buried itself in Jiang Yu's back. The frosty ancient eagle dragged him into the sky. The Night Rakshasa jumped into the air and sliced down like a black crescent. Her sharp claws tore the frosty ancient eagle in half. The Night Rakshasa was just a little flea compared to the frosty ancient eagles, yet the strength stored in her petite body was enough to rip the frosty ancient eagle to pieces. The insides of the frosty ancient eagle poured down from the sky. However, the detestable creature had tossed Jiang Yu higher into the sky prior to its death, passing him to its comrades. The Night Rakshasa's fur stood on its end when she did not see Jiang Yu fall down to safety. She moved like a black ray of light, bouncing off a frosty ancient eagle that was gliding at a lower height to catch up with the other one that had caught Jiang Yu. The frosty ancient eagle was extremely quick and beat its way into the sky after catching its prey. The Night Rakshasa was unable to fly. She could only bounce off the backs of the frosty ancient eagles. "They got Jiang Yu," the slow-reacting Zhao Manyang finally yelled. Ari Zhangtu had barely protected Jiang Xiaoxiu from the encirclement of the demon creatures. The expression in his eyes shifted when he saw his team member being dragged into the sky. However, as he was about to chase after Jiang Yu, several layers of wings came and intercepted him. "That be ***ch, if anything happens to Jiang Yu, she's going to pay with her life." Jiang Xiaoxiu cursed. Jiang Xiaoxiu had the psychic element too. Would she be afraid to pull off dirty tricks like the woman had done to them? Since the woman had set them up first, Jiang Xiaoxiu was not going to show them any mercy. Jiang Xiaoxiu cast the same spell, Spirit Ripple, and inflicted fear on the beast hordes that were fleeing for their lives. The beast hordes had been avoiding the team after they were hindered by Mo Fan's beast tide. The fear that Jiang Xiaoshu inflicted on them drove the creatures that were approaching the Milong private military group to charge toward the savage raptor hunter group instead. The woman was focusing on directing the anger of the frosty ancient eagles towards the other groups. Little did she know, the beast hordes that were carrying Jiang Xiaoshu's rage were already heading her way. "I can't fly up there. How are we supposed to save Jiang Yu?" Zhao Manyang swore. He could not see Jiang Yu anywhere above them. Many frosty ancient eagles had shown up so suddenly. Their team was struggling to fend them off. The Night Rakshasa can't fly. She's going to be in danger if she keeps forcing her way up. Ningxue exclaimed. While everyone was worried about Jiang Yu, several ice cloud jellyfish appeared out of nowhere. They were able to attach themselves to other creatures and devour them, rendering their abilities useless. The ice cloud jellyfish were very aggressive. Over half of the frosty ancient eagles quickly fell victim to them. A strong gust of wind rose into the sky and shattered the frosty ancient eagles that had been targeted by the ice cloud jellyfish. Broken ice poured down like crystal rain. An alluring figure hovered between the ice cloud jellyfish and the wind, her silver hair drifting elegantly. Thousand-leaf saber. The figure spun around like a dancer, firing blue gusts of wind in all directions. A single wind slash might not be enough to penetrate the frosty ancient eagle's sturdy feathers, but what about hundreds, or even thousands of them? The frosty ancient eagles turned into a bloody mist, and their lifeblood poured down like rain. The thousand-leaf saber returned to Mu Ningxue's hands after annihilating all the creatures within a kilometer, combining into a magical wind sword. Slaughtering wind slash. A blue line sprang into the clear sky. The frosty ancient eagle that had captured Jiang Yu suddenly froze in midair. Its body fell apart, sliced perfectly in half, just before they started falling. Jiang Yu was falling to the ground. Mu Ningxue observed everything before glancing at the Night Rakshasa, telling her, "He's all yours." The Night Rakshasa put on a grateful face. She ran swiftly toward the spot Jiang Yu was falling to. The Night Rakshasa was quite small, like an insignificant hair in the eyes of the enormous creatures, and was able to move freely amid the chaotic battle. No creature would bother wasting their time on her. Jiang Yu's armor can withstand the attacks of a ruler-level creature. He should be fine, Guan Yu said. He was lucky that the frosty ancient eagle died before it reached its nest. Otherwise, he would be dead even if he was wearing indestructible armor. Zhao Manyang let out a relieved sigh. He glanced at Mu Ningxue, who brought such a bloodbath to the frosty ancient eagles, and exclaimed, "The goddess is as reliable as usual when it counts." Look at Mo Fan, he might have 7 elements, but he didn't even use a lot of them. I can only fight on land. Those in the water and in the sky are out of my reach. However, if any of you are killed on the land, I'll bury myself next to you. Mo Fan lost his calm after hearing Zhao Manyang's comment. How were the creatures in the sky his problem? It was not his fault that he could not fly. He was not King Swan. Did people seriously expect him to be able to fight in the air, on the ground, and in the water? Jiang Yu is the first person to reach the mountain. Zhao Manyang noted wryly. You can go ahead and ask the frosty ancient eagles to give you a ride too. Ningxue scoffed. Friends, how should we make that ***ch pay? Jiang Xiaoshu was still irritated. If the woman had not sent the frosty ancient eagles to them, Jiang Yu's life would not have been in danger. I'm used to stirring up trouble even when people aren't messing with me, let alone when they do. Was she trying to set us up? We'll make her pay then. Mo Fan declared. Chapter 2003. Scandal of the Zhao family. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, we are currently in a pinch. Let's forget it for now. We'll settle the debt later once we cross the lake, Ningxue said. Once it's over, she will never admit it if she has the slightest brain. We should settle it here and now. Just keep following Mu Ningxue, leave her to me, Mo Fan declared. You're still so hot-tempered, Ningxue said helplessly. I'm pretty calm now," Mo Fan left before he even finished the sentence. Mo Fan did not use blink, yet he was able to move 300 meters without leaving any traces behind. The other people could only see wisps of black energy, and his movement was unpredictable, as if he was able to use the fleeing shadow continuously. That guy, since when is his shadow element so outstanding? Guan Yu was surprised by Mo Fan's evasiveness. Guan Yu was an assassin-type mage, so agility was very important to him. Mo Fan was able to move freely through the chaotic battle. On top of that, most of the powerful mags were completely unaware of him. Where did the little demoness go? Jiang Xiaoxiu turned around and saw the glamorous girl was gone too. She quickly looked up, as she was worried the frosty ancient eagles had caught her. She left with Mo Fan, Ling said. Why did you call her little demoness? It doesn't sound appropriate, Guan Yu said. Why not? Don't you know a girl of her beauty has brought nothing but disaster to countries in the past? How is Mu Ningxue so carefree? Won't she suspect something fishy between Mo Fan and the girl? He's definitely not an upright gentleman. Jiang Xiaoxiu sniffed. Speaking of which, is the little girl going to be fine following Mo Fan around? Can she look after herself? Guan Yu asked in a worried voice. Guan Yu, don't you worry about that. That little girl is stronger than you. Are you guys going to be fine on your own? I'll go with Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang said. How could he possibly miss out on the fun? Shouldn't you be focusing on the task on hand? Jiang Yu almost died. Well, he's still alive, right? The Savage Raptor Hunter group was ranked at the top of the country. Zhao Kang was one of the captains in the hunter group. He had been hired by the Zhao clan to explore Tianshan Mountain. As a matter of fact, Zhao Manyang knew Zhao Yuqian was the main sponsor of the Savage Raptor Hunter group, so it was not surprising that his distant cousin Zhao Kang held an important role in the hunter group. Zhao Manyang was still in disguise. Zhao Kang had rarely interacted with Zhao Manyang in the past too, so he did not recognize Zhao Manyang. However, Zhao Manyang was aware that Zhao Kang was one of the members of the Zhao family who was very close to Zhao Yuqian. Apparently, Zhao Kang was Zhao Yuqian's go-to for illegal matters. Their father had a huge argument with Zhao Yuqian because of it. It had happened around the finals of the World College Tournament. Zhao Manyang briefly explained Zhao Kang's background to Mo Fan as they were approaching the Savage Raptor Hunter group. Zhao Yuqian must have done a lot of black deeds, right? Mo Fan asked. My father isn't stupid. I'm clearly not a good businessman, but he still made me his successor because he knew the wicked things that Zhao Yuqian had done. Even though no businessman is perfectly clean, there are lines that we should never cross. There are things we shouldn't do even if we can make a lot of money from them. A lot of things had crossed Zhao Manyang's mind when he first saw Zhao Kang. Zhao Kang was Zhao Yuqian's errand boy. In the past, he had constantly followed Zhao Yuqian's orders. Zhao Manyang had long despised Zhao Kang, yet to his surprise, Zhao Kang was now a captain of the Savage Raptor Hunter group. He must have done a lot of favors over the years. I see. I initially thought your brother only turned wicked because your father favored you too much, Mo Fan said. Zhao Yuqian knew his misdeeds would soon come to light. My father knew it too. If Zhao Yuqian became his successor, the Zhao family's reputation would be ruined, so my father changed his mind. Do you have any idea how twisted Zhao Yuqian is? He blamed all the misdeeds he did on our father after killing him, since the dead can't testify. In the end, a bunch of hoodlums showed up at my father's funeral and wrecked the place. His reputation was completely ruined. I won't forgive him for that. Zhao Manyang clenched his teeth. Why didn't you tell me before? Mo Fan raised his brows. No one likes to share their family's scandals. You've never mentioned your mother-in-law or your stepmother to me, either. Zhao Manyang said. Holy crap, I can't believe you have the guts to bring that up now. I should take you out first before dealing with the psychic Mage. Mo Fan swore. Let's take her out first. Leave Zhao Kang alive, he still has some uses. Zhao Manyang responded grimly. The situation was simple. Zhao Kang was a black-hearted man. He was the one that had asked the psychic Mage to redirect the anger of the frosty ancient eagles onto the national team. Zhao Kang obviously held a grudge against the national team, mainly because of his relationship with Zhao Yuqian. Otherwise, why would he choose the national team when there were other groups around? Or did he think the national team was an easier target? Either way, they had no intention of forgiving Zhao Kang and the psychic Mage. Apers, can you control the frosty ancient eagles? Mo Fan asked her. The frosty ancient eagles are quite intelligent. It's going to be tricky, Apers said. She grinned when she looked at the psychic Mage. It's easier to control her. You can control her directly. Mo Fan was surprised. Her psychic magic is full of weaknesses. Her cultivation might be higher than the mole woman, but her foundation is not as solid, Apers said. Mole woman? Mo Fan was confused. I think she's referring to Jiang Xiaoshu, Zhao Manyang offered. The mole actually set off Jiang Xiaoshu's beauty, yet the way Apers mentioned it sounded strange. Forget it, Jiang Xiaoshu had also given Apers a less than complimentary nickname. They could call one another whatever they liked. Apers, have her strip and dance in front of the beast hordes until she is trampled to death, Zhao Manyang suggested. Apers glared at Zhao Manyang after his perverted request. Chapter 2004. An Eye for an Eye. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Kang's group had almost reached the mountain. He frowned after glancing at the Milong private military group. Black Spade, they don't seem to have suffered great losses, Zhao Kang told the woman with the psychic element. There seem to be experts among them. The Leiden royal family must have spent a fortune on them to acquire the sacred Lotus, Black Spade replied. Yassen and the others are quite close with the Leiden royal family, too. If they do find the sacred Lotus, it's very likely they will sell it to the Leiden royal family, Zhao Kang commented. We shouldn't mess with senior hunter Yassen. His team is very strong, Black Spade said softly. Let's focus on the Milong private military group then, Zhao Kang agreed viciously. Brother Kang, I don't understand. Why must we pick on those who serve the Leiden royal family? Black Spade was confused. Brother Zhao Yuqian and Leiden's eldest grandson are close friends. Leiden's eldest grandson asked him to get rid of the mercenaries that were hired by the Leiden royal family. Once the queen is dead, Brother Zhao Yuqian will be able to secure a lot of business opportunities from the Leiden royal family. Black Spade, have you lived in a royal palace before? After everything is done, I'll bring you along and let you stay in the palace for half a month so you can enjoy how it feels to be a member of the royal family, Zhao Kang told her. Black Spade's eyes glittered. The palace of a royal family with carpets covered in fresh flowers and valuable ornaments embroidered on the walls, they also had maids serving while they were having breakfast. Brother Kang, it's not that difficult to take out the Milong private military group, but it's going to be tricky to take out Yassen and his team. It's a difficult job, and we've lost quite a few men already, Black Spade told him. Don't you worry, if it doesn't work out on our end, Brother Zhao Yuqian has another plan in mind. He, Brother Yuqian always has a backup plan, it's just who he is, Zhao Kang replied with a vicious look in his eyes. Apers was able to hear every single word of the conversation. She relayed the information to Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. So the Leiden royal family is involved. I was wondering why Zhao Yuqian would bother sending his men here. It's not like he needs the loot on Tianshan Mountain for his own business, Zhao Manyang muttered. He should have long figured it out. Zhao Yuqian had been close to the people in the Leiden royal family for some time. He had a lot of business in the Middle East, too. Queen Leiden's eldest grandson was definitely a good entry point. Zhao Yuqian has a backup plan, what would it be? Mo Fan was puzzled. Isn't it obvious? He's going to kill the woman who's pregnant with the successor to the throne, Apers said indifferently. Zhao Manyang was startled. He did not even realize it, but he trembled when Apers mentioned it. How insane had Zhao Yuqian become? Sending men to stop the Milong private military group from acquiring the sacred Lotus was still acceptable in Zhao Manyan's eyes. After all, it was never peaceful between factions that were competing with one another. They would use all kinds of dirty tricks to achieve their goals, but it was inhumane to target the mother of the queen's youngest grandson. Your brother is seriously out of his mind, Mo Fan stated. Damn it, the Zhao family is seriously screwed at this rate. The heavens know what we did. I can't believe that Zhao Yuqian has managed to wash his hands clean all the time. I should really send him to the most reputable psychiatric hospital in the world as soon as possible. Zhao Manyang snarled. I don't think he has gone mad. He's just a little twisted, Mo Fan commented. Who cares whether he's still thinking straight or not? Don't you know it's common for the loser of a family or clan's infighting to be sent to a psychiatric hospital? As long as you behave yourself by eating and sleeping obediently, you can still live comfortably as a useless person. However, if you are up to something, the psychiatric hospitals have instruments that will teach you to behave properly. Do you really think the doctors in the psychiatric hospitals are clueless that you are not normal? You're just not allowed to live a normal life anymore, Zhao Manyang informed him. Mo Fan was left speechless. So that's how it was in the renowned clans. He had definitely learned a lot. Because of that, the psychiatric hospitals charge insane fees. I'll have to spend over 100,000 every year if I send Zhao Yuqian to one. Wouldn't it be better if I used the money to provide for a mistress instead? Zhao Manyang had to say. You think you can send your brother into a psychiatric hospital with your current strength? I believe the psychiatric hospitals suit you better, Mo Fan refuted. Being rich doesn't mean anything. Yeah, being rich doesn't mean he can hire forbidden mags as bodyguards, but he can still invite forbidden mags to his functions. I wonder if that old turtle of yours can beat a forbidden mage. Mo Fan challenged him. Zhao Manyang fell silent, glaring at Zhao Kang and Black Spade for a while. Those *******, how dare they mess with the national team? Let's deal with them first. They even think they can enjoy living in a royal palace. I should send them to Tianshan Mountain's Lake of Corpses. You're finally being practical, Mo Fan agreed. Bang! The freezing lake ahead exploded. Ice splinters flew at the groups like a rain of swords. An enormous demon leech with several layers of flesh appeared from the hole. It felt like its body was able to expand infinitely. It went from a dozen meters tall to the height of a skyscraper in a moment, swallowing a bunch of frosty ancient eagles with a single bite. The savage raptor hunter group froze as soon as the white demon leech appeared. Luke, luckily it wasn't after us, a hunter master in the group gasped. What kind of monster is that? Everyone, stay calm, don't provoke it, Zhao Kang told the others. Black Spade stepped forward. Her hair floated as her eyes transmitted the energy of a spirit ripple to the white demon leech that was hunting the frosty ancient eagles. Black Spade, don't be reckless, you will get its attention, Zhao Kang told her. Black Spade did not listen to him. She kept using the psychic spell. Black Spade, what the F***K are you doing? I told you not to mess with it, Zhao Kang yelled. The demon leech suddenly bent forward and faced the people of the savage raptor hunter group, as if it had been provoked by the psychic spell. Zhao Kang's expression shifted. Black Spade finally managed to recollect herself. She was dumbfounded when the huge creature started focusing its anger at them. What just happened? What was she doing? Why did she provoke the creature with her psychic spell? Chapter 2005. Forming an Alliance. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The white demon leech was obviously a greater threat than the frosty ancient eagles, especially when it had a clear target in mind. Zhao Kang immediately ran toward Yasen's group when he noticed something was not right. His men were being butchered by the demon leech. The cries of the savage raptors echoed across the lake as the demon leech dragged many hunter masters into the water. The water of the lake was bone-chilling. No one knew if there were other creatures hiding in the lake's immeasurable depths. The mags that were dragged into the lake by the demon leech had no chance of survival, regardless of their cultivation. B****ch, what the heck have you done? The rest in the group were not idiots. They clearly saw Black Spade using her psychic magic to provoke the demon leech. The other groups were approaching the mountains, meaning that their partnership was reaching an end. No one was willing to turn around to save the Savage Raptors. The Savage Raptor Hunter group suffered great losses after the encounter with the demon leech, not to mention the frosty ancient eagles were constantly hunting them now. Zhao Kang followed Yasen's group and managed to flee to safety. "Help me, Brother Kang!" Black Spade was running on the ice. She even took off her coat just so she could run quicker. "Humph, are you trying to get revenge because of your sister? You have only yourself to blame if you die." Zhao Kang swore at her. "What did you say? My sister?" Black Spade was startled. Zhao Kang ignored Black Spade's reaction. He waved his hand and summoned a rock barrier, blocking the direction Black Spade was running into. Black Spade was not an agile mage. She trembled in fear when she saw the rising wall gradually blocking Zhao Kang's cold face. The ice behind Black Spade collapsed as the demon leech drew closer. It opened its mouth and swallowed the human who had dared to provoke it. "How could you do that to your own teammate?" Senior Hunter Yasen spat. "She deserved it. She provoked the monster and almost got us all killed," Zhao Kang said disdainfully. "Is that so?" Yasen did not comment on it further. He glanced at the remaining Savage Raptors and noticed they were skillful in their own way. They had managed to reach the mountain after the team split up. As for the rest of the groups that were stuck in the middle of the lake, there was nothing much Yasen could do. They had obviously failed to overcome the beast hordes, and the frosty ancient eagles had already gathered above them. If they did not make it out, their chance of survival were very slim. "How many teams made it?" Yasen asked the woman at his side softly. "The My Long private military group has arrived now. The explorers hired by the Sacred Hall of Liberty are all here. The Savage Raptor Hunter group lost a few of its members. The Mu clan had a lot more casualties, and only 5 of them are left. The Heaven Star mercenary group is here too, but the rest aren't even teens anymore," a huntress beside Yasen reported. "Many of those with a weaker cultivation are dead. Indeed, they struggled against the frosty ancient eagles. Among the groups, only those with higher cultivations, like Yasen and his men, had managed to preserve their numbers. Their strength was enough to guarantee their own safety. As for the other groups with numbers in strength, their survival was purely based on luck. The unfortunate ones had ended up as food to the demon creatures of Tianshan Mountain. Many people had died in the battle. Only half of the human explorers had made it to the other side of the lake. Tianshan Mountain was like the gates of hell. "What now? Are we going separate ways, or are we sticking together?" Kumar asked. The My Long private military group's numbers had gone from 110 to 38. Even Kumar was in disbelief from shock. They had only reached the Valley of Glacier, where the entrance of the scar of Tianshan Mountain was located, yet they had already lost 2/3 of their team. Putting aside the question of whether they could claim the Sacred Lotus or not, how many of them would survive until the end? Tianshan Mountain is a lot scarier than we imagined. "If we split up here, not many teams are going to survive," Senior Hunter Yasen spoke up bluntly. "You mean we should continue to stay in an alliance?" Kumar asked. The lowest level of the demon creatures in the scar of Tianshan Mountain are at the commander level. There's a great chance we'll stumble into ruler-level creatures, and more than one of them. I do know everyone here is confident in taking on one ruler-level creature, but 2 or 3 of them at the same time. I don't think anyone will escape," Yasen mused aloud. "My people are almost all dead. I'm fine with staying in the alliance, but there must be rules," the leader of the group hired by the Mu clan, Xinghui, spoke up. "For those who are willing to form an alliance, I just hope we can work together at all times. If anyone tries to mess it up, I, Yasen, will be the first to kill them." Yasen warned them. "It seems like there are people who don't agree with the idea." Zhao Kang observed. "It's fine, they can go their separate ways. We won't force them. Kumar was the leader of the Milong private military group and had great trust in Yasen. She immediately agreed with Yasen's suggestion. Tianshan Mountain had crushed Kumar's confidence. If the rest of her men could not rely on a stronger group, how were they supposed to survive the scar of Tianshan Mountain? The Mu clan is quite embarrassing. Look at the scouts, they have only lost one member, Bearton of the Sacred Hall of Liberty commented. Xinghui glanced at the 9th team of the Milong private military group. How did they make it across the lake in one piece? They are super mags on average, Yasen informed the others. Yasen's impression of the national team had changed. His group was at the super level on average, but those younger mags were all super mags too. They were the real elites present. Strange, why are there a few abandoned tents here? Kumar suddenly noticed. Yasen followed her eyes and saw some tents, drinking bottles, and some clothes that were not buried under the snow. It looks like someone has reached the scar of Tianshan Mountain before us, Yasen frowned. Could it be them? I can't think of any others that are strong enough to do so except them. Chapter 2006. Learning the Hard Way. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang found Jiang Yu at the back slope of the nearest hill. He was not in too bad of a condition, but he had only broken his legs. His chest had been pierced by talons, and he had also hit his head on a rock and was bleeding. I can tell you indulged in your desires at the capital for too long. You don't even have the basic awareness to protect yourself. Don't you know you should land on your body instead? Zhao Manyang murmured while carrying the bloody Jiang Yu away. Stop it, he clearly landed on his legs. Otherwise, how did he break them? He rolled over on his back and hit his head, Mo Fan explained for Jiang Yu, who was unable to talk. Oh, I misunderstood. Luckily, Mo Fan and I came over in time, or you'd be dead. By the way, we also took out the woman who set you up, so you shouldn't have any regrets, Zhao Manyang said quietly. I think I'm still alive, Jiang Yu replied weakly. The Milong private military group did not have a healer. The only doctor in the group was now most likely being digested inside a frosty ancient eagle's stomach. Luckily, the Milong private military group had chosen to stick with the alliance. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would not have survived for more than a day. Normal people were not able to survive in the icy wind and snow, let alone an injured person. We have so many wounded, we have to stick with the queue. It's fine if you want us to treat your teammate. Get the beauty of the national team, Mu Ningxue, to perform an erotic dance in front of us and help us loosen our nerves, and we will treat your friend first, Bearton told them. You might not know this, but Mu Ningxue is the hot-tempered Mo Fan's girlfriend, so you better hope he doesn't hear this, Ari Jiangtu informed Bearton. I know. Mo Fan, the strongest participant in the World College Tournament, the so-called strongest young mage in the world. I've long wanted to see what he got, Bearton replied airily. Ari Jiangtu frowned when it was clear Bearton was not willing to treat Jiang Yu. Ari Jiangtu told everyone Bearton's attitude after he returned to the team, automatically filtering out the inappropriate part related to Mu Ningxue. If he didn't, Mo Fan might just have gone ahead and killed him. Ari Jiangtu was well aware of Mo Fan's temper. Old Ari, I think you're being too polite when talking to foreigners. I'll pay them a visit. I guarantee you they will come and treat Jiang Yu right away. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He was about to take matters into his own hands. Ari Jiangtu quickly stopped Mo Fan. No, don't, let me figure out a way. There's no other way. There's only one healer among us, and his with the explorers hired by the Sacred Hall of Liberty. I must say, Nanrong Ni might be a disgusting person, but she was very useful in certain situations. We should find ourselves a healer next time. It's so annoying. Look at Bearton's attitude, the man is acting like the whole world is at his mercy, Zhao Manyang scoffed. The national team had once had a healer, Nanrong Ni, who was now Mu Ningxue's enemy. When Mu Bai was around, his skills and knowledge at treating injuries were also useful to a certain degree, but Zhao Manyang was definitely afraid of his methods. Mo Fan went up to Apers and asked her quietly, "Apers, can you heal the wounded? Do the Medusae sound like a species that is good at healing?" Apers replied sharply, "I believe you can expand your business. Don't just focus on things that harm others. That way, the Medusae will eventually become humanity's good friends." Mo Fan replied. "Huh?" Apers rolled her eyes and ignored Mo Fan. Ningxue and Ari Zhengtu went to discuss things with Yasun, but they heard a few cries before they even got down to business. "This Mo Fan is just as unreasonable as rumors have mentioned," Yasun smiled helplessly. Ningxue and Ari Zhengtu were startled when they saw Mo Fan holding Beartun by the collar, dragging him toward Jiang Yu. Mo Fan cursed along the way, King took you half an hour just to get a drink. You just had to force me to do it my way. Isn't it better when you are sensible enough to treat my friend's wounds? I can walk myself." Beartun complained helplessly. Beartun still had no idea what the cold thing that was held to his groin was, yet he could feel his balls twitching as he recalled the sensation. "Heal my friend and do some pole dancing at the bonfire over there, or you're going to pay for it." Mo Fan kicked Beartun from behind. I don't know how to pole dance," Beartun whined. "Just do whatever dance you know, and you better show some respect to my girlfriend, or I won't go easy on you again." Mo Fan swore. "Of course." Mo Fan glanced at Ari Zhengtu and Ningxue, who had returned to the team. He shrugged when he saw the weird looks on their faces. "It's cold and the situation isn't favorable to us. We don't have time to reason with them." "Mo Fan, I must say, you're more like a powerful second generation compared to the rest of us," Ningxue had to comment. "Yeah, you shouldn't be so harsh with the others. We are all noble mags. Shouldn't we settle our disputes peacefully? I was just kidding with you. There's no reason not to heal your friend since we all agreed to form an alliance. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. There are many strong mags in this world. You can't possibly get your way every time with violence when you eventually meet someone that is stronger than you, right?" Beartun added quickly. Mo Fan snorted disdainfully at the man. If he met someone he could not defeat, then he would just reason with them. They had nothing but time since they were currently trapped in the harsh environment on Tianshan Mountain. The Alliance seriously lacked healers. Many people were suffering from serious injuries. The Alliance decided to rest up before heading to the scar of Tianshan Mountain. The scar of Tianshan Mountain was right before their eyes. They had already reached their destination. However, every step forward would require a lot of planning. The groups were relieved when they had a chance to sit down and share their experiences. It turned out that every group had different encounters along. Many of them were extremely lucky as they did not stumble into any deadly species along the way. "Beartun, what is your team here for? Don't tell me you're seriously on an expedition." Mo Fan was a lot more easygoing when he saw Beartun diligently healing the wounded from the other groups. He didn't hold a grudge when someone like Beartun started behaving himself after learning the hard way. Chapter 2007. The True Colors of the Scar of Tianshan Mountain. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. We are actually working for the Sacred Hall of Liberty. The Sacred Hall of Liberty and the Dubai Magician Tower have reached a deal. The Dubai Magician Tower asked the Sacred Hall of Liberty to provide them with some perfect elemental diamonds. You should know how rare those elemental diamonds are. We only found a small amount of them after searching for them throughout the Americas. Most of them have ended up in the hands of black market merchants or renowned clans. The price will be several times higher if we try to buy from them. The Sacred Hall of Liberty doesn't want to be taken advantage of, so they hired us to collect more elemental diamonds. I found one at the lake not long ago. Tianshan Mountain is really a land of treasure. I believe there are more of them in the scar of Tianshan Mountain, since no one has ever set foot inside it. Beartun was a talkative person. He explained everything, even though Mo Fan had only asked the question casually. Elemental diamonds. Lingling looked intrigued. many people know that the pure elemental magic ores are the main source of energy for modern cities, but they are clueless about something that can replenish the energy of mags. Berton kept going when he saw Lingling's reaction. Elemental diamonds are commonly used for constructing complicated magic formations, such as a teleporting formation with a precise destination. Lingling spoke up. That's right, little girl, you know quite a lot about them. But do you know that certain magic doesn't require the caster to expend their own energy? The caster is only a medium, as the spell consumes a large amount of energy from the elemental diamonds. For example, a torch will need batteries and the components inside it to emit light. The caster is like the wires. The batteries are the ones providing the energy, which the elemental diamonds serve as, Berton said. So you're saying that we won't have to worry about our energy anymore? We just need to bring a few elemental diamonds around and we can use our magic without limit. Mo Fan comprehended it in his own way after hearing the gist of it. You can think of it like that, but it isn't available to everyone. Only a certain group can do so. As for who they are, well, I'm not allowed to tell you, Berton hedged. If we can generalize it, it would be a great invention. I'm fearless most of the time, until my energy runs out. Mo Fan murmured. A single elemental diamond is around the price of a mansion with a sea view. I doubt ordinary people could afford it, leaving aside the question about how we could turn ourselves into conduits, Zhao Manyang said disdainfully. The leaders of the alliance began to discuss their next steps after they were done with the conversation. It would soon be winter on Tianshan Mountain, so they could not afford to waste too much time. If they did not leave this place before the snowstorms came, they had no idea when they would be able to, if it was even a possibility. Tianshan Mountain was just as merciless towards super mags as it was to anyone else. The winter snowstorms were going to trap all visitors. Why else did the beast hordes risk their lives to leave the mountain? Why did the frosty ancient eagles have to stock up on food supplies for winter when they were already creatures of the ice element? The winter of Tianshan Mountain was the true bringer of silence. A snowstorm is happening in 10 days. I doubt anyone would like to spend the winter here, so we'll set out for the scar of Tianshan Mountain in the morning. The terrain of the scar of Tianshan Mountain will defend us from the icy wind so we can preserve our energy, Yasun told the others. Not a problem. We also want to visit the legendary place as soon as possible, Xinghui agreed. Since we agreed to form an alliance, I hope everyone doesn't have any other plans in mind. I know we are here to achieve our goals or to finish our jobs and quests, so let's achieve them together instead of dying for no reason on the mountain, Yasun said solemnly. The alliance entered the scar of Tianshan Mountain the next morning. Everyone assumed the scar of Tianshan Mountain would be a pitch-black icy ravine, but they were dumbfounded by the sight before them when they advanced into it. It felt like they had just entered a different world. White ice was coating the irregular mountains like sheets of armor. The mountain range extended off into the distance. The peaks nearby were white, while the ridges in the distance were blue, and had merged with the blue sky. It was like a spectacular sculpture that a master artisan had crafted all his life. Most shockingly, there were thin clouds floating around like veils at different altitudes. The smaller ones were around the size of a basketball court. The big ones were like icy curtains as wide as the sky, covering the highest peaks of Tianshan Mountain. I finally understand why they always say we shouldn't trust rumors. The scar of Tianshan Mountain is unlike anything that people have mentioned. I feel like I've entered a kingdom of ice in the heavens instead of a canyon in the ground. This is mesmerizing. This is the real scar of Tianshan Mountain. The glacier were hanging above them like a frozen waterfall in the clouds. They sometimes felt like the ice hanging above them was the actual surface when they were walking in areas shrouded by the clouds, like they were in a world that had been turned upside down. The funny thing was, none of their information had described what the scar of Tianshan Mountain actually looked like. It was either described as a hell of ice or a deep valley of snow surrounded by cliffs. The truth was, it was not snowing inside the scar of Tianshan Mountain right now, so everything was as silent and still as a painting. The mountains were like mirrors, and the clouds were like curtains. The level of oxygen was low, but the air was still very refreshing. There was nothing terrifying. Everyone was prepared to face the gates of hell when they entered the scar of Tianshan Mountain, but they were greeted by a sacred place where they could forget all pain, fear, and sufferings. If this is the scar of Tianshan Mountain, I think being trapped forever here isn't that unacceptable. A Jiang Xiaoshu was lost in the beauty of the place. Give me a beauty and I'll make my own tribe here. Zhao Manyang exclaimed in appreciation. Chapter 2008. The Ancient Eagle's Nest. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. People easily lowered their guards when they were mesmerized by beautiful things. Even Mo Fan, who had been to the Dark Plain, was oddly relaxed when he entered the scar of Tianshan Mountain. It was a visual pleasure, like a noble goddess wearing a sacred veil was whispering her secrets into his ears. Anyone would open their hearts to her. Scary? How was the scar of Tianshan Mountain scary? They were actually ashamed of their greedy and wicked thoughts toward the goddess prior to their arrival. It was quiet. There was not a single cry or screech of demon creatures in the scar of Tianshan Mountain, as if everything was in a deep sleep. Their footsteps in the kingdom of ice were the loudest noises. They subconsciously softened their voices and were friendlier to one another. Damn it, where are we supposed to look for the night amethyst in such a huge place? I'm afraid Mu Bai's body is going to turn cold soon. Mo Fan was utterly lost as he looked over the valley of glacier ahead. The women had never seen anything so pure and beautiful, but now the atmosphere was completely ruined by Mo Fan's exclamation. This was especially true for Mu Ningxue, who was born with the innate traits of an ice spirit. She felt an odd sense of belonging when she arrived at this place. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had little appreciation for nature and its beauty. Look at the glacier and clouds ahead. Why do they feel so artistic? They are full of holes. To be honest, they might be able to cure my trypophobia. Zhao Manyang blurted out. Clouds had shrouded the area ahead. The ground was sloping up while the clouds were heading down, a spectacular view of this place that was surrounded by ice. It was different from the snowy valleys they had visited so far. The valley of glacier was full of ice studded with holes. Most of them were hanging above the clouds, so they looked like beehives from afar. Senior hunter Yassen suddenly halted in his tracks. He signaled the others to keep quiet with a gesture. Everyone was indulging in the scenery. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when Yassen started acting so grimly. They all stood there, not daring to make a single noise, staring ahead while staying on alert. I think we have arrived at the frosty ancient eagle's nests, Yassen told everyone softly. The frosty ancient eagle's nests. Many of those in the group almost screamed. Why would the frosty ancient eagles build their nest in the middle of the path? How are they supposed to keep going forward? It should be fine, right? We managed to cross the lake. We should be able to kill them all considering our strength. We can definitely make our way through their nest, the healer Bertan spoke up. You're too naive. Lingling blatantly conveyed her disdain of Bertan's ignorance. The demon creatures that live together usually split the work, like a den of lions. The lionesses are responsible for hunting prey, while the lions only have to wait for the lionesses to feed them. However, it doesn't mean the lions are only good at breeding. When the den of the lions is threatened by other species, the lions will step forward and eliminate the threats to protect the den. Yassen turned around with a grim face as Lingling was speaking. Little girl, are you saying that only the females among the frosty ancient eagles attacked us when we were crossing the lake, but the stronger males were staying in the nest to protect it from invaders? Yassen asked her. Among eagles, the males are usually stronger. Take a look at the ones that are patrolling in the sky. Aren't they different from the ones we encountered before? Lingling pointed up at the clouds. Everyone followed Lingling's finger and noticed the male eagles that were patrolling had an impressive crest on their heads that was glowing like the sun. Their body structure and wings were obviously stronger than the frosty ancient eagles they had fought against. Even their talons were brimming with power. The frosty ancient eagles at the lake are petite compared to them. My gods, do we really have to take this path? Can't we find another way? Bertan had already lost his confidence. The other mags also felt hopeless after learning the truth. The females of the frosty ancient eagles were already a huge headache for them, let alone the stronger males that seemed even greater in number. We shouldn't forget about the ruler-level eagles, and their queen and king, if we are close to their nest. Yasun added some fuel to the fire. Please, don't even mention it. I'll just find some valuable rocks nearby to turn in the job. I'm not going to take a step closer to them, Berton said. There must be a way. Everyone fell silent. Some were already backing away, hoping the patrolling eagles would not notice them. Mo Fan, the eggs of the frosty ancient eagles can only hatch in extremely cold and dark environments. Those are also the places where night amethysts are usually found, so it's simple where you should go next, Nanyu told him quietly. Why do I feel like it's not simple at all? I might not be good at studies, but I'm pretty sure all living creatures treat their eggs and younglings very seriously, especially the places where they lay their eggs. There must be a powerful leader among them guarding the eggs, and you're telling me that's where I should go to look for the night amethyst? Mo Fan protested. I'm saying that it's a possibility, since the conditions for a night amethyst to form naturally are extremely harsh. If you can't find one where the frosty ancient eagles are laying their eggs, you will have to go deeper, Nanyu persisted. Please don't add injury to my insult. Mo Fan pulled a long face. Mo Fan's heart was covered in holes, just like the eagle's nesting grounds. While Mo Fan was figuring out a plan to tackle the situation, a deafening roar suddenly came from above. The glacier attached to the mountain cracked and fell to the ground. It looked like the huge mountain had just shed a layer of its skin. The mags quickly backed away to safety. My ears hurt. Such a powerful roar. Chapter 2009. It's Friendly. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan looked in the direction the roar came from and saw a striking creature glowing a sacred white standing on a peak there. Its white fur drifted wildly in the cold wind. It let out another deafening cry, as if it was going to trample every creature under its feet. A fully white demon tiger. It must have a pure lineage. Mo Fan took a deep breath. The Tianshan demon tigers they had encountered in the Alpine had stripes and markings on them, but the demon tiger on the peak was as white as snow. Its hair was giving out an indescribable sacred aura, and its muscular build was brimming with power and savageness. It's a Skyridge white tiger, a true child of the sacred tiger. Lingling's eyes glittered like she had discovered something rare. As expected of the scar of Tianshan Mountain. I didn't expect to see a creature as rare as the Skyridge white tiger in person. Nanyu exclaimed. Lingling, how is the Skyridge white tiger related to the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain? What about the totem beast we are looking for? Mo Fan asked quickly. The ancestor of the powerful Tianshan demon tigers is a sacred totem beast. The purity of their lineage matters a lot. The sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain, who is rumored to have given some people special blessings, must be the sacred totem beast we are looking for, similar to the black totem snake, to Basha, and to the deer god. However, according to certain records, the sacred tiger is significantly stronger than most ancient totem beasts. He must be close to the emperor level. Lingling said. So is the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain the strongest sacred totem beast among the four? Zhao Manyang asked. No, Jiang Xiaoxiu shook her head firmly and explained, the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain is only a child totem of the four sacred totem beasts that are related to the Kunlun ancestor tiger. Their relationship is similar to that between the black totem snake and Basha. What about this creature? Mo Fan pressed. It should be a level lower than the sacred tiger. However, just by looking at its fur, it's obvious that it has been cultivating in the scar of Tianshan Mountain for more than 100 years. It's weird that it has suddenly shown up close to the frosty ancient eagle's nest. The powerful Skyridge white tiger was roaring at the frosty ancient eagle's nests. A few of the ones with weaker support had even fallen to the ground. The mags thought the nests only had a few dozen frosty ancient eagles in them when they were observing the nests from afar, but everyone gasped when they saw the frosty ancient eagles boiling out of the nests like angry bees. How did such a small nesting site contain over 100 frosty ancient eagles? How many frosty ancient eagles would the bigger sites contain? Even though the frosty ancient eagles were not commander-level creatures, they were unusually strong. The intermediate mags among the mercenaries were like helpless little chicks when facing them. They are going after the Sky Ridge White Tiger, Lingling pointed out. The frosty ancient eagles were enraged after their nests were destroyed. They flew at the peak where the Sky Ridge White Tiger was standing and circled it like a tornado of sheening feathers. The Sky Ridge White Tiger did not stay on the peak, and ran away across the irregular glacier. It seemed to be exposing itself to the frosty ancient eagles on purpose. It was running across the ridges and mountains, while making sure the frosty ancient eagles could see it. The Sky Ridge White Tiger was surprisingly quick, and its jumping ability was shocking. It managed to jump from one hill to another even if they were a few hundred meters apart. The Sky Ridge White Tiger soon vanished into the woods deep in the mountain. The frosty ancient eagles flew into the distance as they chased after the bold Sky Ridge White Tiger. Is the Sky Ridge White Tiger our friend? It has lured many frosty ancient eagles away for our sake, Zhao Manyang exclaimed. We should keep going and cross their nest then. It depends on the senior hunter's decision. Senior hunter Yassen was hesitant. The Sky Ridge White Tiger might have lured many frosty ancient eagles away, but it was still their nesting ground. It was difficult to tell how many frosty ancient eagles had stayed behind, making it extremely dangerous. It's an opportunity for us. If we don't take it, I'm afraid retreating is our only option, Xing Hui said impatiently. Xing Hui was representing the Mu clan. There had been many casualties among his men. If he did not return to the Mu clan with any valuables, not only would he fail to be promoted to a core member, he might even be exiled somewhere far away. Yeah, we are ready to face our death. Let's go then. We are aware of how strong the frosty ancient eagles are. I believe any group will most likely going to fail on their own, so I hope we can work together. No one wants to be wiped out here, Yassen finally agreed. Don't worry, Senior Hunter, we are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Let's go. The Sky Ridge White Tiger had lifted a great burden from everyone's shoulders. The Alliance advanced cautiously into a gully which blocked the view of the patrolling frosty ancient eagles in the sky. They might be able to remain unnoticed if there were no high-level creatures patrolling the area. Did you see that? It's an ice fundamental crystal. There are many pieces of soul-grade ice seeds too. There seems to be ice elemental diamonds on the nests. Oh my, I can't take it anymore, Berton blurted out. The people were afraid of being discovered by the frosty ancient eagles, yet they still had the urge to climb up to the nests and claim the shiny valuables. They had been to many places across the world, yet they had never seen soul-grade resources woven into some demon creatures' nests like they were just some insignificant pebbles. Mo Fan was desperate for money. Money was the huge difference between a grassroots mage and the rich second generations. Mo Fan had used all his money to improve his cultivation and strengthen his abilities. He could not even afford magic equipment, but everyone else on the national team, including Zhao Manyang, owned a full set of luxurious magic equipment. Chapter 2010. The Eagle's Food Storage. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was just like every mercenary and hunter. His eyes were glittering with greed. Normally valuables like the ones just above him were located a few thousand meters deep in the ground under the watch of some powerful demon creature, instead of hanging in the air within his reach like bunches of grapes. Even he could not withstand the urge to claim them, let alone the other advanced Maugs. Money was everywhere. Each of those valuables was worth 1 million at least. Mo Fan would happily nod in agreement if anyone suggested they kill all the frosty ancient eagles and take all their treasure. Knight Rakshasa, can you take some of them? Jiang Yu whispered to the Knight Rakshasa after failing to hold back his greed. Jiang Yu's Knight Rakshasa had another impressive ability beyond her outstanding strength. She was good at theft. The Knight Rakshasa had a petite, harmless demeanor. Most demon creatures were not going to treat her as a threat, let alone certain enormous creatures with slower reactions. The frosty ancient eagles had quick reactions, yet the night Rakshasa was still able to weave through them freely, like she had at the lake. The night Rakshasa was fond of shiny valuables too, although the things above her were no different from marbles in her eyes. I should warn you all, don't even think about taking the things above us. Our priority is to make it through safely. There are more valuables waiting for us ahead. Yassen had stayed fairly calm. Jiang Yu hesitated when he heard the warning. Go ahead, your cat will be fine even if she pees in their king's nest. Those floating ice clouds won't be a problem for her. Hurry up and loot them so we can share them among ourselves. I'm tired of living in poverty. Mo Fan urged him. I'm confident in the night Rakshasa, just don't let Yassen and the others know, Nanyu added quietly. Jiang Yu was relieved when Nanyu agreed too. Everyone was familiar with Jiang Yu's night Rakshasa, so despite Yassen's warning, they agreed to let the night Rakshasa steal the valuables. They are all ours. We are rich. I can finally afford some worthy equipment, Mo Fan said. The night Rakshasa was indeed one of the most mystical creatures in the world. She easily snuck through the lair of the frosty ancient eagles. Many frosty ancient eagles saw her, but they simply ignored her. The night Rakshasa was very intelligent. She knew she could only carry so much, so she only focused on the valuables. The adorable shirt that Jiang Yu had made for her soon became quite heavy. The national team followed the rest of the group, but they would look up occasionally and murmur, "Yeah, that one, awesome. The frosty ancient eagles are returning to their nests." Nanyu quickly informed Yassen when she heard something. The group was startled. They were still in the vicinity of the eagles' nests, so the frosty ancient eagles were obviously going to see them when they came back. They were basically stuck in the eagles' nesting ground. What should we do now? Kumar hissed urgently. Over here, hide inside. The frosty ancient eagles won't spot us, Berton blurted out. He had located a cave. Go inside, even if they did spot us, we won't be surrounded. The group quickly changed direction and took cover in the cave. The cave was very deep. Anyone with some common sense would know the temperature would be lower deeper inside the cave, and they would most likely suffer from hypothermia. If their blood stopped flowing, they would be frozen forever. The Valley of Glacier had many species of demon creatures that were beyond the strength of humans, so a lot of mags ended up hiding inside caves to avoid the demon creatures. However, many people did not return after going into the caves. Hypothermia was like boiling a frog. Their bodies were no longer under their control by the time they realized death was approaching. Fighting the frosty ancient eagles was suicidal. They could only bet their lives on hiding in the cave and waiting for a better opportunity to flee for their lives. The cave is so deep. Luckily, there's reflected light in here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see a thing, Kumar said softly. Did you see the bloodstains? I did. There are more of them ahead. Have we entered a lion's den instead? More blood was spotted as they went deeper into the cave. They even found some fresh bloodstains. Look ahead. My God, isn't that Might? I saw him being caught by a frosty ancient eagle. There are more ahead. Those are frozen steel spike bulls. And the Tianshan howling bears. As the group went deeper into the cave, they saw frozen creatures covered in blood stuck on the walls. In addition to the demon creatures, the humans that were caught by the frosty ancient eagles were here too. They were already dead and had been turned into frozen specimens. The mags realized they had entered an ice chamber where carcasses were stored. I think we found their food storage. Mo Fan murmured. Don't say it, I'm about to throw up. Jiang Xiaoshu was covering her mouth. These frozen dead carcasses were the frosty ancient eagle's food supply for the winter. All of the people who were fighting alongside them not long ago had ended up like this. The mags were about to lose their minds, especially since some of the victims used to be their comrades. The cries of the frosty ancient eagles came from outside the cave. Nanyu soon heard the frosty ancient eagles moving around. She blurted out, "Crap, it sounds like they are coming for their food. It's not even dark yet. Why do they have to have their meal so early?" Zhao Manyang whined. "Who cares when their mealtime is? We must figure out a plan. We can't be stuck in here, or we'll be frozen like them." Guan Yu snarled. "What can we possibly do? They have clearly classified the food so they can survive the whole winter. The demon creatures at the back are frozen in thicker ice. They must have been stored here more than half a month ago. The ones closer to us are covered in thinner ice and are still covered in blood. They are the demon creatures and our allies from the lake," Lingling pointed out. "What does that mean? Are you saying that the frosty ancient eagles are suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Mo Fan's mouth coughed up. Lingling rolled her eyes. She was so calm that she did not look like a teenager at all. Judging from the scratches, they usually start with the food that was stored more than half a month ago. They are reserving the latest food supply for winter. We can ask Sister Ningxue to freeze us over on this side and pretend we were caught more recently. Chapter 2011. Meal Time. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ningxue quickly told Yasun about Lingling's plan. Xinghui, Zhao Kang, and the others immediately cursed. "Are you kidding? It's the same as waiting for our deaths." Zhao Kang spat. "So you're saying we should fight them instead?" Kumar challenged him. Kumar knew Lingling was the 9th team's brain trust. She believed the girl's suggestion was viable. If they were frozen in the ice, it would conceal their presence. The frosty ancient eagles also had a habit of freezing living creatures, so they would not be able to tell them apart. "Either we fight them or pretend to be food." "I prefer the latter option," Yasun agreed. The senior hunter was impressed with the little girl's imagination, even coming up with the idea of disguising themselves as food under the circumstances. As for putting up a fight? Were they seriously going to fight the frosty ancient eagles in their nest? It was no different from a bunch of rats trying to bite an eagle to death in its cave. The frosty ancient eagles only had to assign a group of their fighters to watch the entrance, and the whole alliance would really become food in the cold storage after 24 hours. "We are running short on time. We have to make up our mind." Ningxue could hear several frosty ancient eagles entering the cave. "We'll freeze ourselves then. Who is the strongest ice mage among us?" Xinghui had no choice but to agree with the plan. Ningxue had already accumulated her ice magic. She applied a layer of frost on her team members to make it look more realistic. There were other ice mags in the alliance. They chose to handle the disguise on their own as they did not really trust Ningxue. Ningxue did not force them. She focused on freezing over her team and the Milong private military group. "Speaking of which, if you don't unfreeze us, does that mean we are all going to die here?" Lucio asked harshly. It was difficult for people to unfreeze themselves. The cave was a freezer to begin with, so the ice was going to become thicker and harder. Even ice mags would be frozen forever if they failed to control the thickness properly. "You can choose an ice mage from a different team," Ningxue replied calmly. "You do it, but make it thinner for me." "I don't like the feeling of waiting for my own death," Lucio said. Lucio had worked so hard to become a super mage, just so he could control his own fate. However, they were like a bunch of rats in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. They had to pretend to be dead to stay alive. "Ningxue, they are coming. You better hurry," Ningxue said urgently. "Got it." There were a lot of people in the group. Ningxue could only freeze one person at a time to ensure her magic was not going to endanger their lives. The ice could not be too strong, yet it had to be thick enough for the disguise to work. They could now hear the frosty ancient eagles without relying on the sound element. The best perk of having a sound mage like Ningxue in the group was the ability to predict emergency situations beforehand, giving them more time to prepare themselves. Otherwise they would have been in a rush to even prepare for a fight when the frosty ancient eagles came into the cave, let alone come up with another plan. The beating of their wings was getting closer. Only a few frosty ancient eagles had entered the cave to enjoy a meal, but alerting them meant alerting the entire nest. Ningxue was still using her ice magic, and still had a team to work on. "Quick, they are coming!" "Screw it, I'll do it myself." A few ice mags used their own magic to freeze themselves. Ningxue glanced at them and noticed they had done a poor job. They might struggle to unfreeze themselves later. "Shue, don't worry about them. Just look after yourself," Mo Fan told her. Ningxue's ice magic surrounded Mo Fan as soon as he finished the sentence. It wrapped around Mo Fan like clothing before thickening gradually. Mo Fan did not even feel the cold, it was like he was wrapped in a thick coat. Ningxue's ice magic was not touching their skin. As long as the ice was not touching their skin, their blood would cool at a slower rate. The people inside the ice were able to breathe, too, and would not suffer from oxygen deprivation. This care was the reason why Ningxue had to freeze one person at a time. She had to make sure their blood could circulate properly and there was enough oxygen inside. They would still be fit for battle after they were frozen, instead of turning into a pile of mash after the ice was broken apart. An impatient frosty ancient eagle ran into the cave. It was obviously very hungry. It kept knocking into the walls as it ran inside. However, it quickly picked up an unusual presence. It immediately fixed its eyes in Ningxue's direction. Ningxue had only applied a layer of frost on herself. The frost was slowly spreading to form a wall between Ningxue and the frosty ancient eagle. The frosty ancient eagle had a puzzled look. It suddenly moved toward Ningxue, but the frost spread rapidly and formed a thick wall between them. The frosty ancient eagle crashed into the wall and cried out in pain. The rest of the frosty ancient eagles came into the cave. They screeched in amusement when they saw the frosty ancient eagle bang its head on the wall. The frosty ancient eagle rose to its feet clumsily. It looked at Ningxue, who was now frozen inside the wall, before regrouping with the other frosty ancient eagles. The wall did not fully cover Ningxue, there was still a gap on one side. If the frosty ancient eagle was a little smarter, it could have checked the other side and discovered Ningxue's trick. Luckily, it was driven away by the mocking cries of its friends. Ningxue quickly filled in the crack and sealed the wall before letting out a relieved sigh. The wall quickly fogged up under Ningxue's breathing. It was extremely cold in the cave. People were already suffering from frostbite. Even Ningxue, who was born with an innate ice element, was feeling uneasy, let alone the others. She wondered if they could make it. "We can only be frozen for an hour. If we don't unfreeze ourselves in an hour, we'll be stuck here forever," Ningxue murmured. They could only pray that the frosty ancient eagles would not take more than 1 hour to choose their meal, like some housewives in a supermarket. Chapter 2012. Shivering Food. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. As Lingling speculated, the frosty ancient eagle started from the food that had been caught around half a month ago. They were keeping the latest kills for the long winter. Everyone was frozen inside the ice. The wall of ice was transparent, as if they were separated by a steel-reinforced glass all around them. The frosty ancient eagles were very close to them, so they could see every single move of the raptors. Yasun, Zhao Kang, Beartun, and the others were relieved when they saw the frosty ancient eagles digging out the corpses from the thicker ice. The plan had worked as intended, or they would be fighting the frosty ancient eagles right now. They were unable to move in the ice, but they could still blink. Ningxue's encasement technique had left them with some extra space instead of sealing them up completely, just in case there was an accident. Mo Fan was watching the eagles carefully. He saw a few male eagles roaming about who were currently behind Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu. Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu could not turn around, so they had no idea a few frosty ancient eagles were behind them. Mo Fan kept rolling his eyes to signal Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu through the ice. Zhao Manyang was utterly confused when he saw what Mo Fan was doing. Is Mo Fan having a brain freeze from the ice? He wondered. What the heck is wrong with him? Why does he keep rolling his eyes? Up, down, left, right. Is he trying to toggle a cheat code to increase his lives? Behind you, the frosty ancient eagles are digging in the ice. Mo Fan wished his eyes could transmit his thoughts so he could warn the two idiots. The male frosty ancient eagles were digging into the ice that Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu were in. These bulky creatures were behaving strangely. They were going after the fresher food instead of the food that was stored half a month ago. Apers, can you drive those 3 male eagles away? Mo Fan communicated with Apers through their contract. Apers was frozen right beside Mo Fan. She tried her best to lift her head and answer Mo Fan's question with her eyes. No. What's going on? Aren't they supposed to keep the fresher food for winter? Why aren't those male eagles following the rules? Mo Fan thought. Most demon creatures prefer fresh food. Even though the frosty ancient eagles are storing food for winter, there are frosty ancient eagles with a nobler status. They are obviously not restricted to eating the lower quality food that was stored half a month ago. These male eagles are picking the fresher food to pander to the nobles. That stupid girl didn't take it into account. Apers informed Mo Fan through their contract. Why didn't you tell us before? Mo Fan demanded. What difference would it make? Are you going to come up with a better plan? Perhaps Lingling already considered it, but she didn't say anything. Use your psychic voice to warn Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu. I'll try, but the ice might affect my ability. Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu soon received Apers' message. She warned them that the male eagles behind them were planning to feed them to the nobles. Zhao Manyang finally realized there were male eagles digging through the ice behind him. A huge chunk of the icy outer layer was already broken. Guan Yu was so scared that his eyes were rolling around now. Is this some kind of a joke? There are so many fresh ingredients around the cave. Why did they choose them instead of the bears or the bulls? Their meat was so little. Stay calm, we can't do anything reckless. Zhao Manyang used his eyes to share his thoughts with Guan Yu. Guan Yu replied with a glare. Fine, let's go all out with them. The two were obviously not in sync. They soon received another message from Apers. Ningxue asks you both to stay still. Don't release your energy. Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu could hear the talons digging through the ice behind them, yet they were unable to see anything. They kept anticipating the talons would dig through their heads in the next second. However, Ningxue had asked them not to fight back. How were they supposed to stay calm? The sounds were getting closer. Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu would be soaked in cold sweat by now under normal circumstances. They never thought they would be trembling like some fish in a freezer. The sound of the eagle's talons digging the ice was getting louder. Zhao Manyang had almost reached his limit. The talons would soon dig into his head. He had to melt the ice with his light element and fight them. The male eagle suddenly let out an anxious cry. It beat its wings and flew to another block of ice and pecked at it angrily, like it was venting its frustrations. It soon dug out a hole and smashed the steel spiked bull inside the ice into pieces. Zhao Manyang and Guan Yu saw the bird right in front of them. A chill colder than the ice ran down their spines. It was obvious that the frosty ancient eagles could easily dig through normal ice, but since Ningxue had frozen this ice, it was as sturdy as metal. The frosty ancient eagles had failed to dig through it. They eventually gave up on digging out Guan Yu and Zhao Manyang out and turned to the steel spike bull instead. Luckily, Ningxue had warned them not to move. If they had melted the ice, they would have been smashed into pieces, just like the steel spike bull. What if *** King horrible feeling? They swore they would never visit Tianshan mountain again. A loud cry suddenly echoed forth. One of Xinghui's men was chosen to be presented to the noble. He was dug out of the ice by a frosty ancient eagle with a shiny crest. The man kept screaming as the eagle snipped off his limbs with its beak. The mage from the Mu clan did not stand a chance, and was quickly dragged outside the cave and taken away to the main nest. Everyone's eyes widened after witnessing the man's fate. They immediately prayed in their hearts that the eagles were not going to choose them. Many of them began to regret their actions. They should have let Mu Ningxue freeze them instead. Guan Yu and Zhao Manyang had only survived because Mu Ningxue's ice was too sturdy for the male eagles to dig through. The eagles thought this food had been frozen for a long time, so they ended up choosing other kills. The talons of the male eagles were very sharp, and not every ice mage's magic could withstand them. Another member of the Milong private military group was soon dug out by the eagles. He was torn to pieces right before everyone as the male eagles divided him up among themselves. Chapter 2013 Eagle Nest Kindergarten Exodus Tales Exodus Tales Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Everyone had their eyes open wide. Their hearts froze when they imagined themselves in the same shoes as the men who had fallen victim to the eagles. Mo Fan looked around and caught a glimpse of a female frosty ancient eagle flapping its wings and hovering in front of a small crack. It was a tunnel leading down out of sight. The eagle kept crying out softly, like a mother calling her kids in from the balcony now that it was time for dinner. As he wondered, a small eagle still growing its feathers flew out of the crack. There was some strange fur attached to it. He could not tell which creature it belonged to. It flew over to the back of the female eagle and sat down there. The female eagle dug out some frozen meat and flew out of the cave. They were obviously going to enjoy their meal together as a family. Why was there a little eagle inside the crack? Mo Fan was confused. The frosty ancient eagles finally left the cave half an hour later, done shopping for dinner. The frosty ancient eagles enjoyed staying at high altitudes and enjoyed the blue sky too, so the food storage was not guarded at all times. Not many species in the scar of Tianshan mountain would dare to steal their food. We almost died. I feel sorry for Hayes. They dragged him away like that. Many people had already regretted intruding on the sacred mountain, but they had no choice but to keep going now. We should be safe for now. We'll leave when they are asleep, Yasin said solemnly. The Alliance tried to rest even though they were all on edge. It was not like they could go anywhere. Mo Fan was very concerned about the tunnel the little eagle came from. He stepped closer to it. What's wrong? Mu Ningxue asked when she saw Mo Fan acting suspiciously. I'm thinking of taking a look down there, Mo Fan answered. It's so dark. Will it be dangerous? Mu Ningxue was worried. It's fine. I'm a shadow mage. Why would I be afraid of the dark? It's actually my best camouflage, Mo Fan reassured her. Be careful, Mu Ningxue said. The tunnel was narrow and Mu Ningxue could not use fleeing shadow. She could not follow Mo Fan down, even if she wanted to. Unfortunately, there had been some problem when forging the reef gold magic armor. Otherwise, Mu Ningxue would not have worried so much about Mo Fan's safety. Mu Ningxue had long wanted to gift Mo Fan some nice magic armor, but Mo Fan's cultivation had improved too quickly. Most of his enemies were either ruler-level creatures or super mags now, so ordinary armor was useless for him. He had been using the black snake armor for a long time. Its defenses and resistances might not be useful for Mo Fan in the fights of his current level, but its other attributes were unmatched, such as its ability to resist all kinds of poison. Apers, come with me. Mo Fan drew Apers into his contracted space without waiting for her consent. He then turned into a black shadow and flowed down the tunnel, which was only big enough to fit an eagle fledgling. Certain parts of the tunnel were too narrow for an adult. The frosty ancient eagles obviously could not fit in the tunnel, either. It was strange that a tunnel like it existed in the food storage area. The tunnel was quite long, and it took Mo Fan some time before he reached an opening. It looked like an ice cellar. A ray of sunlight had been reflected countless times by the ice, serving as the only source of light in the cellar. The cellar had a high ceiling. Mo Fan could see tiny figures flying around, all of them screeching in joy. Mo Fan took a closer look and realized they were all fledglings that had yet to grow their feathers. Even though they were flying around, they were staggering like kids that had only learned to walk. Their size was smaller than the one that had been brought home for a meal. Some were so chubby that they could merely stand on tiptoe despite beating their wings with all their might. It looked somewhat hilarious. "I think we found their kindergarten," Mo Fan murmured. "These naughty and gluttonous younglings must have dug the tunnel," Apers observed. "Apers, look down, there are those eagle eggs." Mo Fan looked deeper and saw a thin layer of ice. "They are!" Apers exclaimed with glittering eyes. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Luckily, he had been observant enough to notice the fledgling that had been called out for a meal. The ceiling of the ice cellar was partially exposed to sunlight. There must be an area that was connected to the frosty ancient eagle's nest. Some powerful male eagles were probably guarding the real entrance. The adult frosty ancient eagles did not expect anyone to break into their kitchen and sneak into the place where they kept their eggs through a tunnel that had been dug out by the kids. Unlike the hatched fledglings, the rest of the eggs were placed in an orderly manner inside a hole filled with dirty water, then sealed with a thin layer of ice. The eggs were like pebbles at the bottom of a frozen lake. Ningxue mentioned the place where the eggs of the frosty ancient eagles were stored would be dark and icy. Only the top of the cellar was exposed to sunlight. The pond where the eggs were stored was quite far away from it. "Strange, there's an unusual presence here," Apers noticed. "You shouldn't invade their mother's privacy. We should hurry. Let's see if the thing we are looking for is here." The adult frosty ancient eagles are most likely going to check on their younglings when it's time to vaccinate them or feed them medicine. Mo Fan was still surprised by his unexpected discovery. Apers suddenly noticed something as they approached the pond. She blurted out, "Did you see something shiny over there, something like a stone?" Mo Fan followed the direction Apers was pointing to and saw a stone moving around at a fast pace. The shiny stone seemed to have noticed Mo Fan and Apers' existence. It suddenly jumped toward them, giving Mo Fan a huge fright. Mo Fan finally saw what it was when they were close enough. The stone was not moving on its own, a little creature was holding it with its mouth. They could not see it at first due to the lack of light. Chapter 2014. Novel Fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A little creature was playing around with the glowing stone. Mo Fan would not have been surprised if it was a little eagle. After all, the glowing stone looked quite precious, as if it contained a high amount of energy. However, the strange thing was, the little creature carrying the night amethyst was not an eaglet, but a creature that resembled a tiger. Its eyes were huge and adorable, like something from a cartoon, glittering in the dim light. Its snow-white ears were erect with curiosity, and its head was slanted to one side. Its chubby paws were stepping on the ice. Its short but balanced limbs were like those of an elegant kitten, but the silver whiskers and menacing mouth made it look completely different from a kitten. Its presence was already several times stronger than any cat. A tiger cub. It was a tiger. A small white tiger with an elegant and mystical demeanor. Mo Fan and Apers stared, their eyes wide. They were wondering if they had seen it wrong. Why was there a white tiger's cub in the eagle fledgling's kindergarten? Was the scar of Tianshan Mountain already free from species discrimination? Were the young of different species taken care of in the same place? "Ooh, little thing, did you go to the wrong class?" Mo Fan gently asked the little cub, who was unafraid of these strangers. The little white tiger was intrigued too. It was struggling to understand how such a stick-like creature had appeared out of nowhere. They did not look like eagles at all. Apers reached her hand out to express goodwill to the cub. The little cub was still holding the glowing stone, like a little baby clinging onto his pacifier. It sniffed and stuck its nose closer to Apers' hand. "Don't scare it with the foxy scent of yours," Mo Fan said. Apers ignored Mo Fan. She waited for the cub to come closer before fondling its ears. She boldly bent the ear back around. The ear looked firm, but it was actually soft and flexible. Mo Fan thought the cub would be mad, yet it suddenly turned into a happy kitten and let Apers play with its ear gently. "So it's a perverted cub," Mo Fan said disdainfully. "It seems to have entered the eagle's nest by accident." Apers was extremely pleased by the little cub. She soon picked it up in her arms. "Aren't the demon tigers and the ancient eagles enemies?" What a bold little cub she is to sneak into their enemy's nest. Most importantly, the eagles are clueless about her existence. Mo Fan said. The eaglets know. They were playing with her just now, Apis replied. The eaglets were not aggressive. They even behaved normally when they saw Mo Fan and Apis were there. Some of the bolder chubby ones even circled Apis and Mo Fan. Loud cries suddenly came from above. They obviously belonged to male eagles. We should leave, Apis said. We haven't found any night amethyst, Mo Fan complained. We won't be able to leave if they see us. I've already checked the area. The night amethyst isn't here, Apis said. Are you sure? Yes. What about this little thing? Mo Fan asked. Of course we are bringing her with us. The male eagles will tear her into pieces if they see her. Oh, I just realized why that Sky Ridge white tiger was provoking the frosty ancient eagles. Apis blurted out. Why? Mo Fan was puzzled. It's because of the cub. The Sky Ridge white tiger knows its cub entered the nest by accident. It was trying to distract the eagles so the cub would have a chance to escape, which is our chance to escape too. The Sky Ridge white tiger will be back. Apis said. Mo Fan finally understood the situation. Little thing, you must have worried the hell out of your parents. Apis kept holding the little cub after they returned to the cave. The other mags thought it was her pet cat, so they did not treat it seriously. However, the observant Night Rakshasa immediately noticed its unusualness. She stared at the cub vigilantly. The cub had an innocent and harmless expression. She tilted her head and looked back at the Night Rakshasa curiously. The Night Rakshasa lowered her guard when she realized the creature was just a child. To her surprise, the cub jumped down and started playing with her tail as soon as she turned around. The Night Rakshasa was most likely an unapproachable empress in the world of cats. She immediately lost her temper when the cub grabbed her tail. The cub was overjoyed after provoking the Night Rakshasa. She quickly ran over to Ningxue. The cub jumped into Ningxue's arms as if she had sensed the pleasing icy aura coming from her. Ningxue was suddenly at a complete loss. Shue, it seems like she is fond of you more, unlike some demon snake that keeps enchanting her, Mo Fan smiled. Ningxue was not fond of little creatures. She tried to put the cub down, but the cub was already asleep in her arms. She was already snoring, speaking of falling asleep within a second. Mo Fan admired the little cub's boldness when he saw how attached she had become to Ningxue. The little tigress had no clue how evil the world was. Shue, you should just keep her. Fate has brought her to you, Mo Fan smiled. The little cub was currently at the age that was the easiest to trick since she was curious about everything around her and had no suspicion of the world. A summoner had a high chance of establishing a contract with it successfully. It was also the reason why younglings of demon creatures were sold at a high price on the market. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had run out of contract slots. In terms of usefulness, Apis was a far better option than the little cub, except for her lack of obedience. Ningxue was baffled too. Why was the creature so attached to her? I don't think I can take good care of her. Ningxue quickly gave the cub back to Apis. The cub obviously liked Ningxue's presence more. She twisted around in Apis' arms a bit before going back to sleep. Mo Fan looked at Ningxue. He noticed she was behaving strangely. Chapter 2015. Splitting Up. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. We can't just keep waiting here, right? Zhao Manyang spoke up. Don't worry, the Sky Ridge white tiger will be back, Mo Fan said. Why are you so sure? It's not your pet. Guan Yu pointed out. Well, it's not like we have any other choice. Mo Fan was placing his hopes on the Sky Ridge white tiger that was worried about its reckless child. In order to save its child, it would definitely invade the dragon's den that was the eagle's nest. Time gradually passed. Frostbite was already happening. Everyone had gathered in a circle. The more they trembled, the more heat they generated, since even the slightest fire would attract the frosty ancient eagles. Finally, the growl of a tiger, like a gospel from the heavens, echoed in the mountains. It immediately stirred the dizzy mags and brought a glimpse of hope into their eyes. The little cub that was having a pleasant nap in Apa's arms immediately straightened its ears. It was awake at last. It stretched its limbs and lifted its head, like it was looking for its parents. However, judging from its indifferent attitude, it was not in a rush. It was planning to play in the eagle's nest for a while longer. "Your mother is telling you that dinner is ready," Mo Fan said. The white cub purred, sounding almost the same as the eaglets. It explained why the eagles did not notice its existence. "Our chance is here. The Skyridge white tiger might end up fighting the frosty ancient eagles. We should take hold of the opportunity to leave this place," Zhao Kang exclaimed. "The white tigers are truly the sacred spirits of Tianshan Mountain," Lu Xiao agreed. "You seem to have forgotten how we lost 3 members every night to the demon tiger," Mo Fan reminded him. Lu Xiao harumphed and shut up. "Everyone, prepare to move. If we don't get out of here, we'll be stuck here forever." Yasun and the others first went outside to observe the situation, doing a careful job concealing their existence. The frosty ancient eagles did not notice them. Some time later, Yasun told everyone to leave the cave. The Skyridge white tiger had indeed lured a lot more frosty ancient eagles away. The Skyridge white tiger had obviously gotten on the frosty ancient eagles' nerves. Was it treating their nest like a karaoke place? It would come and growl at times. They had to take care of the Skyridge white tiger today. The eagle nest felt a lot emptier. The Skyridge white tiger had to be very strong, as the frosty ancient eagles had sent out most of their members to deal with it. The tiny blue dots in the distant sky were the frosty ancient eagles. The frosty ancient eagles were in charge of the sky of Tianshan Mountain, but the mountains themselves were ruled by the Tianshan demon tigers. The Skyridge white tiger had tried very hard to lure the frosty ancient eagles out of their nest. It had taken the risk of being surrounded by the eagles a few times until it finally broke free of their encirclement. The Skyridge white tiger was working so hard, yet its little cub was still so unconcerned. She totally looked like she was still going to play with the eaglets that she had just befriended. Luckily, Mo Fan stopped her. "Will you only be satisfied when your parents are killed? Come with us now." Mo Fan dragged the little cub away. The little cub left with Mo Fan and the others unwillingly. The nest was rather empty after they left the cave, and the remaining male eagles that stayed were not high level too. The group was able to leave safely with Yasun's guidance. "Phew, we are alive. Fresh air." Everyone was relieved the moment they left the eagle's nest. They recalled their comrades who were taken away as fresh meals and shivered in fear. Was strength or luck the most important factor in conquering Tianshan Mountain? No one knew the answer. Many experts had died along the way. "Mo Fan, if you found their eggs, why didn't you steal some of them? The frosty ancient eagle's eggs are very valuable. If you had taken them all, we could just turn back and live luxuriously for the rest of our lives," Jiang Yu said. "You think I didn't want that? First of all, the layer of ice protecting the eggs was special. It was nearly unbreakable. Second, we didn't really have time for that. The eagles were checking on the fledgling too," Mo Fan answered huffily. "What about the night amethyst?" Zhao Manyang asked. "We looked around quickly, but we didn't find anything," Mo Fan said helplessly. "If so, we'll have to go deeper." "Let's hope it's not dangerous," Nanyu said. The group did not dare to use any spells to boost their speed that were too obvious. After the countless dangerous situations they had been through along the way, they realized the demon creatures of Tianshan Mountain were very sensitive to the presence of magic. They could pin down a target whenever a star pattern or star constellation was constructed within a few kilometers of them. However, the presence of basic spells was much weaker. Mo Fan had the shadow element and earth element. The basic spells of both these elements were useful for moving around. The other mags were not so lucky. If they had the option to change their elements, they would have chosen the wind element, earth element, and shadow element so they could leave this place as quickly as possible. The group crossed the nest made up of hanging ice. They thought the eagles would only show up in the area where the glacier were hanging in frozen curtains from above, but to their surprise, the glacier were everywhere in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. Some of them were even like upside-down mountains. They were suffocatingly spectacular. The cries of male eagles suddenly came from behind them. "They found us! Use higher-level spells. We should split up, don't let them surround us." Yasun blurted out. Quite a number of frosty ancient eagles were guarding the nest. They felt humiliated when they noticed the humans that had gotten past their nest. They immediately chased after the intruders relentlessly. "This way!" Zhao King led his men down a slope. "Over here!" Beartun used a wind spell and disappeared with his men. "Let's head up," Ari Jiangtu pointed. The alliance quickly parted ways. If they did not run their separate ways, the frosty ancient eagles could easily block their path. If they split up, they might still be able to fight the frosty ancient eagles if they were caught. However, Mo Fan and his crew were not so lucky. The alliance split into many teams, but a large number of frosty ancient eagles kept following them. His group was struggling to shake the frosty ancient eagles off. Chapter 2016. Tianshan Scar White Tiger. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Luckily, there were 2 space mags on the team. Whenever Ari Jiangtu cast Blink, Mo Fan would follow up and they would quickly increase the distance between them and the aggressive frosty ancient eagles. The benefit of using Blink was being able to move to a spot where their enemies could not see them in the complicated terrain. The frosty ancient eagles had to rely on their altitude and sharp eyes to search for the band. They had difficulty finding the team after Mo Fan relocated everyone below a hanging glacier with Blink. "There's a long icy canyon here. We should be safe," Guan Yu called back while leading the way. "The demon creatures in the scar of Tianshan Mountain are so strong. Are we going to die now that we have split up with the rest of the group?" Zhao Manyang was feeling uneasy. He believed the team had only stayed safe because other mags had sacrificed their lives. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of crossing the lake. "Let's be more careful. It should be safer in a smaller group," Nanyu answered. "We will be fine as long as Nanyu is with us," Jiang Shaoxiu said. The frosty ancient eagles did indeed lose them after they entered the icy canyon. The eagles kept circling about in the sky, trying to find Mo Fan and his team, but the area was extremely broken up, with lots of passages, caves, gorges, and mountains. They seemed to have given up. Nanyu was listening to the movement of the eagles. She noticed the frosty ancient eagles were drawing away from them. Finally! Damn it, this Tianshan Mountain is as terrifying as the pyramids. Zhao Manyang sighed. Seriously, let's not choose the hell difficulty if we are finding somewhere to train ourselves. It took us so much effort to achieve our current level, but it feels like we are back being basic or intermediate mags, when we were being chased around by demon creatures. Guan Yu grumbled. "Why didn't I hear you complain when the Night Rakshasa was digging out their valuables?" Jiang Shaoxiu said. "Nanyu, are you sure they have left?" Mo Fan asked. "Yes, but something is strange," Nanyu answered. "Is there any chance their nest is under attack, so they have to turn back to defend it?" Zhao Manyang asked quickly. "No, it feels more like they did not dare to cross the canyon. I noticed them circling around instead of coming after us. If they kept circling in the sky, they would eventually find us unless we remained hidden somewhere," Nanyu explained. "Does that mean we've accidentally entered a stronger species territory? Even the frosty ancient eagles are too scared to come here. I think we should." "Sure." Nanyu suddenly signaled them to keep their voice down with a hand gesture. She whispered, "Something is coming." Something was coming. Something dangerous enough in the scar of Tianshan Mountain that even the frosty ancient eagles did not dare to approach its territory. "It's very close to us." Nanyu's expression shifted as she prepared for battle. The others also realized some powerful demon creature was aware of their existence. they focused and began to utter the chants of their strongest spells silently, making sure they could cast their spells smoothly. The little cub had no idea how nervous Mo-Fan and his team were, and let out a happy cry. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the cry. Crap, the creatures must have known they were hiding here. As they thought, Mo-Fan's dark vein soon flowed on its own, sending chills down Mo-Fan's spine. He slowly looked up and saw a menacing white head with stripes on it. A white tiger. Jiang Yu blurted out. Even the Night Rakshasa's hair stood on its end when she faced a ruler of Tianshan Mountain, a white tiger. Is it a Sky Ridge white tiger? No, it's a Tianshan Scar white tiger with an even purer lineage. Apis fixed her eyes on the powerful creature. This Tianshan Scar white tiger was amber white. It looked pure and slightly glassy, but it was not crystalline. It was covered in thick fur from its neck to its tail. Its ears were pointy, like the tips of triangular leaves. The imperious stripes on its forehead resembled two crescents. The most unusual part about the Tianshan white tiger was its eyebrows. Its brows were icy white and as thick as a beard. They went down the tiger's cheeks, giving it the demeanor of a king. The Tianshan Scar white tiger climbed down the cliff. It moved down the perfectly straight wall of ice like it was walking nimbly on a normal field. Its limbs were strong and brimming with power, yet it was completely silent when moving around. This was unlike other ruler-level creatures, who would shake the ground with every step. However, this made Mo-Fan and the team feel even uneasier when facing it. Even a powerful sound mage like Ningxue had not detected its presence. It was too late to figure out a plan now. The Tianshan Scar white tiger's tremendous aura froze everyone in place as it approached Mo-Fan. It was staring at Mo-Fan and the little cub in his arms. The little cub was very excited. It kept waving its paws around. "Little thing, don't tell me he's your father," Mo-Fan said with a stiff face. "Mo-Fan, hurry up and give its child back," Zhao Manyang said without moving his lips. The Tianshan Scar white tiger did not attack right away. As a matter of fact, the team might not have been able to react in time if the creature had ambushed them, seeing how it managed to get so close to the team silently. The Tianshan Scar white tiger was obviously after the little cub. The fearless cub did not reunite with her father, as if she still wanted to play. "Kid, hurry up and go back to your mother. You're lucky that you stumbled into us, as we didn't mind rescuing you from the eagle's nest. You're safe now," Mo-Fan told the little cub. The truth was, Mo-Fan was actually telling that to the Tianshan Scar white tiger. He was hoping that the creature could understand him. The cub finally jumped down from Mo-Fan's arms. It landed nimbly on the ground and slowly walked toward the Tianshan Scar white tiger. "Don't bother waving us goodbye. Little kid, hurry up and reunite with your parents. We are struggling to stand properly on our trembling legs," Zhao Manyang muttered, his face twisted. The Tianshan Scar white tiger was indeed the totem beast's descendant. It did not trouble Mo-Fan and his team further, and waited patiently for the little cub to reach it. "Mo-Fan, what is she holding in her mouth?" Lingling asked. "I don't know. It's a stone with a dark glow to it. She keeps holding it like a pacifier," Mo-Fan answered. The little cub was holding the stone with her mouth at the beginning. However, she kept it inside her mouth after they left the kindergarten, even when she was taking a nap. "What's wrong?" Mo-Fan was puzzled. Lingling looked a little nervous. "The thing she's holding. I believe it's a night amethyst," Lingling said softly. Chapter 2017. Kidnapping the Little Cub. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan looked at Lingling. His whole face was saying, "What the actual F***K? Why couldn't she say that earlier?" Even 30 seconds earlier was good enough, as Mo-Fan could easily have taken the stone from the little cub. The little creature had almost reached the Tianshan Scar white tiger now. Mo-Fan's face twisted. He turned around and signaled the others with his lips, "Run." Mo-Fan. "Mo-Fan, please calm down,
That's AF *** King Tianshan Scar White Tiger.
Zhao Manyang and Jiangyu tried to advise against Mo Fan's decision, but he already moved to the staggering little cub's side in an instant. Mo Fan suddenly grabbed the little cub when she was almost back in her mother's embrace. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger reacted very quickly. It raised its claws as soon as it realized Mo Fan was up to something. The claws emitted a white light which turned into a claw-shaped glacier falling down at Mo Fan, leaving him with no chance to escape. Mo Fan hugged the little cub tightly and was going to run away before the Tianshan Scar White Tiger could react. To his surprise, the terrifying claw falling on him had sealed off his escape. He was going to endure the wrath of the furious claw falling at him no matter how quick he was. With a huge blast, the Tianshan Scar White Tiger's claw destroyed the canyon. The walls for over 3 kilometers on both sides collapsed like a great disaster. Jiangtu, Jiangyu, Ningxue, and the rest were indeed Mo Fan's old teammates. They were ready for the unexpected turn of events as soon as Mo Fan told them to run. Jiangtu cast Blink and teleported everyone out of the Tianshan Scar White Tiger's line of sight over 300 meters away. However, they did not expect its claw to possess such a remarkable strength. They quickly used their spells to run away from the canyon as the walls collapsed. Holy crap, we just escaped from the eagle's nest, but we walked straight into a tiger's mouth. Zhao Manyang screamed. Couldn't they just enjoy a moment of peace? Mo Fan's guts are really, Guan Yu shook his head. Enough talking, let's run. What about Mo Fan? I think he's been trapped by the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. He should be able to escape, right? Jiangyu shot back. Nobody slowed down. The sky and the ground were tumbling. It was Mo Fan's first time experiencing anything like it. The glacier hanging above him were falling even as the ground was sinking. He would have been shredded by the Tianshan Scar White Tiger's claw if it weren't for the Dark Vein's powerful ability to completely blend into the darkness. What Mo Fan did not know was that the Tianshan Scar White Tiger had actually gone easy on him, as it was afraid of hurting the little cub. That thing must be very close to the species of the Tianshan Scar Sacred Tigers. How insane is that strength? Mo Fan barely escaped with the fleeing shadow. He immediately used earth magic to move quickly along the wall. Mo Fan's little tricks did not deceive the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. It was trailing a mystical white glow like an illusion, leaving a dazzling trail behind as it sprinted across the collapsing canyon. The little cub in Mo Fan's arms seemed very excited. She thought they were playing hide and seek. She was riding someone while her mother was chasing behind them. Give me the pacifier, Mo Fan was running out of patience. He tried to take the night amethyst out of the little cub's mouth. The little cub was reckless indeed, playing with something so valuable. The little creature was very cunning. She quickly put the night amethyst deeper inside her mouth when Mo Fan tried to take it. She was reluctant to open her mouth, regardless of what Mo Fan did. My little ancestor, hurry up and give it to me considering that I rescued you from the eagle's nest. I'm dead once your mother catches up to me. Mo Fan almost burst out crying. The little cub cried out happily. She would occasionally wave at the Tianshan Scar White Tiger behind them like she was saying, "Come and catch me, quick." She seems to be playing. You can play along, she might give it to you later. I've placed the Tianshan Scar White Tiger in an illusion to buy us some time, but it won't take too long to break it, Apis said. You're asking me to play with her when I'm about to die? Apis, stop preserving your strength. Help me figure out a way to shake off the Tianshan Scar White Tiger, Mo Fan cried out. If I was preserving my strength, you would be a dead body by now. Apis was quite displeased by Mo Fan's lack of trust in her. The little cub kept crying out, as if she was talking to Mo Fan. What is she saying? Mo Fan asked. Kids don't know how to talk properly. How would I know what she's saying? Apis replied. Mo Fan's head hurt. If the little cub was unwilling to compromise, he would not be able to give her back to the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. He wondered if the Tianshan Scar White Tiger was going to chase him until the end of the world if he kidnapped her. Little girl, how about this? I win if your mother doesn't catch me before I leave the canyon. You will give me the stone, and I will hand you back to your mother. You will ask your mother to stop chasing us too. Mo Fan negotiated with the little cub. The little cub actually understood Mo Fan. She shook her head, indicating that she disagreed with the rules. All right, before I leave the mountain, that's my limit. Your mother is too fierce. It's already a miracle that I'm still alive now. Mo Fan said. The little cub cried and waved her hands around. He had no idea what she was saying. Mo Fan was purely interpreting the little cub's language with his imagination. He was starting to miss Little Flame Belle. She was the best at sign language, regardless of age and species. Are you asking me to bring you out of this place, and in return, you'll give me the night amethyst? Mo Fan asked her. The little cub nodded. Her face was brimming with excitement at the thought of leaving home. Mo Fan's face twitched. Why the hell are you so excited for? If you want to leave home, just ask your mother to stop chasing us. My legs are going to break. Chapter 2018. Apis vs the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Apis, you stay here and play with the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. I'll be going first. Mo Fan had decided to use Apis. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger was far too strong for him to handle. Apis had improved her strength in secret recently. She was obviously lying to him when she said she was not holding back. Apis watched Mo Fan leave with great resentment. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger broke through the illusion and dove down with the falling glacier. It glared at Apis murderously. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger had found the culprit that had placed it under an illusion. It realized that if it did not take her out, it would be hindered by more illusions along the way, and would never catch up to Mo Fan. Damn it! Apis swore, cursing after Mo Fan. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger was too powerful. Apis had already set up a double-layered illusion. Ordinary ruler-level creatures might be able to destroy the first layer, but they would be stuck in the second layer for a long time. However, the Tianshan Scar White Tiger was different. It simply tore through the illusions with its overwhelming strength, regardless of the number of layers. Apis felt like her psychic magic was ineffective against the creature. Roar! The Tianshan Scar White Tiger moved swiftly. It was at least 500 meters away from Apis, but it suddenly showed up in front of her after a flash of motion. Its upper body rose into the air as it spread its claws while pouncing at her. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger was not that big, yet whenever it attacked with its claws, they would seem to be as huge as mountains. Apis was stuck in the middle between two colliding hills. Her petite figure was minuscule, like a dust particle before falling boulders. Apis' eyes shifted. They went from being a pair of attractive human eyes to the sparkling golden eyes of the Medusae. A bright mist circled her as she lifted her chin while placing her legs together and standing on her toes. The curves under her slim waist made her look like an alluring snake. Apis bent slightly as a sheet of rose-golden snake scales appeared from the mist and draped over her hair, neck, bust, waist, abdomen, and legs like a perfect outfit. The scales attached to her body perfectly. They looked like a snake wrapping around a teenage girl, yet her body and the snake were merging into one, like a mantle that was connected to her soul. We aren't going to hurt her, stop forcing us. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger had seriously enraged Apis. Her sparkling golden eyes were now displaying the authority of the Medusa Queens. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger was obviously aware of Apis' strength, hence why it did not put much attention on Mo Fan, who was not much of a threat in its eyes. This time, the Tianshan Scar White Tiger had used all its strength. Its claws possessed the power to destroy anything. The icy clouds floating in the air and the glacier turned into white bubbles that were drifting around its claws. Apis vanished into thin air, leaving only the rose-golden snake mantle behind. It wove through the destructive attack like a piece of silk, dodging the deadly force nimbly. Apis dove rapidly after rising into the air. She was not too fond of the glacier, but she could also move nimbly in complicated terrain. Her actual body would be visible at times, but her snake form kept weaving through the gaps, cracks, and caves. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger might be quick and powerful, but Apis always managed to slip away. She was impossible to catch. Apis slithered up a tall hill. A rose-golden light quickly coiled around the mountain and reached its peak in the blink of an eye. The glacier shattered as the area for over a kilometer nearby sank. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger's trampling had turned the bottom of the mountain into a terrifying ice cellar. Apis had dodged the Tianshan Scar White Tiger's furious attack by moving to the top of the hill. Petrify! Apis was angry too. She glared down from the peak. The blue sky was above her. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger had shattered most of the icy clouds floating in the sky. Following her cry, a set of domineering snake's eyes appeared in the sky. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger looked up. It was about to howl at Apis and fire whole walls of ice at her when the ice the size of moons in the day froze it in place. The ground that was cracking apart suddenly stopped under the effects of petrify. The commander-level eagles that had been startled by the Tianshan Scar White Tiger were fleeing for their lives. However, they turned into hard rocks and fell from the sky after the Medusa's eyes appeared. Yasun and his men were resting 5 kilometers away when they suddenly noticed the grey curtain spreading in the sky and looming over the mountain in the distance. Every creature within it was turned into rocks. Even the thick ice was painted grey. Yasun took a deep breath. Petrifying sky gaze. He recalled encountering the same disastrous magic when his hunter group was in Africa. A furious descendant of the Medusa Queen had cast it. Back then, he was only a rookie in the group. There were a lot of casualties. Why would the power of the Medusa Queen show up here? Yasun was astounded. Only 4 creatures in this world had a power like that. They were some of the strongest creatures in Africa, the Queen of Medusa, and the 3 daughters that would soon inherit her throne. Yasun was with a bunch of strong mags when they encountered the second daughter of the Medusa Queen. He clearly remembered his fear back then. He still could not shake it off, even after he became a super mage. Aren't powerful demon creatures common in the scar of Tianshan Mountain? Another senior hunter asked. Impossible, that's impossible, I'm pretty sure a magic like that. What the hell is going on here? Yasun was struggling to believe this was happening. Did that mean a descendant of the Medusa Queen was staying in the scar of Tianshan Mountain? Chapter 2019. The Order from the Scar. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger was leaping into the air when the area was petrified by the Medusa's gaze. Its amber-white hair was instantly covered in a thick layer of mud. The mud flowed over the Tianshan Scar White Tiger and gradually hardened. As a result of their encounter with the mud-morphing monsters, harvesting the special crystals they possessed had strengthened Apis' petrify. She was not able to use the petrifying skygaze when Mo Fan kidnapped her. It was one of the reasons why she did not stand a chance against her sisters. The petrifying curse of the Medusae was one of the strongest magics in the world. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger's strength was several levels higher than Apis', so it was the only power she could use against it. Apis came down from the peak when she saw the Tianshan Scar White Tiger turning into a rock. She grinned and naughtily knocked the Tianshan Scar White Tiger on the head. I told you, if we wanted to hurt your little cub, you wouldn't have had a chance to see her. Why must you attack us so recklessly? We aren't some brainless creatures, Apis told the petrified Tianshan Scar White Tiger. Even though that Mo Fan had forced her to use her full strength, she was satisfied with the outcome. It meant she was able to defend herself if she had to face her sisters in the future. The petrifying skygaze was the symbolic ability of those with the purest lineage, and a sign that she had matured. Cracks surfaced on the Tianshan Scar White Tiger while Apis was enjoying the pleasure of using the power for the first time. The cracks were thin as hairs at first, but they soon grew wider. The satisfied grin on Apis' face froze. How are you breaking it so quickly? Apis did not expect her magic to reach its limit so soon. Normally the petrifying skygaze would turn a ruler-level creature's organs and blood into rocks too. Even if the spell was lifted, the creature would be as good as dead. As for creatures like the Tianshan Scar White Tiger, the petrifying gaze would temporarily seal them in stone and stop them from moving while inflicting serious damage on their skin, hair, and shell. However, the duration was shorter than Apis had imagined. It's because of the limits of the contract again. Apis soon realized she was still unable to use her full strength. Mo Fan might have reached the super level, but he was still a long way from matching Apis' natural strength. Differences at the ruler level were huge, and were clearly reflected here in Tianshan Mountain. The Valley of Glacier was just one boundary, there were mountains and peaks of different altitudes. Some of the peaks were several thousand meters taller than the shorter peaks. Mo Fan had only reached the super level, so their contract was still limiting Apis' power. It also showed how strong the Tianshan Scar White Tiger was. Even Apis' Petrify could not buy her much time. Apis knew there was no need to have a showdown with the Tianshan Scar White Tiger now. She quickly turned into a mist and left the area by flitting along the ice when she noticed the situation was not in her favor. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger broke through the hardened mud on its body. They were closely attached to its skin and hair, meaning that it had to shed its fur too. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger was soon covered in blood. When its blood fell onto the ice, it produced white steam as the ice melted rapidly. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger let out a roar. The glacier nearby shook, and some even shattered and collapsed. The huge pieces of ice floated in the air and shattered into smaller pieces after a second roar from the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. The pieces of ice circled the Tianshan Scar White Tiger like a tornado under its control. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger gradually absorbed the pieces to regenerate its damaged skin and hair at a visible rate. As the pieces completely melted inside its powerful aura, the Tianshan Scar White Tiger reclaimed its previous magnificent appearance and its crystalline white hair. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger began searching around, trying to track down Apis. The truth was, it was difficult for humans to escape the Tianshan Scar White Tigers when they were hunting. The Tianshan Demon Tigers had an outstanding ability to track. It was their innate ability, and the Tianshan Scar White Tiger had the purest lineage among them. How could the humans possibly run away from it? The Milong private military group had experienced the ability firsthand. No matter how far they went, the Demon Tiger could still track them down. A strange sound came from deep within the scar of Tianshan Mountain as the Tianshan Scar White Tiger was about to pursue the reckless humans. It was like a howling breeze over a creek, but it also sounded like the cry of a living creature if one was listening carefully. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger lifted its head and stared deeper into the scar of Tianshan Mountain. Its rage-filled eyes immediately calmed down, as if it had just received an order. It glanced in the direction the humans had escaped to, yet it did not chase after them. It turned around and climbed back to the higher altitudes instead. Apis kept setting down illusions along the way. The Tianshan Scar White Tiger had an outstanding tracking ability, just like how the Medusae were able to locate their enemies by tracking their scent. Apis was hoping that Mo Fan would quickly trick the little cub into giving him the night amethyst and let the little creature go, just so the Tianshan Scar White Tiger would give up on the chase. Apis knew she would struggle to defeat the Tianshan Scar White Tiger with her current strength. It stopped chasing. Apis suddenly turned around and looked in the direction she had come from. Apis was capable of sensing danger. She could tell if the Tianshan Scar White Tiger was still chasing her. The sense of danger had just disappeared. Did the creature let them go, just like that? But its little cub was still in Mo Fan's hands. It was unbelievable. There was no way the Tianshan Scar White Tiger would believe they were not going to harm the little cub at all. Chapter 2020. Mu Ningxue's Third Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was difficult to trick the kids nowadays. Mo Fan had realized it from interacting with the little cub. Wasn't it just a shitty rock? It didn't have any scent, and she might break her teeth biting it. Why did she keep holding it in her mouth? Believe me, I seriously need it to save lives. We humans treat the people around us preciously. I'm sure the white tigers are the same, too. I've rescued you from the frosty ancient eagle's nest, so in return, you should give me your pacifier, Mo Fan said. The little cub grinned and completely ignored Mo Fan. She was acting like, if you try to force me to give it up, I'll just swallow it instead. Mo Fan scratched the back of his ear. He seriously missed Little Flame Bell. If Little Flame Bell was around, she would be able to befriend the little cub and convince her to give up the thing inside her mouth. After all, wasn't she just a little baby? The little cub did not compromise. She had been having fun in the frosty ancient eagle's nest. Now that Mo Fan had brought her out, he had to show her something more interesting, or he would have to bring her back to the kindergarten. You little ***, why didn't you keep your promise? You told us you would give it to us after we've shaken off your mother. We risked our lives to fight the Tianshan Scar White Tiger, yet you didn't keep your promise. Are the tigers so dishonest? Won't Tianshan Mountain be ashamed of you? Mo Fan went on. The little cub raised her head proudly, like she was saying, I'm just a kid, I will be forgiven for anything. Forcing the little cub to give up? The truth was, she was not as delicate as she seemed. It would be a little tricky to take the night amethyst by force. Mo Fan did not dare to be too harsh on her. He had already met the Tianshan Scar White Tiger. If any harm befell the little cub, he would have no chance of leaving Tianshan Mountain. What exactly do you want? Mo Fan asked helplessly. The little cub growled to express her intention. She's basically saying if you play with her, she will give it to you. Jiang Xiaoshu had come over, and used the psychic element to interpret the little cub's thoughts. Jiang Xiaoshu seemed to be on point. The little cub kept nodding. Her round head was like a chubby panda's instead of a tiger. Why must I stumble into such a little ancestor that isn't afraid of being kidnapped? Screw it, the night amethyst is in her hands, her mouth anyway. It means we have secured a night amethyst, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan placed the little cub down so she could play with the night Rakshasa. They were both from the cat family, but the night Rakshasa was unapproachable compared to the little cub. She completely ignored the naughty kid, yet the cub treated no one as a stranger. She kept playing with the night Rakshasa's tail. The night Rakshasa was enraged. She turned into a black ray and flew to the ice clouds above the group like she was off to patrol the area. She was just trying to shake the annoying little cub off. A white figure swiftly sprang onto the ice clouds after her. The little cub was behind the night Rakshasa in less than a second. She reached her chubby paw toward the night Rakshasa's tail again. The night Rakshasa hated being touched on the tail. Her hair stood on its end when the little cub touched her there. She subconsciously raised her claw and turned her head to glare at the little cub. The little cub immediately looked up. She stared at the night Rakshasa with wide glittering eyes. The night Rakshasa had no choice but to withdraw her claws. She did not feel like hitting or scolding the little cub. She ran away as quickly as she could from the troublesome kid. To everyone's surprise, the little cub was extremely quick too. She was able to catch up to the night Rakshasa no matter where she ran to. The little cub is pretty strong. Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. No wonder the little cub was perfectly safe in the eagle's nest. She was just as fast as the night Rakshasa. The little cub enjoyed playing with the night Rakshasa, which almost drove the night Rakshasa mad. Why did they bring along such an annoying little creature? She was struggling to shake the cub off, who was chasing her like a second tail. Luckily, the little cub was just a kid. She soon fell asleep after she was done having fun. The little cub wanted to sleep in Ningxue's arms, but Mo Fan disagreed with it. That's my place. Off you go, Mo Fan angrily shoved the little cub into Jiang Xiaoshu's arms. Ningxue rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. Must he really say that out loud? Xue, her attributes fit nicely with yours, and she's particularly fond of you too. I'm pretty sure she is willing to go with you, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan believed things would be a lot simpler once Ningxue adopted the little cub. It would only be a matter of time until they secured the night amethyst. Mu Ningxue shook her head, like something was bothering her. I can tell you are troubled. Tell me about it, Mo Fan said. Mu Ningxue stared at the campfire. She was lost in her thoughts while her eyes were fixed on the flickering flames, but eventually realized Mo Fan was still looking at her. She replied after a slight hesitation, my contract is a death contract. Death contract. Mo Fan had never heard of the term before. As the ice crystal bow is being repaired, it will obtain its own soul. I've bound my contract to it just so I can control it better, so my third element is basically non-existent, Mu Ningxue explained. Mu Ningxue rarely mentioned her third element to anyone, but the little cub had reminded her of what happened on Tianshan Mountain when she first came here. What's your third element? Mo Fan asked. Summoning element, Mu Ningxue replied. Who? I've never seen your summoned beast, Mo Fan exclaimed. It's my fault that it has become a death contract, Mu Ningxue sighed. What do you mean by a death contract? My soul is bound with the ice crystal bow. You do know how challenging and torturous it is for me to control the ice crystal bow. If I sign a contract with other creatures, they would have to go through the same challenges and pain. Mu Ningxue's voice softened. She was obviously recalling something painful. Do you remember Qin Yuer? The woman who was frozen in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. Chapter 2021. Qin Yuer. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was surprised. Why would Mu Ningxue mention her all of a sudden? I initially thought I was the only person in this world with such a special trait, but I realized there are others who suffered more than me after I met Qin Yuer, Mu Ningxue said. That Qin Yuer, does she have an innate soul seed too? Mo Fan exclaimed. Mu Ningxue shook her head and said, her body is even more special than mine. The ice magic in my body was awakened when I was around the age of 12. At first, I only needed to endure the cold, but it grew stronger as I grew up. Therefore, I had to cultivate diligently so I wouldn't freeze myself to death in bed. My body is like a devil that keeps growing stronger. It keeps whipping me so I can sustain it with a higher cultivation. Mo Fan subconsciously reached his hand out. He finally understood why Mu Ningxue's personality had changed so much. Any other emotion was no longer important under her circumstances, since her thoughts were constantly filled with pain. The situation lasted until I was finally able to control it when I grew up. However, outsiders only know it as an innate soul seed, the perfect innate talent of the ice element, Mu Ningxue finished. Why didn't you tell me before? Mo Fan said. He was sorry for her. She used to be a cheerful little princess, but she had turned into an icy goddess only a few years later. Mo Fan never understood the reason behind it. He could not help but feel guilty about it now that Mu Ningxue had finally told him the truth. He was too young and naive. He thought everyone was looking down on him because he was born at the grassroots. It even distanced him from Mu Ningxue. There's nothing you could do either, Mu Ningxue said. You're right. I can just rub you when you sleep and warm you with my body, Mo Fan said. As a matter of fact, my body is pretty aggressive too. It's difficult for me to physically touch someone. It's similar to the weather here in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. It will freeze a person's blood in less than 10 minutes, Mu Ningxue said. 10 minutes? That's plenty. I'm pretty fast sometimes. I can't hold it back since you are so good-looking, Mo Fan commented. Mu Ningxue did not understand what Mo Fan was implying at first. She immediately realized the meaning behind it when she saw his mischievous grin. Her eyes flickered with embarrassment. She stepped on Mo Fan's foot with her heel, the trick that Lingling often used to teach Mo Fan a lesson. Mo Fan took a deep breath reflexively. I'm being serious. Mu Ningxue said. Sure, all right, go on, I won't interrupt again. Mo Fan piped up. My situation was pretty bad, but Qin Yuer's was worse. Mu Ningxue directed the topic back to Qin Yuer. So 5 minutes is the limit for her. I feel bad for John Kong, my bad, go on. Mo Fan lowered his head quickly. Mu Ningxue was about to lose it. Couldn't he wait until she was done talking? He was the one that wanted to know the truth in the first place, yet he kept adding nonsense to it. Her situation is worse because her ice magic doesn't grow with her age, Mu Ningxue said after organizing her thoughts. What do you mean? Mo Fan was confused. When she awakened her ice magic at the age of 10, it was as strong as mine when I was 20 years old, Mu Ningxue said. When you were 20 years old? Weren't you almost an advanced mage by then? Mo Fan exclaimed. She was only 10 years old. Even the most talented mage would struggle to endure such powerful magic, especially when it was not under her control, Mu Ningxue explained. Mo Fan dropped his jaw, lost for words. Since she couldn't control the ice magic in her body, she was like a calamity that the legends foretell. Whenever she lost control of her emotions, it would bring a huge snowstorm to the area she lived in. All the plants would freeze to death, so it was inhabitable for living creatures. If it happened in a city, the city would be locked in snow. My body only brings pain to me, so I can still live with my family. I could also go to school, but she couldn't live with anyone, not even the remote villages, Mu Ningxue went on. Mo Fan was astounded. He had never thought such an innate talent existed. It gave the person overwhelming power, yet it also brought her disaster. She was sent to Tianshan Mountain when she was 11. She could only live in the Valley of Glacier. The people of her clan still came to visit her at first, but she was soon left alone, including her immediate family. They believed she wouldn't harm anyone while she was at Tianshan Mountain, Mu Ningxue said. Mo Fan's eyes teared up. The Valley of Glacier might be sacred and beautiful, yet it was also extremely lonely. To think that a girl had been forced to live here since the age of 11. Mo Fan was soon filled with sorrow. His throat felt sour. She only awakened the stardust of the ice element at the age of 14. She started cultivating by referring to the books her family left with her. Her ice element reached the advanced level when she was 17. She could finally control the ice magic in her body and return to her normal life. She was enrolled into the Imperial College, with outstanding results. She met John Kong there, and they were both chosen as candidates for the national team. They traveled around the world to train themselves, just like us. The chief military instructor was on the national team too. Mo Fan was startled. John Kong was a representative of the national team? Why would someone on the national team be appointed to Bo City, which was small and far away? Or perhaps he was downhearted by the things that befell Qin Yuer. There was an accident during the World College tournament. The Heresy Judgment Court was suspicious of Qin Yuer, as her strength was too overwhelming. You are familiar with what kind of people the Heresy Judgment Court are. Back then, the advisors and Qin Yuer's clan did not step forward to explain Qin Yuer's situation, as they were scared of being accused by the Heresy Judgment Court. The Heresy Judgment Court ended up proclaiming her guilty and accusing her of being a living disaster. Mu Ningxue said. Chapter 2022. The Scar of the Ice Magic. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Wasn't she able to control her power? Why was she considered a heretic? Mo Fan gasped. The Magic Association has always been like this. They are afraid of powers unknown to them. Those who possess power the Magic Association is unfamiliar with, either innately or purposely, are treated as heretics. The truth is, we all know many powers aren't listed in the Magic Index, such as the Totem beasts. They exist, but the Magic Association has never acknowledged them. Their existence was even erased from history. Mu Ningxue explained. The Magic Association. They might have existed for humans and Mag's sake at first, but that's not necessarily the case now. It's more about politics, Mo Fan sighed. The Magic Association was huge. Its branches were scattered across the world. Not every Magic Association had diverted from their main goals. Many local Magic Associations still obeyed their rules of conduct. Mo Fan had witnessed all this in person. The higher authorities, especially the continent-level magic associations and the two greatest arbitration organizations, the Holy Judgment Court and the Heresy Judgment Court, had tyrannized people on more than one occasion. To Mo Fan's surprise, Qin Yuer was targeted by the Heresy Judgment Court too. She was considered a heretic. The Heresy Judgment Court has too much power. No faction or organization dared to stand on Qin Yuer's side, except Chief Military Instructor Shen Kong. Chief Military Instructor Shen Kong was a disciple of a renowned clan back then. His objection was meaningless. Instead, he was expelled by his clan, hence why a great talent like him was assigned to our Bo city. Qin Yuer didn't tell me that, I heard it when I was in the Mu clan. If it weren't because of the Heresy Judgment Court, Chief Military Instructor would have held a high position on the national team. He might even have been the advisor of our batch, Mu Ningxue went on. The advisors of the national team had great power. Even the local councilmen had to nod their heads and bow around the advisors. It was Mo Fan's first time hearing this about his Chief Military Instructor's past. He could imagine how impressive the Chief Military Instructor had been from the few words, including the pain he had gone through. The Heresy Judgment Court sealed Qin Yuer away in the scar of Tianshan Mountain, the deserted place that had tortured her for 7 years. They wanted her to fall into eternal slumber in the Valley of Glacier that has been around since forever. Mu Ningxue's lips were trembling as she spoke. 7 years were gone in the blink of an eye. It sounded so simple when Qin Yuer told her what had happened, yet Mu Ningxue knew how much of a torture it was to spend 7 years alone. Mu Ningxue was familiar with the problems of cultivating with their innate ice magic. Qin Yuer had practiced diligently for 7 years so she could control the ice magic in her body, allowing her to return to a normal life. However, the Heresy Judgment Court had sealed her back in the land of ice that was her absolute nightmare, even though she could already control her power. The scar of Tianshan Mountain was beyond anyone's reach. It was crueler than executing her. He said he would come, even if his hair had turned white. It was the only thing that kept me alive, Qin Yuer told me. Mu Ningxue repeated the phrase softly. She could deeply relate to Qin Yuer. Mo Fan was completely lost for words. He was extremely touched when he heard of Qin Yuer's past from Mu Ningxue. He had experienced how cold and cruel Tianshan Mountain was himself now, so he could easily relate to what Qin Yuer had gone through. It was why Zhao Kong insisted on visiting Tianshan Mountain even after becoming one of the living dead. Was that the promise that helped Zhao Kong preserve his consciousness when the Qin Emperor's soul tried to devour him? When Chief Military Instructor Zhao Kong lunged at the Black Mantle, the greatest pain he endured was not losing his flesh, but the fact that he was unable to see Qin Yuer again. Qin Yuer said she saw Chief Military Instructor Zhao Kong when she was freed from the ice, but he turned around and left. She couldn't understand, Mu Ningxue said. Mo Fan looked at the frozen valley. He recalled Zhao Kong's half-dead face. Mo Fan could relate to Chief Military Instructor Zhao Kong's feelings when he chose to turn around. Mu Ningxue did not speak, as if she was lost in the story. She could feel an endless sorrow pouring into her chest. She felt sorry for the couple. Mo Fan was recalling everything that had happened on Tianshan Mountain. He suddenly had an urge to go back in time and change the past, to relieve Chief Military Instructor Zhao Kong from the Qin Emperor's curse so he could reunite with Qin Yuer and tell her with a smile, "I'm here." The two remained silent for quite some time. After a while, Mo Fan finally recalled the question he meant to ask at first. He cleared his thoughts and asked, "What about your third element? What happened to it? People like us will face a serious problem in that there is a possibility that our new elements are unusable. You can think of it as some kind of deformity. Their stardust won't grow like other elements, but die prematurely." I asked Qin Yuer about it. She told me she had the same problem. She only had a single element even after she reached the advanced level. She never awakened a second element, Mu Ningxue said. How could that be? Mo Fan wondered. Even though I've awakened the third element. A Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit dies prematurely because of me, Mu Ningxue said. Dies prematurely? I was too eager to grow stronger. Qin Yuer already told me there might be some problem with my third element, yet I still signed a contract with a little Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit. In the end, Mu Ningxue's face turned gloomy. Back then, Mu Ningxue and her family were cast out because of Mu He. She was also disqualified from the national team and forced to leave the clan. She desperately wanted to grow stronger. The little Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit's death had woken her up. She realized she was being too impatient. If she did not calm herself, her recklessness was only going to hurt the people around her. Qin Yuer spent 7 years on Tianshan Mountain controlling her power so she would not hurt others. Mu Ningxue realized she could not afford to lose control of herself and act irrationally. Mu Ningxue grieved over the death of the Tianshan Mountain Ice Spirit, but she managed to recover from her obsessions. Her path forward was much smoother after that, and paying an unforgettable price. Chapter 2023. The Locked Third Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan immediately realized why Mu Ningxue was uneasy and tried to run away when the little cub asked for a hug. The little Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit must have been extremely fond of Mu Ningxue's aura, similar to the little cub. The little cub had reminded her of the grave mistake she made when she was lost in her obsessions. Mu Ningxue was emotionally stirred at the mention of the topic. After all, it was the first newborn who crossed paths with Mu Ningxue. She blamed herself for what she had done and was struggling to walk out of the pain. The premature death of the Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit was sealed away at the bottom of Mu Ningxue's heart, together with her third element. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. I believe the Ice Spirit would still choose to sign a contract with you if she was given a second chance. She wanted to share the pain with you. Your souls were connected briefly before the contract was signed. She was aware of the risk involved, she just lacked a little luck. If she made it, your third element should work too. I think the little cub is pretty tough. Do you want to try it again? Mo Fan said. Mo Fan assumed the little cub possessed an outstanding lineage, even among the species of the Scar of Tianshan Mountain. Mu Ningxue's innate ice magic was not as terrifying as Qin Yuer's. The little cub should be fine if Mu Ningxue signed a contract with her. Mu Ningxue would then be able to cultivate the summoning element. If the little cub did not make it, it was not their fault, either. They did not force her to sign a contract with Mu Ningxue. It was she that kept jumping into Mu Ningxue's arms because she was particularly attracted to her. You are after the Night Amethyst, right? Mu Ningxue had a feeling Mo Fan had some ulterior motives. No, am I the kind of person that would do anything to achieve my goals? Mo Fan denied awkwardly. Let's not try it. Qin Yuer used her power to seal the Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit soul in a leaf. She made a protective talisman with it that can protect me from danger, Mu Ningxue said. Mo Fan glanced at Mu Ningxue's neck and saw an amulet resembling a leaf. He had never noticed it before, perhaps because Mu Ningxue was quite busty. Such a pity, you are missing your third element. What about your fourth element? Mo Fan asked after he realized something. Mu Ningxue was now a super mage. She could have awakened her fourth element too. Mo Fan was worried that her fourth element had encountered the same problem too. If so, it would put Mu Ningxue at a great disadvantage. I feel very lost too. Mu Ningxue's pupils were unfocused. Mu Ningxue was uneasy about awakening a new element after what happened to her third element. She had yet to awaken her fourth element. She was afraid that it might share the same fate. After reaching the super level, Mu Ningxue did not struggle to take on people with only 1 or 2 elements at the super level. Her outstanding ice element granted her an edge over others. However, how was she going to fight those with 3 or 4 elements in the super level? Every element would have its bottleneck. If her cultivation was stuck, focusing on other elements was an effective way to push her main element's cultivation too. However, if Mu Ningxue only had 2 elements, her cultivation would be stuck in the middle of the super level. She would struggle to achieve higher levels. Mu Ningxue was still quite young. She had a great chance to achieve the super level for all her elements, and even became a forbidden mage. It would be terrible if her cultivation was stuck because she only had 2 elements. Ningxue had tagged along on the expedition because the cultivation of her ice element had been stuck for some time. Her cultivation was supposed to improve significantly after she obtained more fundamental crystals of the ice element, because of the ice crystal bow's powerful traits. However, her cultivation stopped improving. Ningxue realized the thing she worried about the most had happened. Her cultivation had stopped improving because it lacked the push from other elements. You didn't dare to awaken the 4th element, right? Mo Fan said. Ningxue nodded. It's even more a reason you should untie the knot of your 3rd element, Mo Fan pointed out. If Ningxue did not get over her 3rd element, her fear and worry might cause the awakening of her 4th element to fail too. Every mage only had 1 attempt at awakening new elements. If she failed, she would never obtain a new element. Mo Fan understood the reason why Ningxue did not dare awaken the 4th element, but the main problem was still her 3rd element. If Ningxue was unable to awaken new elements, she would not have awakened the summoning element as her 3rd element. There was no way she would have been able to sign a contract with the Ice Spirit. I believe there are certain odds to signing the contract. The weaker creatures are unable to endure the power of your ice magic, but the stronger ones should be fine. In the end, you still need to establish a contract to unblock your summoning element so you can awaken the 4th element, Mo Fan declared after analyzing the situation. Qin Yuer told me the same thing, but I want to try another way, like the Tianshan Ju, Ningxue said with a troubled face. She did not want a little creature that she built a relationship with to die because of her. It was like losing someone close to her. What's the Tianshan Ju? Mo Fan was puzzled. It's the dew from the Tianshan sacred Lotus. It will never freeze. Ice magic keeps freezing my body and my soul, but the Tianshan dew can protect my soul, so it will stop the ice magic from harming my contracted beast, Ningxue said. We don't even know where to look for the Tianshan sacred Lotus. Maybe you should really try doing it with the little cub. She's more than willing to let you place a seal on her, Mo Fan tried to convince Ningxue. I would rather stick to 2 elements, Ningxue refuted him. She did not want to take the risk. Besides, she was not fond of the little cub. If she wanted to sign a contract again, she would still choose the Tianshan Scar Ice Spirit. Sai, why don't I give you 2 of my elements? I have too many of them. I can't take care of them myself, Mo Fan teased her. There were only 7 Calabash brothers, yet he had 8 elements to water and fertilize. I'm not interested in your elements. Ningxue huffed. Seriously? You aren't interested in any of them? Mo Fan said with a wry smile. He was shunned even when he tried to sacrifice his elements. No. Fine, let's keep going. We'll find the Tianshan sacred Lotus. Mo Fan promised. Chapter 2024. Mo Fan, the King of Criticism. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. They had to follow the Alliance if they wanted to find the Tianshan sacred Lotus. Only the leaders of the Alliance knew where it was. They had found a night amethyst, they just needed to look after the little cub. It would be safer for them to stick with the Alliance too. The group followed the markings left by Yasen and the others, who had not traveled too far away. However, when they noticed some of the mags were missing, they knew it was unlikely that those who had not regrouped with them would return. You guys are pretty lucky. Every one of you has returned, Xinghui smiled at Mo Fan and his crew. Mo Fan's team had done the best job at preserving its numbers compared to the other teams. The old hunters were feeling uneasy about it. Xinghui purposely glanced at Ningxue. He wore a strange look as he said, I know you, I've heard about you. I hope you won't trouble Mu Tingjing again. Ningxue did not even bother looking at Xinghui. She treated his words like an insignificant breeze. Ningxue was the kind of person who did not bother arguing verbally with others. She was used to hearing distorted truths, and would not waste her time correcting them. Mo Fan, on the other hand, turned around and stared at Xinghui. Some people like to think others are stronger than them because of luck. When tigers are kept in cages in a zoo for too long, they will lose the ability to hunt when they return to the wild, not to mention an old dog that only knows to obey its master's order and bark randomly at people. Xinghui was from the Mu clan, even though his surname was not Mu. The Mu clan had many women with great power, thus many people had married them and lived in their clan to earn their support. The strange thing was that Xinghui was a typical man who had married someone from the Mu clan for his own gains. Everyone who had spent some time in the capital knew what kind of scum he was. He had abandoned his wife and daughter and took up with Mu Tingying's sister, Mu Nan, instead. Mu Tingying was Xinghui's sister-in-law. He had been looking down on Mu Ningxue from the beginning. Most interestingly, the man's eyes were brimming with lust, yet he had to talk to Mu Ningxue with an attitude, just so the others from the Mu clan were aware that he was loyal to Mu Tingying and Mu Nan. Mo Fan was seriously impressed. Why did every man and dog dare to jump out of nowhere and bite Mu Ningxue now? She was now the leader of Fanshui Mountain, which was currently a powerhouse in Feiniao City. They were being too respectful to a dog who was sticking his face up the Mu clan's ass. I hate it when people scold indirectly. I can ignore it if you're referring to someone else, but if you're referring to me, please say my name out loud. Make sure you can hold yourself responsible for your words. Xinghui stepped forward and snarled. I don't have the time to remember a nobody's name. Look at my finger, not my thumb, not my index, not my nameless, and not my pinky. Whoever it points at, that's the guy I'm talking to. You there, those who are behind him, please step aside, or he might ask if I was pointing at you all instead. Now, you should know who I was referring to, old dog. Mo Fan reached out his hand and raised his middle finger. His finger was right in front of Xinghui. The people who happened to be behind him were Kumar, Lu Xiu, Tommy, and the others. They were dumbfounded when they heard Mo Fan. Brother, you almost stick your finger into the man's nose. Do you seriously think he's that retarded to think you are actually referring to someone else? We are at least 10 meters away. Why must he always be so arrogant? Lu Xiu complained. He might be arrogant, but you wouldn't want to mess with him, either, Kumar replied. They had witnessed Gavin's death in person. Even though Lu Xiu was not pleased with Mo Fan, he was too scared to provoke him. The old dog, Xinghui, did not move. His lungs were about to explode when he saw the middle finger and the disdainful grin on Mo Fan's face. Even the disciples of renowned clans in the capital who were going to be leaders in the future did not dare humiliate him like that. Did this Mo Fan really think he was a national hero after winning the World College Tournament? I can kill you right now. Xinghui's eyes were almost sticking out. His ice magic was spreading. It solidified and turned into sharp spears before it dissipated. It felt like the place was growing full of deadly thorns. Xinghui, the alliance still holds. I hope you aren't planning to break the rules. Verbal argument is fine, but don't cross the line. It's not safe here. Yasun stepped forward with a powerful aura of the wind element rising about him. I hope you aren't going to interfere with this, Xinghui said coldly. I also don't like it when people boast in front of me. You better stick to your words if you said you're going to kill me. It's pretty embarrassing if you fail to achieve what you said. Mo Fan hugged his head like he had never treated Xinghui seriously. How amusing, so many people wanted him dead. Xinghui might even struggle to get a spot in the queue. The word set the gunpowder keg in the man's stomach on fire. Blue veins surfaced on his face as more ice spears appeared and surrounded Mo Fan, preparing to stab him to death. Enough! Yasun snapped. A strong pressure fell from the sky with fierce gusts of wind, surging at the area Xinghui and Mo Fan were in. The ice spears shattered into powder. The ice magic was blown away by the winds, making it difficult to use the ice element. Yasun! Xinghui yelled angrily. It seemed like he had known Yasun for some time. Rules are rules. I already made it clear before forming the alliance. You can settle your disputes after the alliance comes to an end, but before that, I don't care who you are or what grudge you hold, I will stop you if you are going to place everyone in danger. Don't force me. Yasun declared grimly. Xinghui knew he was no match for Yasun, but he was infuriated when he saw the proud grin on Mo Fan's face. He had to withhold his anger when he was on the verge of exploding. How unbearable! You can't win an argument against me, either. Just mind your mouth. I won't be fussed about you either, since our fine leader has made it clear, Mo Fan went on dismissively. Chapter 2025. Scavengers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had not used his magic, so Yasun's aura did not target him. However, he had to admit that Yasun was strong. He had completely nullified their magic. You better think twice before you talk, or you're only going to bring more shame to yourself. Mo Fan did not mind giving Xinghui another blow when he saw the man was so angry that he was struggling to speak properly. Mo Fan turned around and wrapped his arm around Ningxue's slim waist before strutting away, scolding the wildest dog and hugging the prettiest woman. Nothing feels better than this. The campfire was set for another cold night. The scar of Tianshan Mountain was too cold. Those people with weaker cultivations were showing symptoms of frostbite. The temperature of their bodies was too low, so their blood was having difficulty circulating. The symptoms were worse than altitude sickness. Many people had red patches on their bodies. The patches often took up a large area, like the whole chest, an arm, or a leg. They would struggle to walk if their legs were frostbitten. They found themselves in such a harsh environment after escaping from a deadly species. The scar of Tianshan Mountain was indeed a no-man's land. Yasun, we are bringing a huge group to the Snow Heaven Gate. Are we really going to share the petals of the Tianshan sacred lotus equally with them? Senior Hunter Clope said. Yasun's team had 2 senior hunters. The rest of the team were 7-star hunter masters with a certain variance in strength. Having an outstanding cultivation would not necessarily solve every problem in a harsh environment. A senior hunter was willing to bring a healer with them, even if the healer was only an intermediate mage. However, the healer had to know how to defend themselves to a certain degree. The others who were not super mags had special capabilities to help them overcome certain dangers. However, the 2 senior hunters were mainly focused on the fighting. We've already lost many men on the way here. We have a huge advantage in knowing the precise location of the Tianshan sacred lotus, but have you even thought of the possibility that we won't even make it? If so, I would rather share it with them equally, Yasun said. Sharing equally? You still don't understand what I'm saying. Seriously, do I always have to explain everything? I'm telling you, it's going to rain soon, and there's a stall renting umbrellas nearby. You shouldn't keep staring at the sky to see if it's raining. You should rent the umbrellas, and at 3 times the price to the people who didn't want their branded clothes getting wet, Yasun said. What does that have anything to do with this? Clope asked blankly. Seriously, your comprehension, forget it, no wonder you only fool around with hookers instead of finding an actual companion, Yasun sighed. There is nothing wrong with hookers. They just leave after I pay them. Knowing where to find a delicious cake isn't enough. We can't afford the huge cake ourselves. We should tell the others so we all chip in to buy it, and we all have a chance to taste it, Yasun hinted. Just do whatever you want, then. You make the calls. Yasun shared the location of the Tianshan sacred lotus with the Alliance. Everyone was shocked. I was explaining it to Clope just now. To be honest with you, I don't have a choice. It's normal for us to keep something good to ourselves, but I know better than anyone else that not a single team here can claim it on their own, so I have decided to share its location with you. I hope we stop the meaningless infighting and focus on how we can acquire the Tianshan sacred lotus with the remaining manpower we have. I don't care if you're planning something or you have ulterior motives that you can't share with others. Even if we do end up fighting one another for it in the end, you must remember one thing, no one will benefit from it if we don't find the Tianshan sacred lotus first. Yasun exclaimed. Yasun had made it very clear. The groups were only allies on the surface, but tearing at one another before they found the treasure was the most stupid decision possible. Mercenaries, hunters, renowned clans, explorers, they had all come to make a profit. They all had to admit that Yasen had helped to raise their morale after sharing the location of the Tianshan sacred Lotus with them. They had been losing men along the way, but didn't that mean that those who were alive were able to share more of the loot? The alliance was still very strong when they worked together, and the journey was a lot smoother. The species they encountered after the frosty ancient eagles were not as united or so large in numbers. The weakest creatures in the scar of Tianshan Mountain were commander-level creatures. On the other hand, the alliance mostly consisted of mags in the advanced level and above. They had no problem getting rid of a small group of commander-level creatures. Look out, 3 powerful creatures are heading our way. The scent of blood must have attracted them. Ningxue was using her sound element to warn the alliance about any approaching danger.
Are they coming at us?
Kumar asked. They should be observing us, but the people at the rear should be more careful. They will pick on those who are stranded and trapped first. I can't tell how strong they are, but they are at least great commander-level creatures, Ningxue informed them. I hate the kind of demon creatures that roam around the edges. Even the weasels here know that when 2 dogs are fighting for a bone, the third is going to run away with it. There were 2 kinds of demon creatures in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. The first kind would keep pursuing them recklessly once they trespassed into its territory. Those creatures mostly lived in packs. They had to ensure their status and reputation in the scar of Tianshan Mountain, so other species would not dare to provoke them. The second kind was the cunning type. They would not involve themselves in a battle easily. They liked to roam around the edges of a battlefield, and only made their moves when they were confident of winning the fight. Otherwise, they would keep watching until they finally gave up. These scavengers were a huge threat. Humans were not welcome on Tianshan Mountain, so it was easy for blood to be shed, which would attract many roaming species to them. They had cleared obstacles, killed countless demon creatures, and advanced by stepping on the remains of commander-level creatures. They thought they had cleared a path. Little did they know that a huge number of scavengers had set their eyes on the group. The scavengers were like the flies that kept flying around a person's face in summer. You could not shake them off, and they would maintain a safe distance from you. That being said, flies did not attack humans. It was more appropriate to describe the scavengers as vultures. They would circle in the sky and wait until the fights were close to an end or their prey were worn out before diving on them to clean up the mess. Chapter 2026. Did I Panic? Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The scar of Tianshan Mountain had remained in its unspoiled state. Living creatures here would either eat or be eaten. There was no law of the jungle. It was all about survival. The alliance was strong once the mags came together. They kept advancing by killing the demon creatures, but their lives were at stake as they continued to attract more scavengers. These scavengers were good at teaming up against a common enemy. They were not as ignorant as the humans. The beasts had found a huge piece of cake. A single scavenger could not possibly eat the entire cake. If it chose to wait for more scavengers. A ruler-level flying snow fox has appeared, Ningxue said softly. It feels like they are preparing a crusade against us, Jiangyu said grimly. We've left a trail of blood and magic presence behind us, not to mention the noise of the battles. It is going to attract all the scavengers within a few kilometers, Re Jiangtu warned them. When do you think they will make their moves? Mo Fan asked Jiang Shaoshu. When we arrive at the next species territory, Jiang Shaoshu surmised. We are screwed then, these scavengers are too united. Zhao Manyang complained. Most scavengers were solitary creatures. They would have long ended up as other creatures' food if they were not strong enough to protect themselves. Should we stop somewhere and deal with the things that are on our tail? Betan proposed. And how can we do that? They are maintaining their distance from us. If we attack them, they will just scatter and run. Xinghui said impatiently. We don't have the time to stop here. These scavengers are just like us. Their coalition will break easily. They are planning to take us out first before fighting among themselves. The first storm is on its way, so this hunt must make sure they have enough food supply to last until spring. They are very cautious, but they are determined too, Yassen declared.
Are we really running out of time?
Yes, it will be a close call, and that's assuming our path back is clear and smooth.
Let's do it then.
We have no choice but to force our way through the ice mountain beasts ahead, Clope said. We have to be careful. The ice mountain beasts aren't our only worry. Yassen glanced at the walls nearby. The figures moving in the shadows, the cunning grimaces of the demon creatures, the peeping eyes hidden in the blind spots, and the greedy intention surrounding the alliance from all directions, those were the ones they should keep an eye on. We are getting closer to the Tianshan sacred Lotus. This will be a very important battle, Yassen said. He had already told everyone where the Tianshan sacred Lotus was. The opening in the two huge walls was already within their view. They should be able to see the light of the sacred Lotus once they crossed the ice mountain beast's territory. Everyone was aware of the sacred Lotus value, even if it was not the reason they had come to Tianshan Mountain in the first place.
Charge! Charge!
A few leaders took the initiative to charge at the ice mountain beast's den, riding their wind and ice magic. The den was inside a spacious canyon full of ice pillars and spikes. They could see complicated bridges made up of irregular sculpted ice when they looked into the canyon. They were as thick as the branches in a forest. The ice mountain beasts resided in their little kingdom. They were a commander-level species with a pure lineage, and most importantly, they lived in groups. A commander-level species that lived together was pretty rare outside the safe zone of any country, but it was very common in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. The Scavengers stayed outside the ice mountain beast's territory. They did not dare set foot into it. The Scavengers had formed a weak coalition. Their strength might be comparable to the ice mountain beasts, but they lacked synergy and teamwork. The ice mountain beasts were willing to fight to their death to protect their territory, but that was not the case for the Scavengers. They would leave right away when faced with such reckless creatures. The humans had gone into the ice mountain beast's den. The Scavengers had no choice but to wait until the battle in the canyon came to an end. They would then take out whoever won the battle so they could survive the winter.
Did they follow us inside?
Zhao Manyang looked behind him. The Scavengers had vanished behind the ice pillars. Don't worry, they won't come inside. That would only provoke the ice mountain beasts, Nanyu said. It's usually us humans abusing the stupidity of the demon creatures and letting them fight one another, but they're doing the same thing to us now, Zhao Manyang noticed. We don't have a choice. As a matter of fact, high-level demon creatures are intelligent too. Otherwise, we would have long conquered the world, instead of hiding in our safe zones and cities, Nanyu pointed out. So who's familiar with the ice mountain beasts? Can anyone tell me what their capabilities are before the fight? Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu, aren't you an expert when it comes to demon creatures, yet you're asking us now? Are you being serious? Mo Fan had to ask. I've never seen these creatures before, nor have I read about them. It's Tianshan Mountain. Not many people have been here, Jiang Yu said awkwardly. He subconsciously looked at Lingling. Lingling was weak. She had to rely on magic equipment to survive in the harsh environment. She was currently in Mo Fan's arms, as she had to rely on Mo Fan's fire magic to fend off the cold. Mo Fan was worried when he saw her struggling to stay awake. He should not have brought Lingling along. Her fragile body was unable to withstand the cold. Be careful of the bones that grow out of their joints. Those bones can break through almost every defensive equipment, so you shouldn't rely on your equipment too much, Lingling said softly. Our defensive equipment is useless. The eyes of everyone on the team opened wide. The truth was, their team had only managed to preserve its numbers because of their outstanding equipment. Their equipment was far better than anyone else's in the alliance. Their factions were only worried about one thing, their safety, so their equipment was capable of defending them from attacks far beyond what they could handle themselves. Their hearts turned cold when they heard the ice mountain beasts' attacks could penetrate their defenses. Look at you, you bunch of... Sai, didn't I tell you not to rely on your magic equipment so much? Look at me, did I panic? Mo Fan grinned. He finally had a chance to school these rich second generations. Chapter 2027. I'm not your Pikachu. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Ice Mountain beasts' faces were covered in long snow-white fur. Their dark red eyes were covered by thick brows, like evil orbs with a dangerous red glow hidden in deep caves. Their arms were thick and muscular, like the Tianshan snow apes. Atop their distinctive muscles was a layer of armor made of frost, accumulated over a long period of time. The ice-blue armor extended from their head to their knees. Usually, any creature covered in armor would have a weakness, and they would be clumsier. They would struggle to react when wind mags and shadow mags kept changing their positions. However, the Ice Mountain beast's joints, like their neck, shoulders, elbows, waist, and knees, were only covered by thick fur instead of the armor. Many people would assume these joints were the Ice Mountain beast's weakness when they first encountered the species. However, it was completely the opposite, as their joints had a kind of flexible bone that was firm enough to destroy any metal, rare bone, and rare skin. They were materials that many magic shields and armor were made of. Therefore, they would fall right into a trap if they tried to attack the Ice Mountain beast's weak points. Lingling's reminder helped the team avoid unnecessary casualties. Mo Fan, I can't hold on for any longer. Hurry up and drive these things away. Zhao Manyang yelled. 3 Ice Mountain beasts were throwing punches at a thin water barrier. They were crazily pounding Zhao Manyang's defense, knocking the ice around them everywhere. Zhao Manyang was struggling to fend them off. He wondered if the Ice Mountain beasts were out of their minds. Why did they keep attacking his barrier when there were others around? Zhao Manyang's defense was difficult to break when they were going up against warrior-level creatures, but these Ice Mountain beasts were commander-level creatures, stronger than ordinary species. His defense was too weak against them. I feel like their bones do more than just penetrate magic equipment. They are effective against our barriers too. Jiang Xiaoshu saw how much Zhao Manyang was struggling, but she was not showing any intention of lending a hand. Zhao Manyang did not place any hopes in Jiang Xiaoshu. There was nothing a psychic mage could do against stronger demon creatures, especially since they were the ones that had trespassed into the demon creature's territory. Mo Fan jumped over an Ice Mountain beast. He landed behind their back and cast an earth spell. Pieces of bright rock grew out from Mo Fan's shoulders to his fists. The sturdy rock amplified Mo Fan's strength significantly as he threw a punch out. Bang! The bright rock shattered into pieces. However, the Ice Mountain beast was knocked flying after vomiting a mouthful of blood. Its armor was broken into pieces as well. Trying to see who has the bigger fist. Mo Fan said disdainfully, looking at the Ice Mountain beast that was still on the ground. Mo Fan, for Ice Mountain beasts are approaching you from above. Nanyu warned him. Behind. Behind us. Mo Fan, take out the ones behind us first. Jiang Yu yelled. Mo Fan looked up before glancing to the back of the team. Damn it, was he the only damage output for the team? Why did he have to take care of everything? I'll take care of those that are approaching from above. You guys will handle the ones at the back. Mo Fan shouted. He was not a superhero. There was no way he could put out the fires that were happening all over the place. He had to take care of one side before he could catch his breath. Bang! There were interconnected bridges above the team. For Ice Mountain beasts were running rapidly across them. They were so quick that the mags could only see their white after images. Mo Fan had no idea when the little cub had jumped onto his hat. She was waving her paws around excitedly, like she was commanding the battle. I'm not your Pikachu, go away! Mo Fan tried to pull the little cub down, but she was stuck to his head like a patch of ointment. He could not even take off his hat. The fur Ice Mountain beasts were already approaching. Mo Fan did not have the time to mess around with the little cub. He quickly turned into a shadow and glided below the ice bridge to reach a spot more favorable to him. The 4 ice mountain beasts had great synergy. They quickly split up into 4 directions when they saw Mo Fan's shadow. They were waiting for Mo Fan to come out of the shadow so they could attack him when he could no longer escape. Mo Fan quickly came out of the shadow. He was unable to use other spells while he was in shadow form. He had glided under the ice bridge. When he showed himself, he half-clenched his fists and placed them close to his waist. Wild lightning coiled around his hands in layers. More than 10 layers accumulated in less than a second. Mo Fan clenched his fists like he was releasing something. The lightning flickered with more energy, while spreading into its surroundings with great force. The 4 leaping ice mountain beasts were paralyzed briefly in midair when they made contact with the lightning, before they were sent flying. Soul-hunting giant Shadow Spike! Mo Fan switched between his elements rapidly. The dark vein was already surging inside his body when he released the lightning magic. 4 giant shadow spikes flew at the 4 ice mountain beasts that had been knocked flying. The ice mountain beast slammed into a wall. The giant shadow spikes penetrated them and nailed them to the wall, not giving them any chance to resist. Shadow execution! The giant shadow spikes contained strong dark material. It spread rapidly and turned into soldiers of the Shadow Tribe before the Ice Mountain beasts could break free. The soldiers of the Shadow Tribe were like twisted executioners. They wrapped the dark chains they were holding around the Ice Mountain beasts' necks and choked them to death. The Ice Mountain beasts tried their best to escape from the shadow execution. They even broke the wall apart with brute force, yet the Shadow Tribesmen would not allow their targets to escape so easily. As time passed, the Ice Mountain beasts gradually lost their strength as they were being choked to death. Chapter 2028. Making Matters Worse. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Dark Moon Crystal is the best! Mo Fan exclaimed, staring at the 4 ice mountain beasts that had been executed. Mo Fan had once acquired a powerful dark material from Feng Julong, which granted his shadow element a powerful curse effect and increased its capabilities. The Dark Moon Crystal had further strengthened his shadow element and granted him the dark vein that now flowed inside his body. The dark vein's power was the ability to generate dark material continuously, so that even a little giant shadow spike that Mo Fan fired contained an enormous amount of dark energy. It could grow rapidly, and was large enough to turn into a creature of the Shadow Tribe within a short period of time. The Shadow Tribe was able to kill the Ice Mountain beasts, even though they were commander-level creatures. Mo Fan still remembered how envious he was of Bai Jiang's outstanding mix of the shadow and chaos elements. It had felt like the assassin could do whatever he wanted to in the dark. However, Mo Fan knew his shadow element had now surpassed Bai Jiang's after he obtained the dark vein. Ai Jiangtu suddenly appeared behind Mo Fan and asked, "Why aren't you using your fire element? Damn it, can you not blink behind me out of nowhere?" "It scared the crap out of me," Mo Fan shouted. "I thought you knew. I've taken out the Ice Mountain beasts behind the team. I was thinking of lending you a hand, but it seems like you don't need it," Ai Jiangtu answered calmly. "The fire element isn't effective in a place like this. Besides, little Flame Bell is with her mother now. Without her, my fire element is too weak," Mo Fan sighed. He had relied too much on little Flame Bell's power. The fire element he had abused in the past became a supportive element when she was not around. "The shadow element should be your strongest element now then, right?" Ai Jiangtu said. "More or less, but I am close to learning the Shadow Element Star Palace," Mo Fan admitted. "You haven't learned the Shadow Star Palace? Are you saying that these spells were cast with star constellations?" Ai Jiangtu was stunned. The spells of super mags had many forms, but they still relied on the energy provided by star palaces. Only a star palace could provide a large enough amount of energy. Ai Jiangtu did not expect Mo Fan's shadow element to be so powerful when he still had not learned the Star Palace. The little cub scratched Mo Fan's head impatiently when Mo Fan stopped. "Stop waving your tail in my face. Mo Fan moved the little cub's tail away. The little cub growled excitedly at a group of ice mountain beasts around 300 meters ahead. She could not wait for Mo Fan to charge into them and kill them all. Stop crying and go ahead if you want. I just need to mind my own business. Can you stop waving your tail? Mo Fan was almost at his limit. Since when would a summoned beast order its summoner around in a fight, not to mention the little cub was not even his summoned beast? The little cub used all her might to growl and provoke the ice mountain beasts, trying to grab their attention. Mo Fan quickly covered the little cub's mouth and snarled, "If you keep this up, I'll send you back to your parents. You can keep the night amethyst." The little cub immediately shut her mouth when she heard Mo Fan was going to send her back. However, her eyes were still rolling around impatiently. "I think you two are a perfect match," Ari Jiangtu observed. "Why so? You both don't care how messy things are. I'll go help Zhao Manyang." "I'm leaving this side to you," Ari Jiangtu said. "It's not your first day with Zhao Manyang. If he's screaming and yelling like a sissy, it means he can still handle it. I think Kumar and the others are in a pinch. You should consider helping them," Mo Fan said. "Why are you interested in helping them now?" Ari Jiangtu was confused. "We have no idea what's going to happen after we find the Tianshan sacred Lotus, but the Milong private military group will most likely take our side," Mo Fan hinted. "You're right. We should keep an eye on them." When the group reached the middle section of the Ice Mountain Beast's den, they saw a huge shadow like a mountain standing in the path they were heading into. It was far bigger than the normal Ice Mountain Beasts. It did not engage them when they pressed forward. It remained still and stared at the intruders coldly. The humans were as good as dead in its dark red eyes, which were almost unseen under its fur. "The big one over there," Mu Ningxue said with a hint of fear. Mu Ningxue had already sensed the creature glaring at her a few times. She wondered if she had gotten the Ice Mountain ruler's attention because she had killed the most Ice Mountain beasts, or perhaps the others were feeling the same thing too. "A ruler-level creature!" Mo Fan exclaimed. A real ruler-level creature was able to take on 5 to 10 super mags. The super mags in the alliance were not outstanding, except Yasen and Clope. The others only had one element in the super level. Therefore, when a ruler-level creature appeared, the super mags of different teams had to immediately come together. Otherwise, the teams would suffer huge casualties. "I'll handle it, you keep an eye on the Scavengers," Clope said. "Sure." The senior hunter asked the other teams to send a super mage over to take on the Ice Mountain ruler together. The Milong private military group was in a terrible spot. They were struggling, as their average strength was weaker than the Ice Mountain beasts, and kept losing their men. Kumar and Lucio had tried their best to protect their troops, since they might not survive if they lost all their men. "Team 9, send someone over." Kumar was covered in blood. Most of it belonged to her men. The scar of Tianshan Mountain was like hell to them. The odds of survival were too low for the Milong private military group. They only had around 20 people left. "It's fine, leave it to us, just look after your men," Ari Jiangtu said. "Thank you," Kumar replied sincerely. "Old Ari, that ruler-level flying snow fox seems to be ambushing our squad from behind," Nanyu said. "Damn it, why does it have to be us?" Kumar snapped. The Scavengers were most likely targeting them because they were too weak. The Milong private military group did not have many people left, yet they were still being ambushed by the Scavengers. It was making matters worse. Chapter 2029. No Escape. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flying snow fox ruler was the most cunning of the Scavengers. It kept roaming around the edge of the battlefield and picking off the mags who were weaker, stranded, or severely injured. It blended into the fight between the Ice Mountain beasts and the humans. Those fighting were completely unaware of its existence most of the time. No one would have realized it was responsible for the death of their comrades if the sound mags had not heard its breathing and the unusual cries of agony uttered by its victims. That son of a b*****ch, I'm going to skin it and spread it across my floor. Lucio was enraged. The leaders were furious when they saw their members disappearing one by one. Lucio fixed his eyes on the flying snow fox ruler's position and constructed a brilliant star palace. The golden star palace was established rapidly, releasing a formidable energy of the light element. Demon Judgment Sword. Following Lucio's roar, an enormous light sword with a formidable power descended from the blue sky. Golden ripples kept appearing in the air while it was falling, driving away the frosty aura lingering across the place. The Demon Judgment Sword landed in the direction that the flying snow fox ruler was fleeing into. The creature was dragging one of their captains in its mouth. It squinted when it saw the Demon Judgment Sword locking onto it. It shook its head indifferently and tossed the dying captain into the air. The scorching Demon Judgment Sword burned the captain into ashes before even touching him. The flying snow fox ruler spread its limbs. It could turn itself into a glider when it fully extended its limbs. A gust of wind lifted the flying snow fox ruler into the sky like a kite. The flying snow fox ruler rode the wind into the sky as the Demon Judgment Sword reached the ground. The creature soon disappeared behind the glacier. Walls of ice collapsed to the ground. An eerie laughing bark came from the distance. Lucio was breathing heavily while staring in the direction that the flying snow fox ruler had fled into. He was fooled. The flying snow fox ruler was playing him like a fiddle. I thought it was impossible to dodge the Demon Judgment Sword once it locked onto its target. Guan Yu was astounded. The Demon Judgment Sword was the strongest single-target super spell. It would emit a strong light like the sun before it took form. The light would fill the sky, making it impossible for the target to see where the Demon Judgment Sword was falling from. As such, it was difficult to dodge the Demon Judgment Sword. It was not that surprising if the flying snow fox ruler dodged the attack right away, but the irony was, it purposely threw the mercenary captain into the path of the falling Demon Judgment Sword. Lucio ended up killing his own man instead. The speed of super spells was extremely high, like a flicker in the sky to normal people. The next thing they knew, the glowing figure of a sacred sword had struck the ground with a terrifying impact. However, the flying snow fox ruler was showing Lucio how slow his spell was, as it still had time to dance around before running away. Knight Rakshasa, keep an eye on the flying snow fox ruler. It will be back. Don't let it pick on the people of the Milong private military group again, Jiang Yu said. The flying snow fox ruler's moves were unpredictable, and its agility was outstanding. Other spells would not stand a chance if even the Demon Judgment Sword failed to take it out. Their only choice was to let the Knight Rakshasa keep it at bay. The Knight Rakshasa was extremely proud. She was not interested in fighting weak enemies, so the flying snow fox ruler was a worthy opponent for her. The little cub's voice suddenly came from behind them. The Knight Rakshasa's hair stood on its end when she heard it. She jumped up and flipped in the air. She spread her limbs and entered a cautious state as she landed on the ground. The little cub's eyes widened. She was supposed to be an imperious tiger, yet her charm outweighed that of a kitten. The Knight Rakshasa was more like the bad guy compared to her. The Knight Rakshasa was about to go mad. She had never seen such a shameless tiger. Wasn't she supposed to be more like a cat? Little cub, I was giving Knight Rakshasa the order instead of you. Just stay put. Jiang Yu was left speechless. What was wrong with the little cub? The order was meant for the Knight Rakshasa, but the little cub seemed more eager than the Knight Rakshasa. Stop causing more trouble, you might be fast, but you are no match against the cunning flying snow fox ruler. Apis finally found the little cub that was wandering around aimlessly. She quickly scooped her up in her arms. The little cub struggled fiercely in Apis' arms. She was rubbing her head in Apis' bust, like the act of a lustful man. Damn it! Zhao Manyang cursed when he saw what the little cub was doing from the corner of his eye. The fight between the Ice Mountain beasts and the humans slowly came to an end. The Ice Mountain ruler fled after killing a member of the team of explorers from the Sacred Hall of Liberty. The other Ice Mountain beasts stopped defending their den after the Ice Mountain ruler fled. However, the Scavengers were not going to let the losers of the battle go. They immediately went after the Ice Mountain beasts who were fleeing for their lives. Each Ice Mountain beast was a commander-level creature. It was easier to kill them when they were running away injured. Did you see that? If we run away, we would end up as the prey of the Scavengers instead. There's no turning back now, Yasun said. But we lost too much. Bearton glanced at the dead bodies scattered across the ground helplessly. The man who had died was Bearton's old comrade. He felt horrible when he saw his friend being smashed into the ground. It's better than us all dying here, Yasun replied. The Scavengers were disgusting. They always picked on the weaker prey. The humans had destroyed the Ice Mountain beasts' den, so the Scavengers targeted the Ice Mountain beasts who were running for their lives. The Scavengers had already surrounded the place, so the Ice Mountain beasts were running to their deaths after losing their will to fight. They aren't leaving, Clope said. They won't as long as we are still alive. We all saw what happened to the Ice Mountain beasts, so no matter what happens, we can't show them we have lost our ability to fight. We must pretend we can still fight back so they won't dare to do anything recklessly, Yasun declared. Chapter 2030. Infighting. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. They could not afford to rest in this area. The smell of blood lingering in the air might attract more ruler-level creatures to them. They had to keep moving, despite the fatigue they were feeling. The land was littered with dead bodies, adding hints of bright redness and trails of red footsteps to the world of snow. Ghastly cries kept echoing around them, inflicting a sense of hopelessness on the people on Tianshan Mountain. They were forced to close their eyes because of the extreme cold, yet they did not dare to sleep, as they were afraid they might not wake up again. They had won the battle, yet they were like cattle trapped inside fences. The predators would lunge at them when the fences fell. The alliance was a lot weaker after the battle. Only a few lucky advanced mags had survived. Their odds of survival solely depended on whether the Scavengers had targeted them or not. Being above the advanced level did not necessarily guarantee their safety, either. Normally, in the cities or territories of demon creatures, the advanced level was enough for humans to be nigh fearless, but they were currently in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. Every creature here was stronger than an advanced mage. They were dead for sure if they were left alone. The Alliance had many super mags, but they too were tense and nervous. Both the demon creatures they were going to stumble into ahead and the Scavengers behind had cunning ruler-level creatures among them. Those creatures were capable of killing super mags with a single blow. They were experienced at hunting and were gradually applying pressure to the mags, making them uneasy and scared so they would lose their calm. It's so cold. Can we use our magic? The frostbite was still happening. As time went by, their skin and muscles were being injured by the cold. Their bodies were getting stiffer. The cold felt like something was rubbing against their bones. Even those with a strong will could not withstand it. We can't use our magic, Yasun said. I can no longer feel my body. If we don't use our magic, the Hunter Master complained. If we use our magic, the Scavengers will know we are getting weaker. Do you think they don't suspect we are just putting up a front? Once it's exposed, none of us will survive, Yasun declared. It's better than freezing to death. Yeah, we can no longer sense our bodies. If we don't use our magic to protect us from the cold. Hang in there, we still have a glimpse of hope. But if our energy depletes, we are as good as dead, Yasun stated coldly. Do you think we care about that now? You asked us to form an alliance and tell us the location of the Tianshan sacred Lotus so we could be your cannon fodder. We've been dying along the way, yet none of you have been fighting with your full strength. We don't want to waste our magic just to warm ourselves, but we might die to the cold at any second now. Why should we keep putting up a front just so you are safe from the Scavengers? Zhongqi from the Savage Raptor Hunter group cursed harshly. That's right. You super mags never treated us seriously. In the end, only you are going to survive, meaning that the Tianshan sacred Lotus is yours too, someone added. How can you think like that? you volunteered to enter the scar of Tianshan Mountain in the first place. We did tell you how dangerous it's going to be, Yasun spat back. Since you keep saying we are one group now, shouldn't you Super Mag sacrifice some of your energy to set up a barrier for those who are dying to the cold? Zhuangqi retorted. If we waste our energy, how are we supposed to fight the ruler-level creatures? Yasun pointed out. Humph, I know you have been preserving your strength. We are all ants on the same string. We risked our lives to clear a path for you, so it's your turn to step forward now that we can't hold on for any longer. Yeah, the Super Mag should step forward. The leaders of the Alliance were hesitant as more people began to doubt them. It was the truth that the rate of casualties had increased significantly after they entered the scar of Tianshan Mountain. They claimed they had to work together, but only the Super Mags could survive in the end. More people were protesting. Yasun, Xinghui, Zhao Kang, and the others were struggling to keep the situation under control. They could not afford to lose the advanced mags, as they still made up the majority. If they left, the Scavengers were going to attack them. It did not mean they were no match for the Scavengers, but it did mean they would be worn out and injured after fighting them. They might not return from the mountain safely. In the end, Yasun and the others chose to compromise. The Super Mags had to establish barriers to protect the advanced Mags from the cold. They are not idiots. There must be a limit, even if they are treated as cannon fodder, Mo Fan commented. We are Super Mags too. Does that mean we need to set up barriers for them? We didn't get to rest at all. We are running out of energy, Zhao Manyang replied quietly. Nanyu, Jiang Shaoxu, and Guan Yu are still in the advanced level. Besides, the My Long private military group has indeed cleared a path for us. We should protect them, Ari Jiangtu spoke up. It's not like I know how to set up a barrier. You all can make the call, Mo Fan said. And you have the most energy left. Zhao Manyang complained. Mo Fan had many elements, and kept switching between them during the battle. If anyone had managed to preserve most of their strength, it was Mo Fan. Ningxue was very strong too, but she was facing a huge problem, as her energy was almost depleted. She only had the ice element and wind element. Even if she had only used basic and intermediate spells, she still could not fight a long battle. That Nanrong Ni might be a B****ch, but her blessing element could easily help us recover our energy in less than a day. We weren't fully prepared before coming to Tianshan Mountain. We didn't have a healer or someone with the blessing element, Zhao Manyang sighed. They were no longer on the national team. It was difficult to have every element available. They might be able to find a healer, but it was almost impossible to find someone with the blessing element. It was the Parthenon Temple's specialty, the foundation of their outstanding status in the world. Old Zhao, you haven't awakened your fourth element, right? I might be able to arrange it with Xinxia. You want to try to see if you can awaken the blessing element? Mo Fan suggested. Screw you, why do I have to be the support? I was determined to become the coolest destructive mage when I was 16. I'll toss my forbidden spell at whoever looks at me in the wrong way. However, I ended up awakening the light element, the water element, and the earth element instead. If I don't get a good offensive element as my fourth element, I should just uninstall myself. Zhao Manyang exclaimed indignantly. Chapter 2031. The Desolate Ice Field. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Psychic mags, healers, and blessers could only improve their cultivation through situations that forced them to exceed their limits, so their progress was slower. Nanyu and Jiang Shaoxu were great examples. They were not slackers, their primary element was the main reason why they still had not achieved the super level. Nanyu's sound element was most useful for observing enemies, assisting her allies, and controlling situations. Her situation was similar to those whose primary element was the psychic, healing, or blessing element. Those elements required great patience, so Zhao Manyang knew he could not handle them, even though these elements were very useful and would be a lot of help to a team. That being said, most teams could not hope to find a high-level mage with the sound, psychic, healing, or blessing elements. Even an intermediate healer or blesser could give a super mage great help. The cold wind they had endured previously was like a spring breeze compared to the one now. The wind was as sharp as a cold saber, continuously draining their lives away. They could no longer feel their own bodies. As they walked, their vision would suddenly darken, like they had fallen into an abyss. Their body would temporarily be free of pain until someone shook them vigorously and transmitted some energy into their bodies to wake them up. They would then realize they were at the brink of death. If no one was around to keep them awake, they would simply fall asleep after being overwhelmed by fatigue, and would never wake up again. The super mags took turns expending their energy and maintained a barrier that was keeping the others safe. However, the frost continued to penetrate their bodies. Everyone was dazzled by the scar of Tianshan Mountain's beauty when they first arrived. However, they now realized it was as white as a devil's fang. They were tired of seeing the same whiteness. Their hearts were filled with hatred for it now. The desolate ice field is just ahead. The ice there has been around for tens of thousands of years. Even super spells will struggle to break it, Yasun informed Every, pointing at the cracks that were hard to notice in the ice field. Be careful of where you step, especially those cracks that are hard to see. We aren't blind.
Are you saying that we might fall into them?
Zhao Kang challenged him.
Is that right?
You can try it yourself, Yasun replied calmly. Zhao Kang felt Yasun was being overly cautious. He started walking toward a crack that was over 30 meters wide, about 100 meters away. The desolate ice field was full of cracks that resembled claw marks. It felt like devils had left their markings across the place. These cracks were only visible when the people were within 300 meters from them because the ground and the glacier were reflecting the sunlight like a mirror. They had to look closely to see the cracks. Zhao Kang did not treat the warning seriously because he believed he could easily tell where the cracks were. I can easily jump across them. Zhao Kang jumped into the air to cross the rift in the ice. However, something strange happened. Zhao Kang suddenly stopped in the air as if something was grabbing him. His clothes and hair were being pulled down. Wind suction. Zhao Kang realized abruptly. He immediately cast a wind spell to break free from the air pressure that was pulling him into the split below him. Zhao Kang had released his wind wings. The star constellation of his wind element was established rapidly. However, the connection shattered as the last star pattern was being added to the structure. The wind wings disappeared at the last second. Zhao Kang was dragged into the crack by a powerful force. Damn it! Zhao Kang cursed, casting the same spell again. It had the same outcome. His star constellation broke in the process as a stronger force pulled Zhao Kang deeper into the split. He was currently 8 meters inside the rift now. The frost inside it wrapped around him like some kind of white silk. The silk gradually hardened and attached to Zhao Kang's body like an icy armor. Zhao Kang was terrified when he could no longer move his body. To make things worse, he was unable to use his magic. Every star constellation he tried to construct would shatter before the strange wind that was pulling him down. Zhao Kang finally realized the rifts were not as simple as they seemed, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Help, help me!" The rift looked bright and simple when he was on the surface, but it felt like an endless abyss after he fell into it. He could only see a narrow crack above him. Not only was he wrapped in the deadly frost, his heart was filled with despair now. A dark vine fell into the crack and wrapped around Zhao Kang's body. The vine tightened and dragged him out of the crack. The wind was unwilling to let Zhao Kang go, even when an external force was pulling him up. It almost broke the vine, helping him as Zhao Kang was lifted higher. Kumar had no choice but to use a few more vines to drag him out of the crack. Zhao Kang was already covered in a layer of solid ice when he exited the rift. Clope had to use his fire element to melt it. Only then was Zhao Kang safe. It was so frightening. Zhao Kang had a pale face. He kept staring at the split in the ice nervously after managing to focus. These cracks in the ice have the desolate wind of death and the icy silk of death. The desolate wind of death will pull in everything close to it and convert the energy their target is releasing into a stronger pulling force. Once the target is in the rift, the icy silk of death will wrap around them like a mummy. When the layer of ice takes form, even the strongest mage will be stuck forever in the rift and become a part of the ice that has been around for tens of thousand years. Yasen declared solemnly. Chapter 2032. The Same Silver Hair. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The desolate ice rifts were a nightmare to all living creatures. The peak of Tianshan mountain did not welcome anything living. Many powerful species never woke up after falling into the cracks. The crevasse that Zhao had challenged was only about 30 meters long. Those that were hundreds or thousands of meters long were common in the desolate ice field and could not be crossed easily. They were forbidden territory in the scar of Tianshan mountain. Even the strongest creatures had to cast their pride aside and avoid them. The ice rifts were impassable, meaning that the ice field was as complicated as a maze. Their destination was just ahead, yet they had to go up to 1,000 meters around to avoid the rifts. They still had no idea if there would be other crevasses in their way after they avoided the first one. The Tianshan sacred lotus was almost within sight, yet reaching it was harder than anyone had imagined. A huge blast suddenly echoed in the quiet desolate ice field. Everyone looked in the direction it came from. There was a hill there fully made up of crystalline ice. The fact that it existed in the desolate ice field indicated it was sturdier than most of the mountains around, but it had suddenly collapsed. Its spectacular body smashed onto the spacious ice field and shattered. The ice shards scattered across the place, some flying at Mofan and the others. Everyone fixed their eyes on the area and saw glowing wings weaving through the fallen hill. They were quick, like rays of light, covering several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. "It's them!" Clope exclaimed. "Are they here for the Tianshan sacred lotus too? If so, we are wasting our time here." "It doesn't seem like it. The Tianshan sacred lotus is located at the Nine Flowers Scar, but they are fighting in an area with fewer ice rifts. If they are here for the Tianshan sacred lotus, they should be heading toward the Nine Flowers Scar," Gasson observed. "Who are they? Why are they fighting here, especially with their outstanding cultivation?" Kumar asked. Mofan looked ahead. He already furrowed his brow when he saw the glowing wings. He could not help but curse under his breath when he saw the outfit that one of the figures was wearing. Son of a B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** after coming to such a distant and deserted place. They must be the people who entered the scar of Tianshan Mountain before us, Jiang Yu commented. They had noticed a group of people had entered the scar of Tianshan Mountain before them after they crossed the frozen lake. It was obvious that the people they were watching were from the same group. They wondered if the group ahead would have any conflicts of interest with the Alliance. Hopefully they were after different things, or they were all going to die trying to fight the group of powerful mags. Mo Fan, you know who they are? Guan Yu asked when he heard Mo Fan swear. Only those scum of the Heresy Judgment Court would wear outfits like that. Mo Fan spat. Mo Fan had met an arrogant judicator in the divine city of Lhasa not long ago, giving him a better understanding of the infamous Heresy Judgment Court. He did not expect to see them here so soon. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue whispered beside Mo Fan's ear. What is it? Mo Fan asked when he saw the nervous look on her face. The person they are fighting, Mu Ningxue pointed at the icy wall rising across the field in disbelief. Mo Fan had just noticed the Heresy Judgment Court was surrounding a person, a woman in a long purple robe. To Mo Fan's surprise, the woman had the same silver hair as Mu Ningxue. The color was not available as a dye at a hairdresser. Its unique noble temperament and the fair skin that further set off its beauty made her look like a goddess of ice had descended upon the mundane world. Mo Fan had always been dazzled by Mu Ningxue's unique and natural beauty. That woman. Mo Fan glanced at Mu Ningxue before looking at the woman with silver hair, who was slightly more mature. He almost thought she was Mu Ningxue's twin sister. Qin Yuer, Mu Ningxue replied. Mu Ningxue had shared a fate similar to Qin Yuer. Mu Ningxue had only realized how fortunate she was after meeting Qin Yuer. She was utterly impressed by Qin Yuer's unyielding spirit. Ningxue had just told Qin Yuer's story to Mo Fan recently. She did not expect to meet Qin Yuer on Tianshan Mountain, the Realm of Ice, as if they had never left. However, Ningxue clearly remembered that Qin Yuer had returned to the city after she left Tianshan Mountain. Why did she come back here? And why was she fighting the Heresy Judgment Court? She's taking on for experts of the Heresy Judgment Court on her own. Mo Fan was surprised at how strong Qin Yuer's ice element was. For judicators of the Heresy Judgment Court were attacking her, yet they could not secure the upper hand. She had already reached the super level after leaving the scar of Tianshan Mountain. She is significantly stronger than me, too. Give her a few more years, and she might even become a forbidden mage, Ningxue explained. Qin Yuer had an innate soul grade seed. Ningxue's innate spirit grade seed had given her a head start among those of her age. Qin Yuer just had to improve her cultivation to better control her ice magic. She was an empress in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. Mo Fan, look over there. Zhao Manyang suddenly pointed in a direction. Mo Fan followed Zhao Manyan's finger and saw a woman dressed like a muse from the Parthenon temple, covered in the sacred light of the blessing element. She was strengthening the super spell of one of the adjudicators. Polina. Mo Fan's eyes widened. Wasn't the woman helping the Heresy Judgment Court looking for a heretic? Why was she here? Didn't she say she was going to Tianshan Mountain? Zhao Manyang asked. Right, but we set out first, Mo Fan said slowly. Look at her formation, and look at ours, Zhao Manyang pointed out. Both sides had super mags, but it was obvious that the four adjudicators and Polina were experts among super mags. They did not require much time to channel their super spells. They even had multiple elements at the super level. Chapter 2033. The Fight Between Immortals. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Could it be? Qin Yuer is the heretic they mentioned. Mo Fan realized abruptly. Very likely, Ningxue nodded. Damn it, I thought it was the dangerous guy I saw on the street. Mo Fan said. Perhaps he wasn't their main target, Ningxue suggested. Qin Yuer had been judged a heretic. The Heresy Judgment Court must have learned she had escaped from the scar of Tianshan Mountain, so their people gathered at the City of the Gods before coming here. Mo Fan was struggling to understand why Qin Yuer came back to the scar of Tianshan Mountain. Did the people of the Heresy Judgment Court bring her here? Maybe they apprehended Qin Yuer in the city, but the realm of ice here greatly increased her strength after she was escorted to the scat of Tianshan Mountain. They couldn't control her anymore, hence the fight. Mo Fan speculated. Perhaps, the people of the Heresy Judgment Court still wouldn't let her go. Ningxue hissed angrily. Ningxue was rarely so concerned about someone else's business, but she empathized with Qin Yuer since they had both shared a similar fate. The Heresy Judgment Court had already committed an unforgivable act in the past, yet they still did not want to let her go. Qin Yuer just wanted to be free. The Heresy Judgment Court's overbearing attitude would only worsen Ningxue's grudge against them. Ningxue, that woman, Jiang Shaoxu whispered. Ningxue looked further ahead and saw a man and a woman in familiar outfits standing apart from the four adjudicators from the Heresy Judgment Court and Muse Polina. They were standing further away, behind an ice ridge. Their existence had only been exposed after Qin Yuer destroyed the ice ridge. It's the Ice One and Ice Phoenix of the Mu clan. Jiang Shaoxu exclaimed. Ningxue nodded. Everyone in the Mu clan knew who they were. They were a brother and sister team who possessed powerful innate talents, the power of the Ice One and the Ice Phoenix. They were the symbolic representatives of the Mu clan, born in a clan of the ice element with the perfect innate talents. They were just as outstanding as their innate talents. What's wrong? Mo Fan held Ningxue's hands. He could feel her hands trembling. Even her pupils were flickering. It was they who expelled me from the Mu clan and demanded my father and I change our surname, Ningxue said coldly. The competition between Mu Tingjing and her was treated like a little quarrel between kids. Mu Tingjing was from the younger generation of the Mu clan, a potential candidate raised by the clan. However, before the Mu He incident, she was only Mu Ningxue's substitute. Mu Ningxue did not feel humiliated and angry because of Mu Tingjing, but because of the Ice Luan and Ice Phoenix, who held great power in the clan. They had a lot of say in many things in the clan, especially raising the younger generations, which they were fully in charge of. Being abandoned. Being replaced. These had led Mu Ningxue to the lowest point in her life, but what she could not forgive was their decision to take everything from her at Venice, including her life and her soul. Panshi was their right-hand man. It was they who had decided to remove the ice crystal bow from her soul and turn her into a cripple who could not even cast a basic spell. The Ice Luan, Mu Feiluan. The Ice Phoenix, Mu Yinfeng. They had received their nicknames from their innate talents. They were brimming with extraordinary power since they were born, and had been aloof for a dozen years. The people of the Heresy Judgment Court must be aware of how outstanding Qin Yuer's ice element is, so they asked the two experts of the Mu clan to lend them a hand. The Mu clan is more than willing to fawn upon the Heresy Judgment Court. Mu Ningxue held a strong grudge against the two. They were the leaders of the Mu clan she wanted to destroy. Only by dragging them down from their sacred altar would she be able to get over the humiliation and despair she had endured in Venice. "We can't let her escape. She's going to bring us disaster," a judicator in the distance spoke up. The four judicators were fighting Qin Yuer while the Ice Luan and Ice Phoenix controlled the ice magic in the area, using their magic to suppress Qin Yuer's innate talent. One could not deny how outstanding the Ice Luan and Ice Phoenix's innate talents were, as Qin Yuer's magic was greatly suppressed by them. Otherwise, the fight would not have lasted for so long in an extreme environment like the scar of Tianshan Mountain, regardless of how strong the four judicators were. "It's a fight between immortals, my heavens," Jiang Yu's eyes and mouth were wide open. Their super spells were like fireflies compared to the super spells that the judicators were tossing about. Most importantly, each of the judicators seemed to possess some kind of forbidden power which granted their spells different effects. Qin Yuer is casting spells so frequently. How does she do it? Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan thought it was a 4-on-1, but he realized it was actually a 7-on-1 after he saw the siblings from the Mu clan and Muse Polina. However, Qin Yuer was able to use her magic simply by waving her hands around in the fight. She was able to gather ice magic and turn it into destructive spells with a single thought. During the years Qin Yuer was stranded on Tianshan Mountain, she learned how to use ice magic without drawing star orbits. It's why the Heresy Judgment Court accused her of being a heretic, Mu Ningxue stated. She doesn't need to draw star orbits. So she's a magic automatic rifle. Mo Fan could not believe it. Star orbits, star patterns, star constellations, and star palaces were supposed to be the source of energy when using magic. How was she transmitting and outputting energy without them? If it was possible to cast advanced spells and super spells with a single thought, Qin Yuer could defeat her enemies by abusing her casting speed, even if her cultivation was not as strong. It explained why the Heresy Judgment Court was so wary of her. Her ability was inhuman. That being said, can't you see they aren't trying to win the fight? They are just wearing her out, Mu Ningxue pointed out to him. Yeah, if she only has the ice element, it means her energy is limited. Those guys are so fighting so dirty when it's a 7-on-1, Mo Fan agreed. Qin Yuer had also realized what her enemies were up to. She was looking for a chance to break free from the envelopment. Chapter 2034. The Hot-Tempered Mu Ningxue. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A strange wind spiraled down from the sky, bearing dense ice petals within it. The ice petals kept increasing in number and filled up the area ahead. They would gather together and turn into a flower to protect Qin Yuer from the destructive spells of the four judicators, or turn into sharp weapons to attack those within 3 kilometers of her. The ice petals scattered across the sky like snow, nullifying the attacks of the four judicators and forcing them to back away. The ice petals accumulated rapidly, turning into a vortex close to Qin Yuer with the help of a rising airflow. The ice petals inside were dancing wildly. The slender figure within the vortex was extremely blurred. The ice petals inside the vortex suddenly stopped. They were like little elves dancing around a campfire just a moment ago, but they suddenly fell to the ground and piled up like wilted flowers. Where did she go? Damn it, aren't you supposed to keep a close eye on her? Why did you back away? Judicator Maul asked angrily. What the heck? You know how powerful that wicked woman is. If I hadn't backed away, I would be a pile of shredded meat by now, a Judicator with light blue hair shot back. She escaped again. It took us great effort just to trap her here, but it doesn't matter, we've already set up the 9 lights formation. She can only find a place to hide, and she won't escape our grasp. We can't let her escape and pose a threat to society again. The 7 people regrouped before they realized others had arrived on the field, and looked over at them. Who are they? Judicator Maul frowned. Should be a bunch of explorers. The Rift Valley gave them a chance to reach the deeper regions of Tianshan Mountain, Mu Felwan said after a quick glance at the group. Great, Chief. Xinghui was overjoyed when he saw Mu Felwan. Mu Felwan looked at Xinghui expressionlessly. Where are the others? Mu Felwan asked. The clan would occasionally send a team of disciples to Tianshan Mountain to search for valuables. The scar of Tianshan Mountain was full of glacier, so the resources here were very attractive for a clan using the ice element. However, it was not something Mu Felwan was in charge of, so he did not bother to intervene with it. The others didn't survive, Xinghui admitted softly. That's not a surprise, I have long wanted to get rid of the incompetent ones. Tianshan Mountain happened to do us the favor. Otherwise, they were going to blame me for being merciless again, hee. Mu Yinfeng smiled. She was pleased with the casualties on Xinghui's team. Xinghui looked quite awkward. He had no idea how to respond to that. Xinghui suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Mu Ningxue before whispering to Mu Felwan and Mu Yinfeng. The two immediately stared at Mu Ningxue, who had the same silver hair as their target, sharply. She's over there, the Judicator with light blue hair suddenly yelled when he noticed Mu Ningxue. The other Judicators quickly surrounded Mu Ningxue, like they were about to apprehend her by force. Are you blind? Mo Fan stood in front of Mu Ningxue and glared at Judicator Maul. Judicator Maul also realized Mu Ningxue was not Qin Yuer. He struggled to keep a straight face. You Asians all look the same. Why are you here? Are you the Ice Witch's accomplice too? Maul pointed at Mo Fan. I'm seriously impressed by how retarded you can be. I finally understand why the Heresy Judgment Court managed to lose the Cold Prince after learning that someone like you can be a Judicator, Mo Fan scoffed right back. You disrespectful scum, you do know Judicators have the right to execute you on the spot if you insult us, according to the supreme law of the Magic Association. Maul snarled at him. Maul was not in a great mood after Qin Yuer escaped, and now he had stumbled into the man with a filthy mouth. How dare he provoke a Judicator when he was still a suspected heretic? He has always been like this, acting arrogantly just because he earned a slight reputation for himself. We have long wanted to teach him a lesson, but the Pearl Oriental Tower and Pearl Institute might accuse us of bullying him. However, Mu Yinfeng's eyes were filled with disdain toward Mo Fan. Mu Yinfeng purposely dragged out her tone. She glanced at Mu Ningxue and said, Mu Ningxue, as a sinner of the clan, you have disobeyed us several times. You even used the resources of the clan to establish a petty faction called Fanxue Mountain to oppose us. I'm afraid I won't overlook your treacherous acts since you happen to be here today. Mu Ningxue calmly listened to Mu Yinfeng's lies. She already knew a cracked bell could not sound well, but she did not expect one of the highest authorities of the Mu clan to be so shameless. The tears she had shed in Venice were too precious. They had allowed her to see the real nature of the Mu clan. The icy wind that had calmed down started blowing again. Mu Ningxue's clothes and silver hair drifted in the wind. Frost suddenly appeared in the air. It turned into an icy aura around Mu Ningxue's position. Mu Yinfeng was startled. She subconsciously took a step back after seeing the aggression in Mu Ningxue's eyes. Mo Fan was dumbfounded too. Why was his first wife more hot-tempered than him? No one had expected her to start a fight right away. Star pattern shifted rapidly to establish star constellations, which further constructed a star palace. Mu Ningxue had no intention of arguing with Mu Yinfeng. It was time to settle the dispute once and for all since they had met on Tianshan Mountain. Humph, you dare attack your benefactor? Don't forget that you are only strong now because of our generosity. Mu Yinfeng blurted out. Her eyes were brimming with anger as she continued, do you really think you can take me on? You are still a pitiful insect in my eyes. Countless ice feathers suddenly appeared around Mu Yinfeng. The scattered ice feathers combined into the spectacular pattern of an ice phoenix, displaying the strength and imperiousness of her ice domain. Chapter 2035. Helping behind the scenes. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Failwan walked toward the Alliance. He seemed to know senior hunter Yassen. He smiled at Yassen and said, I believe you saw what happened just now. The woman is a heretic who the Heresy Judgment Court froze on Tianshan Mountain in the past, but somehow she has escaped. She is extremely dangerous and likes to stay in cities. She is a lot stronger here because of the environment. The 4 Judicators have trapped her in this area, but it will take us some time to apprehend her. I understand, but we are here for the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. We have lost a lot of men along the way. You can't possibly ask us to risk our lives for something so dangerous when we are already worn out both physically and mentally, just because the Heresy Judgment Court is catching a heretic here, right? Senior Hunter Yassen tactfully rejected the request. The 9-flower scar where the Tianshan Sacred Lotus is located is exactly where we have trapped the Ice Witch. If you go there without the Heresy Judgment Court's permission, you will have to bear the consequences. We already discussed this with the Great Judicator. If you help us apprehend the Ice Witch, the Judicators will help you find the Tianshan Sacred Lotus in return, Mu Failwan promised. Are you serious? Yassen was surprised. The Tianshan Sacred Lotus was extremely valuable. Even forbidden mags would be interested in it, let alone super mags. Yassen almost gave up when he saw the group of powerful mags, since his group had no chance of competing with them. Eliminating heretics is the Heresy Judgment Court's sacred duty. They aren't interested in the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. As for us, we are more interested in establishing a friendly relationship with the Heresy Judgment Court. Don't you worry, if you're willing to lend us a hand, we won't demand a share of the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. Mu Failwan swore. Mu Failwan could easily tell Yassen was the leader of the alliance. If he could convince Yassen, the others would follow too. I shall discuss with the others first, Yassen said. Be quick, we can't let the Ice Witch rest for too long, Mu Failwan warned him. Yassen called a meeting with the leaders of the teams to discuss it. Yassen was leaning toward working with the Heresy Judgment Court, mainly because they had to cross the complicated terrain in the 9-flower scar before reaching the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. They could also see many powerful demon creatures roaming in the area ahead, who were also probably interested in the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. A huge battle clearly awaited them if they went after the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. Most importantly, the people of the Heresy Judgment Court had established the 9 Lights formation in the 9-flower scar. They would not withdraw from the area if they did not catch the heretic, meaning the alliance would struggle to achieve their goal. The Heresy Judgment Court would normally seal up an area when they were on a mission. They had the right to execute any unauthorized personnel on the spot. No one dared to challenge the Heresy Judgment Court's authority. Yassen told everyone about the situation. Bertun, Kumar, Zhao Kang, and the others were hesitating to make a decision. It sounds like we don't have a choice, but the Ice Witch is incredibly strong. I'm afraid none of us will stand a chance against her, Zhao Kang pointed out. Don't worry, we aren't facing her directly. Look on the bright side, it's a chance for us to befriend the Heresy Judgment Court too. Speaking of which, Who's the woman they are after? She looks not much different from us. Why is she a heretic? We shouldn't ask too many questions. The Heresy Judgment Court has its reasons. The leaders told the teams their decision. Although many people were against the idea, they would overstay their welcome on the mountain if the Heresy Judgment Court sealed off the area. The Heresy Judgment Court had ways to leave the mountain safely when the storm came, but the Alliance would be in danger. They had no choice but to help the Heresy Judgment Court since they did not have a choice. The 9 Lights formation should be the silver-blue magic formation across the field. The Heresy Judgment Court has come prepared. Mo Fan saw faint lights rising from the cracks when he returned to his team. They formed a huge circle around the field, like some icy flames. Qin Yuer must be trapped in the formation. I wonder where she's hiding now, Mu Ningxue said worriedly. The field was surrounded by glacier and peaks. There were glacier hanging upside down in the sky and bottomless cracks in the land. Qin Yuer was nowhere to be seen, but there were only limited spots in the enclosed area where she could hide. It's obvious that Qin Yuer has no trouble running away even if she can't defeat them. The main problem is the 9 Lights formation. We have to break a hole so she can escape, Mo Fan said. Qin Yuer did not confront her enemies all the time, since that would only consume her energy. She needed time to catch her breath, so she was using the complicated terrain to play hide-and-seek with the Heresy Judgment Court. She was recovering energy while waiting for the 9 Lights formation to disappear. Mu Feilwan had already scattered the people of the Alliance across the field to do a thorough search. They believed Qin Yuer did not have much energy left. They should be able to apprehend Qin Yuer if they could find her in the next 3 hours. The 7 Judicators had difficulty searching the field on their own. There were many spots in the field where Qin Yuer could be hiding. However, she would have nowhere to go if the Alliance was searching for her too. Nanyu, don't help those people, Mo Fan told Nanyu. It was easy for Nanyu to look for someone with her sound element. She could pick up a person's breathing and heartbeat within a kilometer if she was focused. Mo Fan was worried that Nanyu might help the Heresy Judgment Court since she was clueless about the truth of the matter. Do you know her? Nanyu was surprised. I do, and she's very important to me. I might even have to oppose the Heresy Judgment Court as a last resort, Mo Fan admitted. Are you out of your mind? Nanyu said with wide eyes. You can challenge any faction, but not the Heresy Judgment Court. Even Chairman Xiaozong won't be able to protect you. I know, but I can't let her fall into the Heresy Judgment Court's hands. I will explain the details to you later. Help me find her before the others so I can help her escape secretly, Mo Fan said. We can help her secretly, but make sure the Heresy Judgment Court doesn't learn about it. We can't afford to go against the Heresy Judgment Court. Even Ai Jiangtu and the others won't side with you. Nanyu warned him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't put you all in trouble, Mo Fan nodded. Nanyu and the others would not hesitate to side with him against the Mu clan, but the Heresy Judgment Court was a different story. Chapter 2036. It's better to come back here. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Even though the group was conducting a thorough search, it could still be dangerous, as many terrifying demon creatures were hiding close to the rifts in the ice, waiting viciously for the humans who were unaware of their existence to get closer. The creatures that lived in the desolate ice field had certain abilities to disguise themselves. The people struggled to perceive them on the mirror-like ice. They had no idea when they entered the creature's attack range. She might be hiding behind that hill. It's where the last movement I heard came from, Nanyu whispered to Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. All right, lead us to her. We must find her before the Heresy Judgment Court, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Zhao Manyang followed Nanyu as they pretended to search behind the hill. The Heresy Judgment Court was not suspicious of them, and continued to search for Qin Yuer. Every minute they wasted meant more time for Qin Yuer to recover her energy. The Judicators would not have the upper hand if she was able to cast her magic at will while having plenty of energy. You guys, search that area, Yasun told a few hunter masters from his team. It's dangerous over there. I heard a few deep growls just now. The hunter masters were reluctant to go any further. One must put in the effort to be rewarded. Do you think we can take the Tianshan sacred lotus if we are pretending to be searching for her while we are strolling around the field? Yasun reminded him. The other teams went separate ways. Everyone knew how dangerous the rifts were. No one dared to fly in the desolate ice field, as the strange winds might drag them into the rifts if they were the least bit careless. Mo Fan turned to watch where the others were going. He noticed Xinghui was following them with a bunch of people. Do they know we are up to something? Zhao Manyang said. I don't think so. I bet they are just trying to annoy us. We have to send them away, or we won't be able to meet Qin Yuer, Mo Fan said. Leave it to me. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Zhao Manyang approached Xinghui. He was heading up an ice dune when he suddenly pointed at a deep rift and said, I think I see her, she's down there. His shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. They quickly gathered around while Zhao Manyang headed to the lower ground, like he was trying to take a head start. Even though Zhao Manyang's exaggerating act was awkward to look at, some people actually believed him, including Xinghui and the others who were following Mo Fan. They immediately started after him. The person who found the ice witch first would be rewarded with the biggest petal of the Tianshan sacred lotus. Wasn't that what they were risking their lives for? Mo Fan's group successfully reached the back of the mountain. The hill's waist had many ravines that were excellent hiding spots. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue thought she would be hiding somewhere on the hill, but Ningxue went straight to the back of the hill. Weird, Ningxue said. She's not here. Mu Ningxue asked worriedly. She is, but the movement I heard is coming from over there. Ningxue pointed down a ravine. Mo Fan followed her finger and saw Ningxue pointing at a huge canyon. It was one of the 9 rifts. People who came within 500 meters of it could already feel the force trying to drag them into it, let alone if they fell into it. She's around there. Mo Fan asked in alarm. No, she's inside it, Ningxue declared. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue exchanged glances. They immediately ran to the huge canyon when they realized something. The rift was over 7 kilometers long and around 400 meters wide, easily comparable to the quickmud of the Swamp of Death. It was unlikely anyone would survive after stepping into it. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue arrived at the edge of the rift. The overwhelming force kept dragging them towards the rift. Mo Fan had to use the space element to resist it. They looked down and saw a cliff down the wall, around 100 meters down. A woman in a light purple robe was standing on the cliff. Her silver hair stood out clearly. She's down there. Mu Ningxue exclaimed. Is she trapped? How did she fall into a rift, not to mention such a big one? How are we supposed to save her? Mo Fan had to ask. Take it easy, you two, Ningxue said. Qin Yuer, who was standing on the cliff, seemed to notice them too. She looked up in their direction. I'm going down, Mu Ningxue said. I'll modify the laws with the chaos element. You should hurry and save her? I can't hold on for too long, Mo Fan told Mu Ningxue. Got it. The chaos element could manipulate gravity. It would work on the ice rift too, but its power was overwhelming due to its size. Mo Fan could only manipulate the force of a small area. Mu Ningxue jumped into the rift. It was rare to see her so worried about someone, perhaps because Qin Yuer's fate was too similar to hers. They even had the same silver hair. Only they understood one another's loneliness. Sister Qin. Mu Ningxue felt oddly warm when she saw Qin Yuer. Ningxue, why are you here? Qin Yuer was surprised. They were at the scar of Tianshan Mountain, an extremely dangerous place, even for Mu Ningxue. I came here to train myself. You are in a pretty bad spot, Mu Ningxue said. I know, Qin Yuer sounded calm. She did not panic even when the Heresy Judgment Court was after her? Why did you come back here? Mu Ningxue did not understand. She had managed to get out from the scar of Tianshan Mountain before. Why didn't she stay in the city? Did she come here to hide from the Heresy Judgment Court? Qin Yuer shook her head. Instead of looking across the world for the man she wanted to meet, it was better to come back here and wait. She was confident that she had seen a familiar face when the ice melted. Why did he turn and leave? Chapter 2037. Distorted Space. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Either way, we must leave this place first, Ningxue said. Qin Yuer nodded. Qin Yuer had accidentally fallen into the rift while she was running away from the Judicators. Luckily, there was a cliff inside the crevasse for her to stand on. She would have ended up frozen again if she fell to the bottom of the rift. Qin Yuer looked worn out, and did not have a lot of energy left. She could still summon frost to circle her like leaves and protect her from the wind, but the wind had already lashed at her like a whip when she fainted briefly. Staying in the rift would only drain her energy more swiftly. If it wasn't for Qin Yuer's innate talent, she would already have frozen on the cliff while she was unconscious. Ningxue helped Qin Yuer up. She struggled to draw a star constellation due to the strong wind, which meant she could not use the wind wings. She had to rely on external help to get out of the crack. Get ready to come up. Mo Fan called out. Mo Fan was holding his right wrist tightly with his left hand. He spread his right hand like he was turning a compass with all his might. He was slowly modifying the direction of the wind in the rift. The strong wind soon weakened significantly. Ningxue and Qin Yuer even felt a force lifting them into the air. Icebound coffin. A heavy ice casket appeared above Mo Fan and collapsed onto him as he was channeling the chaos magic. Mo Fan had no choice but to cancel the magic. His dark vein surged inside him as he escaped into the darkness as swiftly as a phantom. The icebound coffin had appeared out of nowhere. It crashed on the spot where Mo Fan blended with the shadows. Mo Fan turned into a shadow sparrow and flew out of the icebound coffin's area. He left the shadows after arriving at a safe spot. He turned around angrily and saw a mischievous grin. It belonged to Ningxue, who had been tailing them. I had a feeling you are somehow related to the Ice Witch. As I thought, you guys are pretty bold, trying to save the woman whom the Heresy Judgment Court is purging. Ningxue said from up a slope. Mo Fan frowned. Zhao Manyang had failed to lure Ningxue away. He had followed them here. If the 4 Judicators found out about Qin Yuer's condition, they would kill her at all costs. Mo Fan's eyes immediately emitted a cold flicker. His murderous aura soon filled up the area through the chaos element and transformed into a ferocious demonic shadow lunging at Ningxue. What now? Trying to silence me? Ningxue smirked. Ningxue was not dumb. He knew what Mo Fan was planning to achieve by releasing the aura of the chaos element. Mo Fan was isolating the area so Ningxue could not call the 4 Judicators to his aid. Such a pity, I was thinking of killing you myself, but it's more entertaining if I let the Heresy Judgment Court deal with you. Don't even bother putting up a fight, I've already sent someone to alert the Judicators. They will be here in a few minutes, Ningxue said. Mo Fan's face darkened. He looked into the crack. Ningxue and Qin Yuer were still in it. They would have no chance of leaving the rift without external help, yet this Ningxue had to trouble him now to stop him from saving them. Mo Fan, take him out as soon as possible. Don't worry, I've dealt with his man, Ningxue said. Mo Fan immediately turned to Ningxue. Ningxue explained in an apologetic tone, I was so focused on looking for Qin Yuer that I didn't notice Ningxue was following us, but I heard him when he was sending his man away to alert the others. Ningxue pointed at a man wearing the outfit of the Mu clan nearby. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were bleeding. He was unconscious. Ningxue's expression shifted when he saw the man. He had purposely stayed behind to stop Mo Fan from saving Ningxue and Qin Yuer, but that had allowed Ningxue to take his man out. They were currently on the other side of the hill, so the others would not be able to see what was happening. Mo Fan had also distorted the space with the chaos element to isolate the area, meaning that Xinghui was stranded with no backup. "Humph, do you really think you can keep me here?" Xinghui chuckled. Why was he panicking? His opponent was only a petty mage who had just reached the super level not long ago. Ningxue and Qin Yuer were still stuck in the rift. He just had to take out Mo Fan and hand Ningxue and Qin Yuer over to Mu Feiluan. "Nunyu, look after them. I'll finish him in no time." Mo Fan was relieved. Nunyu was extremely reliable when it mattered, unlike that idiot Zhao Manyang. Be careful. Nunyu was confident in Mo Fan's strength. Even though Xinghui claimed he was going to fight Mo Fan, he immediately took off with his magic equipment and headed for the other side of the hill. As long as anyone from the Alliance learned what was going on here, the Heresy Judgment Mags would treat Mo Fan and Ningxue as its enemy. It was much easier than having a showdown with Mo Fan. His magic boots gave him the ability to jump around as agilely as a beast. He stepped on the ice and bounced around to reach the top of the mountain. "The Ice Witch is here. She's here!" Xinghui yelled from up on the mountain, hoping that someone could hear him. However, he was stunned by the sight before him. Mo Fan stood at the foot of the hill like he had been waiting for him. More importantly, the rift that Ningxue and Qin Yuer were trapped in was right beside him. He clearly went over the mountain. How had he come back here again? Xinghui quickly turned around and ran to the other side of the hill, but he soon felt a chill running down his spine. He still arrived at the back of the hill where Mo Fan was looking at him with an eerie grin. Space distortion! Xinghui did not fall into an illusion. No matter which side of the mountain he ran to, he would end up at the same side where Mo Fan was. Mo Fan had already manipulated the space with the chaos magic. Chapter 2038. The Good and the Bad. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chaos magic was different from illusions. Everything the person saw was like an illusion, yet the scene that felt like a dream was actually real. The chaos magic was actually manipulating the laws and order of space. Xinghui was not totally clueless about things. He straightened his face after he realized he was trapped in an isolated, distorted space. His options were to defeat the person who had created the distorted space, or to destroy the weak points and shatter the whole thing like glass. However, Xinghui was not great at perception. He would rather defeat Mo Fan instead of wasting the time and energy to look for the weak points. He preferred the simpler approach. "You have sent the sound mage outside too. It seems you are stupider than I thought." Xinghui looked around and grinned. His yellow teeth glittered under the sunlight. Xinghui was standing at the top of the peak. The hillside was jagged with many sharp edges. In front of him was a steep slope, covered in ice rocks scattered irregularly across it. Behind him was a steep slope with the same ice rocks. Most importantly, he would see the same things whether he was looking forward or back. A steep slope, Mo Fan, and the enormous rift. The world was like an endless loop of mountains, valleys, rifts, mountains, valleys, rifts. Xinghui had seldom fought against chaos mags, so it was his first time being trapped in such a strange space. He could tell that Mo Fan did not want him to leave, going as far as setting up a space with endless loops just to trap him. Having less experience with the chaos magic did not necessarily mean he was going to lose the fight miserably. The chaos element was not destructive on its own. He just needed to figure out his opponent's weakness. The chaos magic would end up like an amusing and meaningless clown's trick. "You are overestimating yourself. I'm in a rush here. Otherwise, I could easily beat the crap out of you with a handicap of just using half my elements." Mo Fan harumphed coldly. "Half your elements?" Xinghui was amused, but on second thought, half of Mo Fan's elements would mean the same number of elements as his. Xinghui had no idea where Mo Fan had gotten the courage to fight him alone without the Sound Mage's help. He had reached the super level at least a year or two faster than Mo Fan. Even though he had wasted the past 2 years on gambling and drinking, he could still defeat a novice super mage like Mo Fan with ease. You should focus on mastering your spells instead of coming up with these boring tricks. Xinghui yelled. The mountain began to tremble. The thick snow covering it began to fall. The ice mound started breaking. The snow rolled down the mountain with the ice. It was only a part of the ice and snow at first, but by the time it reached the middle of the hill, it had turned into a terrifying avalanche after half the hillside was shaved clean. Xinghui stood on the avalanche like he was commanding hundreds of ferocious beasts charging at Mo Fan. The avalanche was already big enough to overwhelm the entire valley by the time it reached the foot of the hill. It seems like your earth element is just a little baby. Unfortunately, you will no longer have the chance to practice it. Ha ha ha. Xinghui looked down at the little barrier that Mo Fan had set up. Rock barrier, mountain screen? The spell was like the little fence around an ancient village. It might be slightly effective against a small flood, but even 10 times its sturdiness was no match for his avalanche. The whole village would soon be destroyed by the spell. The avalanche devoured everything in its path mercilessly. The barrier Mo Fan had established had collapsed too. Xinghui slid all the way to the edge of the crevasse. He turned around and grinned when he confirmed Mo Fan and his petty spell were buried under the snow. Having more elements was just a joke compared to his absolute strength. Climb out, get out of the snow, I don't believe you will die so easily, Xinghui yelled disdainfully at the snow. A brain is a good thing, if you actually have one, Mo Fan's voice suddenly came from higher up. Xinghui was startled. He immediately looked at the top of the hill. He was at the top of the hill. How was he up there? He was clearly at the base not long ago. The snow had devoured both him and his rock barrier. How did Mo Fan get to the top of the hill? Didn't he just come down from there? Xinghui suddenly realized something was off. He immediately looked behind him and noticed the space behind him spinning and the ground under his feet shaking. Everything around him had turned into pieces of a puzzle that was being shuffled. They were being reconstructed under someone else's control. The process only lasted for a few seconds. When everything returned to normal, Xinghui realized the avalanche had gone in the wrong direction. The real Mo Fan was actually at the foot of the hill behind him, instead of the one in front of him. The principles of the space that Xinghui was trapped in were quite simple. It was like placing a mirror both in front and behind Xinghui, but the only difference was, the world within the mirrors was real too. Mo Fan was clearly behind Xinghui, but he kept yelling at the Mo Fan inside the mirror in front of him. He had even made an avalanche to attack the Mo Fan in the mirror. As a matter of fact, anyone with a basic understanding of the chaos element knew they could estimate the distance of something they saw within via the transmission of sound, and determine if what they were seeing was actually in front of them. Xinghui's stupidity was beyond Mo Fan's imagination. He seriously wondered where the guy had gotten the confidence to provoke him and Mu Ningxue. I have nothing but time, but you are in a rush to save someone. Keep using your stupid tricks. Xinghui realized how stupid he was too, but he would never admit it. Mo Fan almost burst out laughing after hearing Xinghui's words. He had set up the distorted space long ago. Did the man really think he was doing nothing all this time? Couldn't he see the dark energy surrounding him that was about to drag him into the abyss of death? Didn't he notice the star palace of the lightning tyrant with 12-fold damage amplification was accumulating its energy and ready to kill him at any second? Chapter 2039. Can't afford to stand on the opposite side. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Xinghui's awareness was at the level of an advanced mage. Mo Fan even felt like Xinghui was worse than a hunter who had to be on alert at all times. It had to be the result of indulging in secular desires inside the safe walls of the cities for too long. Mo Fan seriously wondered how someone like Xinghui had survived until now on Tianshan Mountain. The shadows slowly crept closer, like dust chasing the last glimpse of sunlight away. Mo Fan was amazed by how slow Xinghui's response was. As a super mage, he should have realized that once darkness ruled the area, his life would be trapped in darkness forever too. He only realized he was surrounded when all that remained was the final glimpse of sunlight. The shadows were like devils hiding under the ground, or deadly black seawater forcing Xinghui to stand on a single spot, like he was stranded on an island. The seawater kept rising. They would soak his legs and slowly crawl onto his body, finally clenching his throat coldly. It was actually easier for Mo Fan's army of darkness to infiltrate the space while it was under the influence of his chaos magic. When the remaining land of the living that Xinghui stood on was invaded, the darkness immediately turned restless. The frozen ground was replaced by a black swamp Xinghui was sinking continuously into. The guards of the Shadow Tribe rose from the swamp. They resembled knights of the ancient days under Mo Fan's influence, each holding two jagged swords with hooks at the tip as they approached from all directions, inflicting injuries that festered rapidly on Xinghui's body. Xinghui only wished he could use all his limbs to cast his magic. He even wished he had Qin Yuer's ability to cast spells without drawing any star orbits. Every time he killed a few guards of the Shadow Tribe, a new bunch of them would appear from the swamp. They just kept coming. Seal of the 9 Laws. Mo Fan had already completed the Lightning Star Palace on the mountain. The lightning tyrant displayed its imperious aura as huge lightning halberds fell from the sky, accompanied by a deep rumble, like the roars of dragons from the heavens. Xinghui's head was buzzing badly before the lightning halberds even reached the ground. Xinghui was already worn out trying to deal with the endless guards of the Shadow Tribe. He cried out in agony when he felt like his body was being split into pieces after the lightning halberds landed on him. "That's only the 4th, 5 more to go," Mo Fan said coldly. Mo Fan never showed his enemies mercy. He had no intention to call off the remaining 5 halberds, even though Xinghui was already at his last breath after the first 4 halberds. The entrapping power of the Seal of the 9 Laws was even more terrifying when all the lightning halberds landed. Xinghui naively tried to defend himself with magic equipment, but he forgot the outstanding penetrating power of the lightning element. Any defensive equipment was mere decoration before the lightning magic. Not only would it fail to reduce the pain, his flesh would shatter too. Xinghui turned into scorched ashes following a few blinding flashes. His cries of agony echoed in the area for a few seconds. Mo Fan withdrew the imperious lightning and his army of darkness. He shook his head as Xinghui's remained scattered in the wind. This Xinghui was seriously too weak. A relatively strong advanced mage might have beat him if they could stop him from using his super spell. The Mu clan had raised many useless pieces of trash like him. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of mags like him in the magic associations. They occupied important positions in society and claimed a lot of resources for themselves instead of giving them to those who needed them. They were also the first to run away when the cities were invaded by demon creatures. A person's cultivation was not directly proportional to their strength. Mo Fan had known that for a long time. The unpredictable chaos element had played a crucial role in the fight. Xinghui was lost right from the beginning of the fight. The avalanche he had prepared over a long time had also been useless. Otherwise, not only would Mo Fan have struggled to defend himself from the super ice spell, he would not have had enough time to expand his shadow army and construct the Lightning Star Palace. "Did you take him out?" Ningxue asked curiously when she saw Mo Fan leaving the distorted space. "Yeah, the guy was weaker than I thought," Mo Fan replied. "It's you who's too strong," Ningxue immediately refuted. "You're right, he'd be no match for me even if I hadn't reached the super level," Mo Fan agreed with a smile. He looked into the chasm and saw Ningxue and Qin Yuer still on the cliff down there. "I can only protect them with my magic." "I can't pull them up," Ningxue told him. "Keep watch, I'll help them." Mo Fan had no trouble saving the two inside the chasm with the space and chaos elements, as long as no one was disturbing him. It was like pulling a rope, but he had to keep pulling with both hands. Luckily, no one had found them again. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh after pulling Qin Yuer and Ningxue from the rift. "What now?" Ningxue asked. "We have to destroy the 9 Lights formation first. Otherwise, none of us can leave this place," Mo Fan said. "Sister Qin, do you know?" Ningxue turned around. She was going to ask about the formation, but Qin Yuer was already gone. Qin Yuer was behind her just a moment ago. Ningxue could even hear her heavy breathing after being overwhelmed by fatigue, but there were only a few ice petals drifting around, with no sign of Qin Yuer. Where did she go? Mo Fan opened his eyes wide. He did not see Qin Yuer no matter where he looked. She's at the hill over there, but she's really soft. I don't think she wants to be a burden to you too, Ningxue said. Mo Fan and Ningxue fell silent. No faction or country dared to oppose the heresy judgment court. Qin Yuer knew that better than anyone. Mo Fan and Ningxue were already in deep trouble for saving her from the rift. She did not want them to become the heresy judgment court's enemy. Mo Fan, Ningxue, either way, we can't afford to offend the heresy judgment court. It's not only about you, but Fanxue Mountain will be affected too. She did the right thing. You can't oppose the heresy judgment court if you want a place in this world. You should keep that in mind if you are planning to destroy the Nine Lights formation, Ningxue warned them sternly. Chapter 2040. The Snowstorm that Seals the Mountain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Snow began pouring down on the world of white crystals. In just a few minutes, the ground that was as clean as glass was covered in a soft layer of snow, crunching when people stepped on it. The storm kept growing, and the whole desolate ice field was drowned in whiteness. The previously clear blue sky was now full of snow. The mountains in the distance gradually disappeared into the whiteness. Damn it, it's so difficult to see. How are we supposed to find the Ice Witch? Zhao grumbled. The snow was like a thick fog. It was hard to see anyone clearly beyond 20 meters, and they could not even tell if it was a human or a demon creature beyond 50 meters. They were subconsciously shouting at one another in the storm. Even their voices would soon be devoured by the sudden snowstorm. We can't keep going around aimlessly like this. It's too easy to fall into the rifts in the storm, and we won't be able to support one another if we stumble into any dangerous creatures, Yasun advised. Let's gather the people first. It's too dangerous. Clope agreed. Yasun began signaling with his light element to gather the people at different spots, but not that many people showed up, even after he cast brilliant light a dozen times. Talk about perfect timing. Judicator Maul snapped. They were already struggling to find Qin Yuer when the weather was clear, let alone now that the storm had come. Judicator, I don't think we should worry about apprehending the Ice Witch now, Yasun said with a grim face. Arresting heretics is our most important duty. Anything else can wait. Judicator Maul responded instantly. I'm afraid this snowstorm will seal Tianshan Mountain off. It's a sign that winter has come. We should leave Tianshan Mountain as soon as possible, especially the Valley of Glacier. Otherwise, it will trap us all here, Yasun went on as if he'd said nothing. The snowstorm that he worried about the most had still happened in the end. Yasun was more concerned about his life than he was about the rewards. He believed even the powerful judicators would struggle to leave the mountain after the storm sealed it off. Don't we still have some time left? We must find her at all costs. Judicator Maul said desperately. The truth was that the judicators were fully aware of the deadliness of the snowstorm, or they would not have asked unauthorized personnel to help with the search. No one below the level of a forbidden mage could survive the storm, unless they were blessed by Tianshan Mountain. Even the frosty ancient eagles residing in the Valley of Glacier had to store a lot of food before the snowstorms. They had to curl up in their nests during winter to keep one another warm and pray they would wake up when spring came. This storm is a warning signal from Tianshan Mountain. We can make it if we leave now, Yasun stated. Enough, we know it better than you. Maul snapped impatiently. Then let us leave first, Yasun replied. Yasun had already sent someone to get the Tianshan sacred Lotus. They might not find one that had been around for 700 years, but they would have no problem finding some that were a few hundred years old. They had already profited from the adventure. They could live luxuriously for the rest of their lives if they could make it out alive. Are you kidding me? We won't take down the Nine Lights formation before we arrest the Ice Witch. I suggest you focus on the search. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this mountain. Judicator Maul said coldly. Yasun, Clope, Zhao Kang, and the others were stunned. The Nine Lights formation had trapped them all in the area too. In other words, it was up to the Judicators whether they could leave or not. No one knew where the Ice Witch was hiding, or if she had died in one of the rifts. Were they all going to die here if they could not find her? Judicator, we agreed to help, but we aren't obliged to, Yasun emphasized. If you have time to utter such nonsense here, why don't you hurry up and find the Ice Witch? We are done here once we get our hands on the Ice Witch. You will get your Tianshan's sacred Lotus too. We all leave the mountain together. The Nine Lights formation will only be removed after we find her. Maul declared. Yasun's face darkened following those words. He had lost all his respect for the Heresy Judgment Court. He had long heard about the Heresy Judgment Court's ruthlessness, but he did not expect it to be this bad. They were going to force so many mags to die on Tianshan Mountain. The news was spread to everyone via the old-fashioned way of passing the message verbally. The members of the Alliance began to curse under their breaths. It might be favorable to us. The snow is limiting everyone's vision. The others won't know if we take out the Judicators, Mo Fan grinned. The storm had come at the perfect time. It even helped to cover up his little offense of taking out Xing Hui. They were all trapped in the heavy storm, so it was not a surprise if someone was lost in it or killed by the demon creatures. There was also the possibility of falling into the rifts and being trapped in them forever. When the snow fell, every death was erased by the whiteness. I believe we have a reason to destroy the Nine Lights formation now, Zhao Manyang said. The Alliance has many great talents. They might know how to destroy the magic formation. We just need to exaggerate how deadly the storm is. I bet the people will destroy the magic formation without our involvement, Mo Fan agreed. Who would want to risk their lives for others for no reason? The Heresy Judgment Mags were only asking for trouble. They would never be able to tell who had destroyed the Nine Lights formation because of the snow. Mo Fan and his crew did not have to do anything. They just needed to wait for the technicians of the Alliance to make their moves. The Alliance would only give their all and work together at a time like this. The storm had provided Qin Yuer with the perfect cover. Ningxue let out a relieved sigh when she saw the whole mountain was covered in snow. By the way, she hasn't left the mountain either, right? Will she fall into an eternal slumber if she stays on the mountain? Zhao Manyang asked suddenly. Ningxue shook her head and said, she can survive the winter here. Even Tianshan Mountain is being more merciful to her than us humans are. Mo Fan sighed. Chapter 2041. 700-year-old Tianshan Sacred Lotus. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Tianshan Mountain liked the quiet. She seemed to be expressing her anger toward the outsiders who were making so much noise through the growing snowstorm. However, not everyone was showing enough respect to her. They were still going after their personal gains recklessly. The Alliance and the Heresy Judgment Court were not the only people in the Valley of Glacier. Around 2,000 people who had entered Tianshan Mountain at the same time as Mo Fan and his crew, not to mention those who came earlier or later. The snowstorm was just the first warning. The people at lower altitudes might not sense the mountain's wrath yet, as they could only see the vast whiteness at the top of the mountain. However, it would be too late if they had just started to turn around when they felt the cold of the coming storm. All of the old folks living close to Tianshan Mountain would tell outsiders to be respectful toward her. They had to leave without any hesitation when the storms came. The storm was deadlier than any of them had imagined. Not only was it blocking the Mag's vision, it had also blocked the path the Alliance took to reach the top. It made the surface as deadly as the rifts. The icy wind of the Valley of Glacier was everyone's main concern. They had to keep expending their energy to protect themselves, but the wind was like a spring breeze compared to the desolate wind of death and the icy silk of death in the rifts. The desolate winds of death had a strange pulling force that would interrupt any spell being cast above a star pattern. It would then convert the energy of the spells into a stronger force, making it impossible for those who fell into the rifts to save themselves. The icy silk of death that would then wrap someone up like a frozen mummy in a brief period was even more merciless. It was like a pair of gentle yet merciless hands that put a spectacular suit of armor on outsiders, at the price of them staying behind forever. Everyone's life in the desolate ice field was in danger because of the storm. The Mags rebelled when they learned the Nine Lights formation was trapping them, and used everything they had to break down the magic formation. The Nine Lights formation had been going for quite some time, all the while enduring the wrath of the storm, and was a lot weaker than when it was first established. The people of the Alliance might not possess outstanding cultivation, but many of them were experts in magic formations. Such formations had always been a field of study open to the public. Constructing a powerful formation was difficult, but breaking one down was a lot easier.
The formation has been broken. That was quicker than I thought.
Zhao Manyang blurted out excitedly. Who said an alliance with a common goal is the most reliable?
The people are cooperating better when they are all in danger.
Mo Fan exclaimed. He had to admit that humans were a wonderful species. The Heresy Judgment Court's Nine Lights formation was specifically used to catch heretics, so breaking it down would have been as difficult as acquiring the Tianshan Sacred Lotus from the Nine Great Rifts.
What about the Tianshan Sacred Lotus?
We tried so hard to get here. How could we leave without a few of them so we can nurture our bodies once we are back? Jiang Yu said.
Do you think now is the time to worry about that?
We should hurry and leave the mountain before it's too late. Zhao Manyang answered quickly.
It's indeed a pity if we leave empty-handedly.
Hey, where did the little white rice dumpling go? Mo Fan immediately recalled the little cub as soon as a greedy thought crossed his mind. He had not seen the little cub for some time. He had no clue where she ran off to. The little cub's speed was comparable to the Night Rakshasa, so Mo Fan was not too worried about her safety. He was more concerned about the night amethyst that was crucial to saving Mu Bai's life.
Did her mother finally call her home for dinner?
Damn it! We are screwed. Mo Fan began to panic. Mo Fan seriously did not want to see the Tianshan Scar White Tiger again. He had kidnapped its child right in front of it. It would still tear him into pieces and make a hand lotion with his remains, even though it had been kind to humans. Meow, Tilda the Night Rakshasa cried impatiently, signaling Mo Fan to look behind him. Mo Fan turned around and saw a chubby round figure running toward him. The terrifying desolate wind of death had no effect on it, as if its elegant white fur was immune to the wind. The little cub shook her head while springing on her short limbs. She tripped and rolled on the ground before arriving before Mo Fan's feet like a ball. You naughty little kid, can you stop running around? I'm more worried about you than your parents. You had your fun, isn't it time to— Hey, what do you have in your mouth there? Mo Fan picked up the little cub and was about to scold her when he saw her holding a crystalline plant in her mouth like a handsome dancer holding a rose between his lips. The plant was around the size of a rose. It was thoroughly white, including its stem. Its petals had an attractive gleam to them, and were packed closely together in an orderly fashion. Guan Yu stuck his face closer and blurted out in astonishment, "It is said the Tianshan Sacred Lotus only grows a full petal every 100 years. Hurry up and count the petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy crap, isn't this the 700-year-old Tianshan Sacred Lotus everyone is looking for?" Mo Fan opened his eyes so wide that they almost fell out of the sockets. The others were dumbfounded too. A 700-year-old Tianshan Sacred Lotus was the biggest reward that the Heresy Judgment Court had promised the Alliance.
Where did the little cub find it?
She seems to be immune to the desolate wind of death and the icy silk of death. She's blessed by Tianshan's Sacred Lotus. She can easily pluck up the Tianshan Sacred Lotuses, just like plucking cabbages in her backyard. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Mo Fan turned restless after hearing those words. He suddenly proposed, "I have a crazy idea. Are you sure we shouldn't leave the mountain as soon as possible?" Ari Jiangtu asked hesitantly. "Sure, you may leave first," Mo Fan agreed. "I'll stay around for a little longer. Jiangtu thought it over quickly. Mo Fan might have a bold idea, but the little cub was reluctant to cooperate. From the way she was waving her limbs around, she was saying that it took her a great effort just to pluck the beautiful flower. Mo Fan had to bring her to somewhere more entertaining if he wanted her help. Mo Fan, I have a question. Zhao Manyang suddenly thought of something. He interrupted while Mo Fan was imagining himself carrying a sack of Tianshan sacred lotus on his back. Nothing is more important right now. Let's figure out a way to convince her, Mo Fan said. Wait, did you not realize the little cub can only hold one thing in her mouth at a time? If she took the Tianshan sacred lotus, what about the night amethyst she was carrying initially? Zhao Manyang pointed out. Mo Fan shuddered after hearing the words. Chapter 2042. Escaping Tianshan Mountain. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan quickly lifted the little cub and reached his hand into her mouth to inspect it. Damn it, where's the pacifier stone you kept holding onto so preciously? Mo Fan was almost yelling. The little cub bit Mo Fan's finger. She was not to be outdone either. Mo Fan quickly pulled his finger back. His tears froze as they were falling to the ground. He was not crying because of the pain from the bite, but why he had to stumble into such a stupid little cub. You threw away your pacifier for a flower, are you an idiot? Can't you see the difference between watermelon and sesame? Mo Fan snarled, pointing at the little cub. Mo Fan finally learned what it meant by the rise and fall of a person's life. He was thinking about how to loot more Tianshan sacred lotus with the cover of the snow, but he had lost the most important goal that he came here for. Did the heavens think Mu Bai deserved to rot in hell for what he had done? What now? We can't just turn back now, right? Zhao Manyang asked. How do I know? Don't ask me. The snow poured down heavily. It was difficult to see beyond 10 meters. The white snow was drifting wildly in the dim surroundings. Everyone was overwhelmed by the fear of getting lost on the mountain. With a faint light, the snow was pulled to both sides like a thick curtain. A man in a retro long shirt with its collar upright walked out. He walked toward Mu Yinfeng, who was standing there, and grumbled, "What the heck? I swear this is where the 700 years old Tianshan sacred lotus was before the snow came. How did it disappear in the storm?" "It's gone." Mu Yinfeng asked. "Yeah, I've already checked the surroundings and found nothing." "Forget it, we were meant to give it to those hunters anyway." "It was just a waste of time," Mu Feiluan sighed. Mu Feiluan promised the Alliance he would reward them with the Tianshan sacred lotus if they helped them find the Ice Witch, so he had gone to retrieve it. Unfortunately, Mu Feiluan did not find anything. The Mags of the Alliance had also left because of the storm. "Why are you holding onto a shitty piece of pitch-black stone?" Mu Yinfeng gave Mu Feiluan a confused look. "I don't know, I found it at where the Tianshan sacred lotus was. I just picked it up. I have no idea what it's for." "I was going to throw it away," Mu Feiluan admitted. "You're weird. You went to pick a black stone instead of a Tianshan sacred lotus." Mu Feiluan was displeased by Mu Yinfeng's words, and decided not to throw the black stone away. The stone had a smooth and moist surface. It felt comfortable holding it in his hand. He decided to bring it back. If it turned out to be useless, he would place it in his study as a decoration. The 4 judicators were not willing to give up, but their rationality was telling them if they stayed on the mountain any longer, they might die here. "We have no choice, it's our only option," the great judicator frowned. "I think the authorities will understand. After all, she will be gone in spring if we don't deal with her now," Judicator Maul said. "Damn it, we thought we could use those Mags' greed to help us with the mission, but those reckless idiots dared to destroy our 9 lights formation," the Judicator with blue hair swore angrily. "Enough talk, time to work together now that we've agreed to use it," the Great Judicator said. The Great Judicator glanced at Muse Polina, who was standing close nearby. He added, "Thank you for coming all the way here. You are aware of the situation, too. We have no choice but to use some questionable method to arrest her." Please ask everyone else to leave as soon as possible. We don't want innocent people to die because of it. Great Judicator, please reconsider this, Polina said. We don't have a choice. We can't let someone who might pose a great threat to a city go free, even if the authorities are going to punish us for doing this, the Great Judicator answered. But she came back to Tianshan Mountain. She won't hurt anyone here. Shouldn't we give unfortunate people like her a chance? Polina replied. She isn't an unfortunate person, she's an extremely dangerous person. There will be serious consequences if we don't deal with her as soon as possible. At that time, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people might die. That's a real misfortune. Our job as the Heresy Judgment Court is to prevent these incidents by eliminating the heretics. Being merciful will only bring us terrifying consequences, the Great Judicator said righteously. Polina sighed. Fine, I will evacuate the others as quickly as possible. From what I know, the Ice Witch has never hurt anyone. I hope you will keep her alive. We were told to arrest her alive. Polina knew she would be unable to survive in the harsh weather after the storm came for very long. She turned and looked at the 4 men in the snow. She let out another long sigh before riding her mount down the mountain. The snowstorm was compelling everyone to leave the mountain. The desolate wind of death and icy silk of death grew even stronger. No one would think it was just a normal storm. It was a deadly storm that no one could possibly survive. The little cub cried excitedly, while waving her paws around as if something delicious was nearby. Stop giving me more trouble. Go home when we are back at the lake. Enough tagging along with us to eat, drink, and nap on the ladies' chests. You're getting all the benefits. Most importantly, you lost the night amethyst. Mo Fan swore. The little cub kept crying. She would normally behave herself when Mo Fan threatened to send her back to her mother. She seems to be saying there's something important over there, Apers interpreted. But she lost the night amethyst. Hey, that thing looks familiar. Mo Fan looked at the curtain of snow and saw it was being pulled apart like a curtain. A man in a long shirt was walking out from it. His hand was glowing. He was holding the lustrous stone that the little cub had been holding in her mouth in the eaglet's kindergarten. Chapter 2043. Stone of Drool. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Night Amethyst. Mo Fan almost cried out at the top of his lungs, but his joyful expression twisted when he saw the man walking out of the snow. Mu Failwan came out of the curtain while tossing the night amethyst into the air constantly, as he was bored. The calm look on his face vanished immediately when he stumbled into Mo Fan and his weird expression. He harumphed, "Stop blocking my way. I don't have time to deal with you today, but it doesn't mean I won't in the future." Mo Fan stared at the night amethyst on Mu Failwan's hand. The strange thing was, the night amethyst still had the little cub's drool on it. It had not dried even after so long. Mu Failwan seemed to treat his hands preciously. He noticed the sticky substance on the night amethyst was good at lubricating his hands. He even rubbed the night amethyst on the back of his hand. Is he using the little cub's drool like hand lotion? Mo Fan was impressed by Mu Failwan's taste. Mo Fan raised his brows and asked Mu Failwan, "Why are you lubricating your hand with my pet's pacifier? We might not be on friendly terms, but you are a respected person of the Mu clan. Why did you take my pet's pacifier?" Mu Failwan was stunned. He immediately looked at his hands. The little cub's drool was like glue. It did not freeze despite the low temperature, nor did it dry up because of the wind. The truth was, many white tigers would groom themselves with their drool to protect their paws. Mo Fan realized Mu Failwan had no clue what he was holding, and simply treated it like a little pebble. He immediately figured out a way to disgust Mu Failwan. He did not even have to do it on purpose. Mu Failwan had already been rubbing the little cub's drool on the back of his hand. Mu Failwan was not an idiot, and was not going to believe Mo Fan's words right away. The funny thing was, the little cub was very cooperative. She opened her mouth wide as drool leaked out of it. She purposely tilted her head to one side so Mu Feilwan could see the lubricant on the night amethyst was the same as the drool that was leaking out of her mouth.
What kind of nonsense are you going on about? Step aside, or I won't show you any mercy. Mu Feilwan's face twisted, but he did not want to admit it.
Mo Fan smiled. He politely stepped aside to give way. Mu Feilwan quickly went on ahead. He was initially pulling the curtain of snow to the side while he walked through it elegantly. However, his thoughts were in a mess after encountering Mo Fan and the little cub. The snow began to fall on his head and shoulders.
Follow him.
Ji's going to throw the thing away after rounding the corner ahead. Forget it, Night Rakshasa, go get it for me, I don't trust the little cub. Mo Fan interrupted himself. Mu Feilwan's face was twitching. He initially thought the stone was something valuable, since its secretion could protect his hands from the icy wind. To his surprise, it was a little creature's drool. Mu Feilwan threw his beloved stone down the cliff after turning the corner. He even took out a handkerchief from the pocket of his shirt and wiped his hands clean. Mu Feilwan folded the handkerchief and put it back into the pocket after his hands were clean from the sticky substance. However, he immediately recalled how the little cub was drooling while tilting her head to one side. He frowned and threw his favorite handkerchief away, too. He was obsessed with cleanliness. He even thought he might chop his right hand off and ask a healer to help him grow a new one, let alone throw his favorite handkerchief away. Mo Fan was extremely pleased with the Night Rakshasa's diligence. She returned with the night amethyst only a few minutes later. The Night Rakshasa was also disgusted by the little cub. She purposely wrapped a piece of cloth around the night amethyst to keep her fingers clean. Jiang Yu's little magical cat was extremely cool. She was wearing tall boots and a pair of gloves. When she was walking on two legs and shunning everything around her, it almost urged people to fall to their knees and submit to her. The little cub was overjoyed when she got her pacifier back. She immediately jumped forward to grab the night amethyst in her mouth. She felt more secure when the night amethyst was emitting a cool aura in her mouth.
I'll hold on to it for now.
Mo Fan immediately snatched up the night amethyst. As he thought, the night amethyst was once again covered in the little cub's drool. It was a lot drier after Mo Fan wiped it on his pants. He wondered why the god of darkness was so fond of these stones. If the god of darkness was going to sleep on them like a pillow, he wondered if the god of darkness would still accept a night amethyst that was covered in drool. The god of darkness had to accept it, as they had only found one night amethyst after searching Tianshan mountain for so long. They were lucky to get it back, too. The 700-year-old Tianshan sacred lotus was merely a bonus. This trip to Tianshan mountain had been like paying the devil a visit. They did not want to set their foot on the mountain again. They did not even want to drink the mineral water of the same brand.
We can finally save Mu Bai.
Zhao Manyang let out a relieved sigh. Zhao Manyang had always shunned Mu Bai because of his personality, but he had been missing him a lot ever since he was lying in the coffin. He still had so many shameless things to tell him. He would greatly regret it if Mu Bai died just like that.
Is it time for us to leave the mountain?
If we don't, we will end up becoming the ones who need rescue. Yeah, we are done here. By the way, the Night Rakshasa has taken so many valuables. How are we going to split them? Jiang Yu, don't you keep quiet about it. Even though it was the Night Rakshasa who retrieved them, you wouldn't have made it to the scar of Tianshan mountain without us in the first place. Zhao Manyang was still concerned about the valuables they stole from the frosty ancient eagle's nest.
Do I look like someone who would keep the loot to myself?
Jiang Yu said. What about the Tianshan sacred lotus? Guan Yu asked. Well, we only have 7 petals, even if we want to split them evenly, Mo Fan said helplessly. I won't need one. I just need its due, Mu Ningxue spoke up. Mu Ningxue was not interested in the Tianshan sacred lotus. She was more concerned about her 3rd and 4th elements. Everything was worth it as long as she had the due of the Tianshan sacred lotus. Additionally, she had also helped Qin Yuer to escape the heresy judgment court.
It's fine, we will give those who didn't get the Tianshan sacred lotus other valuables to make up for it. Ha ha ha, if Yasun, Zhao Kang, Kumar, and the others knew we had the 700-year-old Tianshan sacred lotus because of the little cub's help, they might lose their minds. Zhao Manyang burst out laughing. Chapter 2044. Fail Training. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The journey back was smooth. Many of the native creatures were hiding in their dens after the snowstorm arrived. They might fail to find their way back home if they continued to roam around outside. The group did not have to follow the rift of Tianshan Mountain to leave the mountain, they just needed to go downhill most of the time. Their first priority was to escape the snowstorm. The higher the altitude, the deadlier a storm was. It was like a slow-moving avalanche. It turned the whole mountain white, including the meadow and the barren ground which they had passed first. Even species with an outstanding cold resistance would struggle to survive the cold, let alone outsiders with not much cold resistance, such as humans. Mo Fan could not help but turn around to look over the true land of ice and snow one last time after they reached a safe distance. The vast whiteness had devoured the blue sky and the mountain. Even without the rift of Tianshan Mountain, their journey to the scar of Tianshan Mountain had been challenging. It would have been a lot worse if they had searched aimlessly for the way up in the meadow, the alpine, and the valley of Glacier. Their chance of survival would have dropped significantly. There were too many unknown factors, and situations that human mags had never encountered before. The old folks were right. It did not matter what cultivation one possessed, they had to pay enough respect to the mountain. The group finally made it back to Wangui town. Normally, everyone would have taken a nice hot shower and had a delicious meal, before enjoying a comfortable sleep after returning from an adventure. However, they could not afford to make any contact with water after leaving Tianshan Mountain, not even hot water. Their skin had almost cracked apart from the cold. There was still ice that had not melted inside their skin and flesh. They had lost feeling in many body parts, like they had been injected with anesthetic. Many of the survivors were terrified when they discovered their bodies were like seriously damaged old machines that might stop operating at any second. It was the reason some mags never woke up after falling unconscious on the mountain. Mo Fan recovered rapidly. He was already enjoying the hot spring while the others were using traditional methods to drive the cold out of their bodies. The wooden door swung open before Ningxue walked in with a basket containing her bathrobe, bath scent, and clothes. Her alluring silver-white hair was already tied up, revealing her flawless face and neck. Most importantly, she was only wearing a sling skirt since she was going to change into the bathrobe. The thin skirt was unable to conceal her bust. Ningxue was startled when she saw Mo Fan lying in the hot water. "I'm sorry, I took the wrong door." Ningxue turned around and was going to close the door. "No, it's the right one, it's your bath. I was just testing the water temperature for you. The temperature is just right. You should come inside." Mo Fan smiled. He was getting restless. "Well, you can enjoy the bath first." "I'll come later." Ningxue still insisted on closing the door. Shue, come here, I have something to discuss with you too. We have been together for so long. Why are you feeling embarrassed? We can finally relax. Let's enjoy the bath together, drink some tea, and have a heart-to-heart chat and do something meaningful, Mo Fan said. While Ningxue was hesitating, Mo Fan already left the bath and came over shamelessly to drag her into the water. "Just lie still, I'll go down myself." Ningxue was still a little embarrassed. She quickly stopped the shameless man's reckless act. "Oh, sure, I'll lie still, you can climb on me yourself." Mo Fan immediately understood. He went back into the comfortable water and lied with his face upward, resting his head on a hot stone. Ningxue blushed after hearing the words from this man who was constantly filled with evil thoughts. She slowly put the bucket on the side and prepared her hair before going into the water. Shue, no one wears their sleepwear when enjoying a hot bath. It's very cold here, so it's difficult for clothes to dry even under sunlight. You shouldn't soak your sleepwear. Here, I'll lend you a hand. Mo Fan went closer to Mu Ningxue. I just want to take a bath. Don't, Mu Ningxue said. Every woman had a great ability to predict danger, especially when a man was blatantly showing his intentions. It meant she would struggle to get anything done for a long time. While they were trying to study properly, the molesting hands would strike. When they were taking a nap, they would be hugged from behind. They even had to lock the door after going into the bathroom. Mo Fan's passionate gaze could easily melt the ice of Tianshan Mountain. Mu Ningxue decisively covered herself with her towel after realizing something was fishy and quickly went back to her room. Seriously? Mo Fan was left speechless. He was being too impatient with things. Taking a bath together was a little challenging, unlike doing it on the couch, in the kitchen, or on the balcony. Mo Fan rubbed his chin and lay there comfortably. He was figuring out a way to make steady progress. There were so many places and postures he had not unlocked. The days ahead were long. He could not possibly use the standard missionary posture every time. It would be a waste of Mu Ningxue's flexible body and his outstanding abs. Mo Fan was just letting out a long sigh when he suddenly heard a comfortable sound beside him. He turned around and saw a little creature lying in the shallow area of the hot spring with its limbs upward and a pleasant expression on its face. Damn it, why are you still here? Mo Fan almost jumped out of the water in shock. He had prepared the bath for his wife, instead of this dirty little cub who kept drooling. The little cub ignored Mo Fan's shout. She waved her limbs around as if she had never enjoyed such a comfortable bath before. Should I serve you a plate of marinated beef too? Mo Fan asked her. The little cub nodded immediately. Piss off. I'm telling you, my contracts are full, and I won't take you in even if I have a vacant spot. What can you possibly do except for eating, drinking, tricking girls to hold you in their arms, and bringing me trouble? Mo Fan snarled. Chapter 2045. Half a Totem Beast. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The little cub was displeased by Mo Fan's attitude. She moved swiftly, leaving only an afterimage in the water. She was already beside Mo Fan and was about to take the petal of Tianshan's sacred lotus from Mo Fan like she was going to crunch it into pieces. You, stop it right there! Mo Fan yelled. You're very impressive, so please spare the petal. Just come at me instead. The little cub snorted, harumphing coldly like a tiger queen. Unfortunately, the drool leaking out by her lips was incompatible with that demeanor. I'll give you the marinated beef and you give me the petal in return. By the way, if you happen to come by anything valuable, bring it back to me and I'll trade the precious authentic marinated beef that cost me 15 per kilogram with you. Let me be honest with you, I wouldn't trade our sacred marinated beef with you if you weren't the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain. Think about it. Do you think the grassy taste of the Tianshan sacred lotus is comparable to the salty and spicy marinated beef? Mo Fan babbled to the little cub. The little cub nodded. The Tianshan sacred lotus she had been eating since she was young was now like ordinary carrots and cabbages. She'd had enough of it. The marinated beef was just too delicious, unlike the steel spike balls on Tianshan's sacred lotus that tasted like metal sheets. The little cub waved her paws around again. She was back to her favorite game of letting Mo Fan guess what she was trying to say. You mean the mountain is off limits because of the storm, so you can only go back in spring? Mo Fan asked. The little cub was overjoyed when the idiot could finally understand her. What about your parents? Aren't they worried about you? Won't they come down the mountain to look for you? Mo Fan asked. They can only leave the mountain in spring, which means you can go anywhere for the whole winter. F***K me, you are seriously going to get me in trouble. Mo Fan was left speechless. What exactly was wrong with the little cub? How could it not be wary of strangers as the youngling of a powerful species? Didn't her parents teach her not to talk to or follow a stranger? Didn't she know how wicked people might be? If she had not stumbled into a kind-hearted young man like him, she would be turned into a pair of white boots by now. Perhaps it's my charm, sigh. Mo Fan arrived at a conclusion after some serious thought. It was the only explanation about why the little cub had followed him down the mountain. Mo Fan had no idea what to do with the little cub. She was too playful. It felt like she had been planning to leave the mountain before the storm, and found Mo Fan was a convenient ride. Mo Fan, Mo Fan! Lingling cried outside the bathroom. I'm here, what is it? Mo Fan yelled. Lingling followed the voice and came into the bathroom. You pervert! Lingling immediately turned around and left. Mo Fan felt refreshed after he was done bathing. He was even more delighted when he saw Zhao Manyang, Jiang Yu, and Ari Jiangtu still suffering in pain from the clinging cold. Lingling, why were you looking for me? Mo Fan went to the communal hall and saw Lingling recording something with a pen. Mo Fan went closer and realized she was drawing a pattern. Take a look at this, Lingling said. I have no idea what it is, Mo Fan shook his head. I memorized the pattern on the Tianshan scar white tiger's forehead when we saw it the other day. I tried to compare it to the totem seals we've found so far. Guess what? Lingling said excitedly. I still have no idea, Mo Fan shook his head. The pattern on the Tianshan scar white tiger's forehead has 50% similarity with the totem seal of the deer god. Lingling said. So? Mo Fan asked. It means we were right with our speculation. The Tianshan scar white tiger is a descendant of a totem beast, and it's a direct offspring. In other words, if we can find its parents, we will find the totem beast of Tianshan Mountain. Lingling declared. It's pretty easy to find the Tianshan scar white tiger's offspring though. Mo Fan looked at the little cub whose hair was fluffy like a lion's. He said, it would be difficult to find the Tianshan scar white tiger's parents, since we can't visit the mountain anytime soon. But we have a clear lead. Lingling exclaimed. Yeah, that's right, the little cub's parents will definitely come and pick her up in spring. We can ask the little cub to call her grandparents instead, Mo Fan said. Did the ice in your brain melt? Lingling, kids shouldn't have a sharp tongue. You might struggle to grow some breasts, Mo Fan replied calmly. Humph. Lingling, the little cub has a pattern on her forehead, too. Can you see if it bears 25% resemblance with the totem seal? Mo Fan said. I used to think the deer god and the white tiger belonged to two different sacred totem beasts. I didn't think they were so closely related to one another. That means we have grouped that wrong. We should put the white tiger of Tianshan Mountain on the deer god's side. Lingling soon fell into deep thought, completely ignoring Mo Fan's suggestion. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly. He believed he should deal with the Tianshan sacred lotus. He might be able to sell it for a fortune. He finally had a chance to buy the magic equipment he had long wished for. Lingling suddenly yelled when Mo Fan was about to turn around. He almost snapped the petal of the Tianshan sacred lotus in half. What now? Mo Fan went back to her. Look, take a look yourself, Lingling pointed to the screen. She was so shocked that she was struggling to control her emotions. 100%. Mo Fan read the value derived by the program. Lingling had made a program to compare the totem seals, like they were fingerprints to help them find the totem beasts. It could also combine different totem seals and derive the seal of other totem beasts. She was previously comparing the pattern on the Tianshan scar white tiger's forehead and the deer god's totem seal. As a matter of fact, Lingling was matching it with every totem seal they had found so far. She eventually discovered it had the highest similarity with the deer god's totem seal. The pattern bore a 50% similarity with the deer god's totem seal, which indicated the Tianshan scar white tiger was the Tianshan mountain totem beast's direct offspring, making it half a totem beast. So what was the totem seal that bore 100% similarity? Which creature was the real totem beast with a pure lineage? Chapter 2046. The Legend of the Gift. Exodus Tales.
Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingling turned to the little creature whose hair was just as fluffy as a lion's mane. Mo Fan could not help but fix his eyes on the little creature too. The little cub was currently digging her head into a bowl of marinated beef. She soon made a mess of her face even though she had just taken a bath. She was already grabbing at another piece before she was done swallowing the previous piece. It was more or less how a pig feasted after starving for a few days. Perhaps sacred Tianshan mountain would have an urge to bury her in the snow just so she would not bring it any more disgrace. I think there's something wrong with your program, Mo Fan eventually concluded. It's not, I did the comparison twice, Lingling denied instantly. Are you sure it's her? Mo Fan asked. Weren't you the one asking me to compare the pattern on her forehead with the totem seals? I was doing it to prove my speculation too, but Lingling was still lost in thought. She already confirmed it. The pattern on the little cub's forehead bore a similarity of 100% instead of 25%. In other words, the little cub was not the Tianshan Scar White Tiger's child. It was actually the Tianshan Scar White Tiger's senior, based on their lineage. This retarded little cub is the senior of the Tianshan Scar White Tiger we saw. Words could not describe the expression on Mo Fan's face. And she's a real totem beast, Lingling sounded like even she was struggling to believe it. A real totem beast? This little cub? Is it F*** King Totem Beast? What the hell was wrong with this world? Were the heavens trying to be fair by giving her an incomparable lineage, but a completely opposite brain? Her intelligence and maturity were easily at the bottom of the whole universe, let alone among the species on Tianshan Mountain. Bowls of marinated beef were emptied on the messy dining table. The little cub had turned into a little piglet, seriously embarrassing the tiger species. She was still shoving down the beef even when her stomach was about to explode. Most amusingly, she even hid the remaining beef in holes that she dug and ran away like a dog, as if she was afraid that the others would find her treasure. Beside the table, Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyang, Jiang Xiaoxiu, Nanyu, Ari Zhangtu, Guan Yu, Lingling, and Jiang Xiaoxiu were staring at one another just like how they reacted on the first day after bumping into one another. They had no idea what to say. This little thing that ate our deposit is really a totem beast. Even Ari Zhangtu, who normally kept a very straight face, was wearing a rich expression for once. Mo Fan and Lingling nodded. Jiang Xiaoxiu flipped through her brother's notes and found something relevant in them. The totem beast of Tianshan Mountain is as playful as a kid, Jiang Xiaoxiu read the conclusion. Jiang Xiaojun had seen many totem beasts. He would put their information down like records in a diary. Jiang Xiaojun had never bothered the totem beasts directly. His mission was to prove they existed. He had taken out the traits, habits, and whereabouts of the totem beasts from his notes so those with ulterior motives would not abuse his findings. Jiang Xiaoxiu could only guess what her brother's notes meant. As playful as a kid? Calling her a kid is already overestimating her intelligence. Mo Fan rubbed his temple. His head began to hurt. It was a lot more acceptable if the Tianshan Scar White Tiger was the totem beast. Why must this brainless little cub be the real totem beast? Other totem beasts had endured hardships with mankind. It took a few decades of trust and protection for the totem beasts and humans to come together, yet the little cub was stuck to them like gum since their first encounter. He had never seen such a careless totem beast before. What about the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain which Xiaozheng met in the past? Was it her? Zhao Manyang suddenly asked. I'll try asking him, Lingling said. Lingling called the chairman's secretary. Chairman Xiaozheng was still awake even though it was the middle of the night. Lingling turned her laptop to the little cub who was reluctant to leave the dining table after the call was established. Lingling, is that your new poodle? How adorable, but I must go out station tomorrow. I'll bring some foreign snacks for your pet the next time I visit you, Xiaozheng said with a gentle smile while tidying his hair. Everyone on the table froze after seeing Xiaozheng's reaction.
Xiaozheng assumed Lingling was showing off her new pet, even though it was supposed to be a little cub instead. How did he even forget it? The little cub had already dirtied her hair because of the marinated beef. Lingling was left speechless by Xiaozheng's response too. She quickly said before Xiaozheng ended the call, "Chairman, is she the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain you met when you were young?" "Who? Where did you hear that from?" Xiaozheng asked curiously. "The whole of Tianshan Mountain is spreading rumors about how you stumbled into the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain when you were young. It was because of the gift of the sacred tiger that led you to the peak of your generation," Zhao Manyang interrupted. Xiaozheng shook his head. He tried to explain, yet he wondered where to begin. He said after a pause, "I didn't stumble into the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain. It was a person instead. I was worried about placing her in danger, so I told everyone it was the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain instead." "A person?" Everyone exchanged glances with one another. It was a girl around Lingling's age. "I have no idea why she was there. I happened to be troubled by something during that time, and I was deeply touched when I saw how she endured the hardships on the mountain just to survive. She gave me some plants that would only grow on Tianshan Mountain, which helped a little with my breakthrough. Thus, the rumors aren't true at all. I didn't receive a gift from the sacred tiger. I believe everyone who has been to Tianshan Mountain will learn a lot of things. There is no path more difficult than the climb to the top of Tianshan Mountain, and the warmth between people is better than the cold on the deserted mountain," Xiaozheng said. Xiaozheng's words took everyone by surprise, especially Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. A girl around Lingling's age on Tianshan Mountain. Taking the time that had passed into consideration, Xiaozheng was currently in his 40s, and if he went to Tianshan Mountain around 20 years ago, it was the same time when Qin Yuer had been abandoned on Tianshan Mountain when she was around 10 years old. So the legend about the gift of the sacred tiger is fake? Zhao Manyang said. Not entirely. There was indeed a kind spirit on Tianshan Mountain, but she's a human. The people whom she helped only described her as the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain to protect her. Therefore, the rest of the people she helped without showing herself would assume it was the sacred tiger of Tianshan Mountain. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were stunned. Despite being a victim of misfortunes, she had given people such a well-received legend instead of coldness. Yet someone like her was being treated as a heretic and was being purged by a bunch of powerful mags. Chapter 2047. Brought to the sacred city under arrest. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The topic had brought back some memories. Xiaozheng was initially feeling sleepy, but he was now discussing his past with a group of young mags. Everyone was intrigued at first, but the fatigue soon kicked in after a while. "Councilman, didn't you say you are going out station tomorrow? You should rest early. Why don't you continue your story next time?" Mo Fan yawned. He could not agree more about the saying that it was easier to call up a spirit than sending it away. "It's fine, I will definitely suffer from jet lag because of the time difference. The people in Argentina are only waking up now. I'll be spending half a month there." "Thank you for reminding me," Xiaozheng said. "But we young ones are more concerned about maintaining good health. We'll be taking a bath with wolfberries in it. You should worry more about the country if you're feeling restless." "We will be going to bed first," Mo Fan said. Xiaozheng seemed like he had a lot more to tell them, but he had no choice but to say goodbye to the members of the national team in the end. He realized Ai Jiangtu, Nanyu, and Guan Yu were already asleep on the table. They had completely missed out on the most important part of how he rebuked the great Prince of England. He was so angry that he took a huge sip of the tea before him. "Time to head off. Don't you call me again in the middle of the night for no reason," Xiaozheng said. "Rest well." "Rest? I'm adjusting my biological clock." Xiaozheng snapped. Mo Fan chuckled. Mo Fan, Lingling, Zhao Manyang, Mu Ningxue, and the others still awake let out a relieved sigh after the call ended. Jiang Yu finally said with a gloomy face, "I already told you the chairman loves bringing back old memories. Once, he came to the capital to give us a lecture. The ambassador from Korea was waiting for him, so he was only supposed to give us a 40 minutes talk, yet he kept going until it was dark. Everyone was so hungry. Well, I finally witnessed it today. I shall keep that in mind next time, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. Mo Fan looked at the name on the screen. Oh my, it was Chairman Xiao Zheng, and it was his number instead of his secretary's. Seriously? Was he going to talk to him for the entire night? There were 8 members of the national team here. Why must it be him? Please spare this young man's life. Mo Fan. Xiao Zheng lowered his voice. Mo Fan felt a great change in Xiao Zheng's tone. Were the people of the Heresy Judgment Court on Tianshan Mountain? Xiao Zheng asked. Yes, Mo Fan confirmed. I won't be going to Argentina. I must visit the Heresy Judgment Court, Xiao Zheng declared. What happened? Mo Fan was startled. The girl I mentioned before, she became a member of the national team, but the strength she displayed during the World College Tournament was too great, making her a target of the Heresy Judgment Court. Apparently, the Heresy Judgment Court froze her in the biggest rift in the Desolate ice field, but she managed to escape somehow. I was told that the Heresy Judgment Court has apprehended her on Tianshan Mountain. They have crossed our country's boundary to the west and are on their way back to the sacred city in Europe. The news had come as soon as Xiao Zheng turned off his laptop. The secretary came into the room without knocking. Xiao Zheng immediately recalled Mo Fan and the others had been on Tianshan Mountain. He decided to call Mo Fan since they might know the details. Arrested? Impossible. Their 9 lights formation was destroyed. The Judicators had to leave Tianshan Mountain before the storm came. There's no way they could stay behind. Mo Fan blurted out in astonishment. Arrested? Didn't she already escape? How did the Judicators find her in the storm? They must have used forbidden spells. Those Heresy Judgment Court members are out of their minds, using them in our territory. They did not even care about the safety of our people on Tianshan Mountain. Xiao Zheng said angrily. Forbidden spells? What forbidden spells did they use? Isn't the Heresy Judgment Court supposed to forbid use of forbidden spells? Why were they using them instead? Mo Fan did not understand a single word. You don't need to know the details for now, Xiao Zheng said. Where are they now? I'll intercept them. Mo Fan was enraged too. No way, what do you think the Heresy Judgment Court is? You're just going to intercept them? Mo Fan, you can choose not to treat any countries or organizations seriously, except for the Heresy Judgment Court. Xiao Zheng warned him. I can't let the Heresy Judgment Court take Qin Yuer. She's the only concern the chief military instructor has left. He has sacrificed so much for us. I will be letting him down if I can't even protect her. He started the war of the underworld to protect our land, Mo Fan blurted out. I know what you're trying to say. I'll negotiate with the Heresy Judgment Court, but you will return to Feiniao City at once. You and Mu Ningxue shouldn't do anything reckless. Xiao Zheng said. Mo Fan acknowledged, yet he was unwilling to obey. Mo Fan was not stupid. The Heresy Judgment Court would not even care, even if Xiao Zheng was visiting them as the highest authority of the country's magic association. The Holy Judgment Court and Heresy Judgment Court were both superior to the magic associations. The magic associations were obliged to cooperate with them, but they had never taken orders from the magic associations. Mo Fan knew Xiao Zheng was only trying to protect him. After all, the Heresy Judgment Court had yet to clear his name even now. If he dared to oppose them, they would not hesitate to consider him a heretic and bring him to trial too. Mu Ningxue, what should we do now? Mu Ningxue was struggling to make a decision. I have to let Shen Kong know at once. Only he can save her now, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan knew there was nothing he could do about it. He was no match for the experts of the sacred city, even if he could use the demon element. Not only were there forbidden mags in the sacred city of Europe, it was also under the protection of magic formations that he could not break through, even with all his might. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue could possibly take on the Judicators back on Tianshan Mountain, but their strength was too insignificant once Qin Yuer was brought to the sacred city. All right. Mu Ningxue nodded. Mo Fan headed to the ancient capital. The Queen of the Netherworld was the only one left. The rest of the undead rulers were still busy with the war. Mo Fan flew to the ancient capital even before he could get some rest. The Queen of the Netherworld had left him with a method if he needed to contact her. Mo Fan went to the shrine and lit an incense stick. The Queen of the Netherworld's alluring face gradually solidified, materialized while drifting closer to Mo Fan. Mo Fan spoke before the Queen of the Netherworld could attempt to seduce him. The Heresy Judgment Court has taken your boss woman. You must let him know at once. Chapter 2048. Unforgivable Sins. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was panicking. Why couldn't the undead give him a phone or something? Why did he have to use such a traditional way to communicate with them? By the time he paid the ancient capital a visit and waited for the Queen of the Netherworld to relay the message to the underworld, those Judicators would have already locked Qin Yuer up. Oh, I'll let the king know. The Queen of the Netherworld immediately withdrew her smile and vanished quickly back into the memorial tablet. Mo Fan had no idea what else he could do, as his only option was to let Shon Kong know. Hopefully, Xiao Zheng would be able to delay the Judicators so they would not reach the sacred city of Europe so soon. I've told the king. The Queen of the Netherworld suddenly returned before he could leave. Her voice took Mo Fan by surprise. What did he say? Mo Fan said. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I can only send him a message. How would I know what his reaction is? The woman you mentioned was only related to him when he was alive. Perhaps the king no longer has any feelings toward her? We are close to beating those scum in Egypt. The king is soon going to conquer the underworld. There's no reason for him to make a big fuss over a woman. We can't afford to mess with the Heresy Judgment Court, either, the Queen of the Netherworld said. That's only what you think, right? Queen of the Netherworld, stop trying to win over your king. He will never accept you, Mo Fan said. Nonsense, I was born a natural beauty. The stars fell and the flowers wilted when I died. How is that Qin Yuer even comparable to me? Your ancestors were once dazzled by my beauty when I was the Empress, the Queen of the Netherworld stated loftily. What Empress? Are you saying you are the Tang Empress? What a joke, I already saw your memorial tablet, Mo Fan said. Who told you there was only one empress in the past? Do you seriously believe those historical records? The Queen of the Netherworld snarled. Enough fooling around, hurry up and tell me what Zhong Kong is planning, Mo Fan scoffed. What else could he do? Humph, I seriously don't understand why you must tell the king that. It's only going to cause him trouble. Do you seriously think the Heresy Judgment Court is trying to take out Qin Yuer because she's a heretic? If so, why didn't they purge her on the spot? Why are they bringing her back to the sacred city of Europe? Can't you living people use your brains for once? The Queen of the Netherworld snarled at him. Mo Fan's heart sank after hearing those words. The Heresy Judgment Court would normally execute people on the spot. If they had used forbidden spells against Qin Yuer, she would be dead by now, yet they had done everything just to bring Qin Yuer back to the sacred city. But how did they know Shon Kong was the king of the undead? Mo Fan was confused. Mo Fan, if the world was that simple, wars wouldn't have occurred so regularly in the past, the Queen of the Netherworld lectured him. You're telling me the Holy Judgment Court and Heresy Judgment Court have colluded with the Black Vatican? Mo Fan said. Only the members of the Black Vatican knew Zhong Kong had become the Qin Emperor. Han Ji, Senior Hunter Xiao, Zhu Meng, and the others would never tell anyone that secret. Why would they collude with the Black Vatican? Would they throw away their power and reputation by colluding with the Black Vatican? However, members of the Black Vatican might be helping them. It's not against their duty to uproot the Black Vatican, thus it isn't against the rules for them to trade information, the Queen of the Netherworld reminded them. The Black Vatican was trading information with the Holy Judgment Court and Heresy Judgment Court? Khufu won't be taken out so easily. We are putting a great pressure on him in the underworld. Do you think he won't pull off some dirty tricks in the living world to throw us off? The Queen of the Netherworld prodded him. So who's behind it? Mo Fan had to ask. Sai, why don't you understand? No one is conspiring. It's just a fact that the king's existence is a threat to their system. The underworld, Magic Association, Parthenon Temple, countries, and various alliances, whenever they are threatened by a person or an organization, even the Black Vatican and the Heresy Judgment Court can join hands temporarily. Did you forget how your father-in-law died? The Queen of the Netherworld reminded him. My father-in-law is still alive. Oh, I thought you were referring to Muzhuyun. I do hope he lives a few years less. Are you talking about Wen Tai? Mo Fan asked after a moment. Who else could it be? Was he a heretic? Did he do anything outrageous? What did he do except for being too outstanding and brilliant, which got in the way of too many people achieving their goals? The Holy Judgment Court took him out too, and it's obvious they weren't the only ones. The Holy Judgment Court only took the lead. Those who wanted him dead just needed to go along with the tide, while none of the other organizations were willing to step forward. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad, they will just send you to hell. Do you think Azisha, who failed to earn the approval of the soul of the Parthenon Temple, could possibly usurp the saint? She was just abusing the fact that many had the same goals as she. The Queen of the Netherworld calmly lectured him. Mo Fan looked at the Queen of the Netherworld curiously. He did not expect her to know so much about the world when all she did was hide inside her memorial tablet while laughing at the people who burned incense sticks for her. Was there a computer that breached the Great Firewall of China in this temple? Anyway, it's a conspiracy against Boss Shon Kong. The Heresy Judgment Court sees him as a threat, Khufu is abusing it in his favor, and the Black Vatican provides the information. Mo Fan organized what he'd just learned. You can count your country in, too. Not everyone wants Councilman Xiaozheng to hold so much power. You might have done well to resolve the crisis of the ancient capital, but everyone knows you are on Xiaozheng's side. Xiaozheng is now in charge of the defense of the inland and the coastline. He is blocking many people's paths in achieving their goals, making the rest of the councilmen look like they are useless. Therefore, taking out the king is basically landing a direct hit on Xiaozheng's head. He would have to give up his power, since he couldn't look after both the inland and the coastline by himself. The Queen of the Netherworld deduced for him. Mo Fan's heart shuddered. Is that true? Mo Fan asked softly. They had done so much to help the ancient capital survive. They even led the restless undead that had been a constant threat to the country into the underworld to keep the undead in Egypt that were trying to invade their land at bay. If Councilman Xiaozheng was the protector of the country, Chief Military Instructor Shon Kong was the commander of the undead in the underworld. Even though the invasion from the pyramids in Bijiang was not disclosed to the public, without Chief Military Instructor Shon Kong's contribution, the north of the country would be hell by now. How many people would possibly live comfortably in their cities right now? Yet some of the authorities of his country were hoping to destroy the peace instead? Those people were unforgivable. Chapter 2049. Trapped in the Shell of a Ghost. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm only telling you it's a possibility. Whether it's true or not, you will have to find it out yourself, the Queen of the Netherworld reminded him. The Queen of the Netherworld swallowed the rest of the words she was going to say when she saw the disappointed look on Mo Fan's face. The Queen of the Netherworld knew a lot of things, especially since she was able to see through everything after she died and became a phantom. Being alive was like living in a dream, or living to make a dream a reality. The Queen of the Netherworld realized she had told Mo Fan a lot of things that she was not supposed to. He should see and figure out the truth about the world himself, rather than hearing it from others. Whether it was corrupted or beautiful, there might be things that he liked or despised. The most important thing was how he perceived it. The world that Qin Yuer perceived was ugly and merciless. She had nowhere she could go, even when she was hiding in the rift on Tianshan Mountain. However, was her soul corrupted because of it? The Queen of the Netherworld believed Mo Fan had to perceive the world himself. He might have seen some evil, but it was obviously not enough. Mo Fan left the shrine. The Queen of the Netherworld quickly followed him. "Why are you following me?" Mo Fan was confused. "The king gave me a mission, so I have to follow you," the Queen of the Netherworld replied. "What is it?" Mo Fan asked. "It doesn't hurt telling you. He asked me to keep an eye on you. It's his business. You did well when you tried to help on Tianshan Mountain. He will handle the rest. He doesn't want you to oppose the Heresy Judgment Court, at least not right now," the Queen of the Netherworld informed him. "Is it because I'm too weak?" Mo Fan said. "You are strong, but certain things will need time to settle," the Queen of the Netherworld stated. Mo Fan could only smile wryly. "It feels terrible, right?" the Queen of the Netherworld asked in a gentler voice. Leaving in humiliation felt terrible. Mo Fan had already experienced it once on Mount Tyrant, and now he had to experience it again here. "There's something fishy around here if I feel good about it." "Oh, no offense," Mo Fan answered. "Should I find a way to see if someone is really pulling the strings behind the scenes in your country? The king has asked me to keep an eye on you so you don't mess with the Heresy Judgment Court, but you can help the king deal with the scum in your country," the Queen of the Netherworld suggested. "Sure," Mo Fan agreed. Mo Fan was angry toward the people of his country who were responsible for this than the Heresy Judgment Court and Khufu. They had survived the calamity of the ancient capital and the crisis at Beijiang. Mo Fan had witnessed many who had sacrificed their lives to protect the country, yet not only did everyone forget their names, some authorities even tried to disrupt the peace for their own gains. Those people were unforgivable. The Queen of the Netherworld let out a relieved sigh when Mo Fan agreed not to go to the sacred city. "Go back to Fanxue Mountain. Give me some time, I'll need to gather information and proof from my subordinates. There really are people behind it in our country?" Mo Fan asked again. Yes, the Queen of the Netherworld finally nodded. "They deserve to die." The Asia Magic Association at Dubai Magician Tower. Xiaozheng pushed the door open and barged into the meeting room beyond it. "Zhu Huanyao, why didn't you tell me that the Heresy Judgment Court came to our country?" Xiaozheng was extremely mad. He pointed at Zhu Huanyao and scolded him regardless of the people inside the room. There were authorities from different countries in the meeting room, who seemed to be in the middle of a discussion. They were shocked when Xiaozheng broke into the room. They had no idea why the councilman of the Asia continent was so angry. "Everyone, pardon us. It seems like there were some misunderstandings between me and my young colleague. We'll stop the meeting here." Zhu Huanyao calmly dismissed the people in the room. Xiaozheng stood at the door. He did not bother greeting the other councilmen when they walked past him. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Huanyao. Xiaozheng was mainly in charge of the internal affairs, while the older Zhu Huanyao with a black mustache was in charge of international affairs. He was close with Su Lu in the Asia Magic Association. If Zhu Huanyao had not been against Xiaozheng's proposal, they would have started preparing the defense along the coastline half a year sooner. "Can't we sit down and talk about it? You are just making us a joke in front of our foreign friends. They might think everyone in our country has a hot temper like you," Zhu Huanyao offered. "Enough with the act. The Heresy Judgment Court used forbidden spells on Tianshan Mountain and took away someone important to our country. Have you ever thought of the consequences? You can discuss it with me if you want to appoint your men as presidents of local magic associations, but what you did has seriously crossed the line." Xiaozheng snarled. "Oh Xiaozheng, you'd rather believe the vicious undead who killed so many of our people at the ancient capital instead of my loyal men. How could you rely on those things to protect our country? You can disclose your plan to the public. If everyone supports you and that kid's plan of fighting a war in the underworld, I'm more than willing to risk my life just to save the woman from the Heresy Judgment Court," Zhu Huanyao countered. "How many times have I told you that the ocean is our greatest threat? We can keep the undead at bay for now. Why must you take away our only chance to catch our breath? Xiaoxing snarled back. You are too scared of the ocean. If I was handling it, the coastline will still be a beautiful place where we can build expensive houses. Fine, you shouldn't vent your anger at me. I wasn't the one dealing with the heresy judgment court. We have been colleagues for many years, you know the kind of person I am, Zhu Huanya replied. Get her back. Xiaoxing stated. Xiaoxing, didn't you say the same thing to me a dozen years ago? I remember you were still a little minister back then. The girl was still on the national team, Zhu Huanya went on. Xiaoxing was stunned. It has been over a dozen years. I'm still sitting in the same seat, yet you have already climbed to the same height as me. However, I think you understand that, even if you are the boss here, do you think the Heresy Judgment Court will agree to hand her back? Zhu Huanyo asked. Xiaoxing fell silent. I asked him to change his surname and move to the south just so he could stay away from the Heresy Judgment Court, so why didn't anyone tell me the resurrected Qin Emperor had taken my grandson's life? I just want him to be well and alive instead of being trapped inside the shell of a ghost who has been around for a few thousand years. Zhu Huanyao declared. Chapter 2050. Heaven Grade Seed. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan could only wait at Fanxue Mountain, grounded by the Queen of the Netherworld. He had no way of learning what had happened to Qin Yuer. Mo Fan could only spend his time experimenting with the Tianshan sacred Lotus. After all, becoming stronger was his first priority now. After some close observation, he realized there was nothing special about the Tianshan sacred Lotus except for the slight fragrance it was emitting. Why are you staring at it? Don't tell me you are trying to neutralize the oiliness in your stomach after eating too much meat recently. Mo Fan saw the little cub lying on the dining table. Her belly was as round as an inflated ball. The little cub seemed to like Fanxue Mountain, especially the mountain full of peach trees and maple trees occupied by countless mystical moths. The moths were dancing everywhere. The little cub could play around on it for a whole day. She would dig a hole to take a nap if she was sleepy, and eat some delicious fruits when she was hungry. Mo Fan was sitting on the balcony of Yushusha's hut. There were a few high-level mags in Feiniao City. If they happened to see the little cub, they might kidnap her and conduct experiments on her. Therefore, Mo Fan had decided to put the little cub under Yushusha's care. The moon moth phoenix was aware of Mo Fan's arrival. She flew over from the slope in the distance, beating her soft and luminescent wings and spreading colorful dust in the air. The dust would soon disappear, like a rainbow that was gliding across the sky. The little cub raised her head. Her eyes were fixed on the moon moth phoenix, as if she had never seen such a beautiful lady before. Hey, what's your drool? Can you please behave like a totem beast for once? Stop drooling over the table all the time. Mo Fan snarled. The little cub quickly wiped her mouth with her paw. Meanwhile, the moon moth phoenix began to shrink as she reached the hut. She eventually turned into a tiny moth before landing on Mo Fan's shoulder. She was inspecting the little cub, who was also staring back at her. The two creatures began communicating with one another. Stop trying to impress one another with your cuteness, you two. If little Flamebell was here, you two would be like old women compared to her. You know that, right? Mo Fan said. The moon moth phoenix's intelligence was not fully developed, and the little cub was a complete retard, so the two little creatures soon started playing with one another. The little cub did not really enjoy herself when she was playing with the moths. She was too quick for them, so she had to slow down on purpose, but that was no longer necessary when playing with the moon moth phoenix. Mo Fan was experimenting with the Tianshan sacred lotus on the balcony while the moon moth phoenix and little cub kept running around the hut and leaving afterimages in different spots. In Mo Fan's eyes, they were simply flashing back and forth. The little cub had finally found her playmate, and no longer asked Mo Fan to bring her to the city. Yushusha came out of her hut. Her eyes glittered when she saw the Tianshan sacred lotus in Mo Fan's hands. Where did you find that? Yushusha asked. I found it on Tianshan Mountain, and almost died because of it. I'm wondering if I should sell it and buy some useful magic equipment with the money, or if I should keep it if it has some uses, like being able to come 7 times in a night. Then I'll consider keeping it, Mo Fan said. Give it to the Moon Moth Phoenix then, Yushusha said. That won't do, I desperately want to become stronger, Mo Fan rejected immediately. I recall you still have a Fruit of Vow. Did you use it? Yushusha asked. No, I'm considering selling it for money too, Mo Fan replied. Since when are you so hungry for money? Yushusha asked. I have too many elements to nurture. I won't be able to do it without money. My earth element, do you know how impressive my rock element is? I just can't afford a suitable spirit grade seed or soul grade seed, Mo Fan sighed. Do you want a heaven seed? Yushusha asked him. What heaven seed? Mo Fan did not react at first. His eyes widened after some time. Do you mean a heaven grade seed, which is a level above a soul grade seed? What else could it be? Yushusha agreed. Heaven grade seed? To be honest with you, I have never seen one being auctioned before. Isn't it priceless? Mo Fan gulped. Of course it is, since it can only be refined under extremely harsh conditions. A place with extreme levels of a certain element alone isn't enough, Yushusha answered him. Wait a second, where did you learn about a heaven grade seed? Why did you ask me? Mo Fan realized something was up. Do you want a heaven grade seed? Yushusha grinned. She believed no one would lack interest in a heaven grade seed. Mo Fan opened his mouth wide. He was speechless all of a sudden. A heaven grade seed. He had never heard of anyone with a heaven grade seed. Did you really think the Research Union is after me because of the Moon Moth Phoenix? Yushusha said. Do you really know how to get a heaven grade seed? Mo Fan's eyes were glittering with greed. If he could obtain a heaven grade seed for any of his elements, he would be unstoppable in the super level, as long as he did not stumble into monsters with every element at the super level. The blessing from the Fruit of Vow gave me a special ability. If you still have a Fruit of Vow, I might be able to evolve one of your soul grade seeds with the power of the Tianshan Sacred Lotus. If you're lucky, you might end up with a heaven grade seed, Yushusha proposed to him. Are you trying to trick me? Mo Fan found it hard to believe. It's up to you. You can sell them if you want, Yushusha replied carelessly. Can a soul grade seed really evolve into a heaven grade seed? Mo Fan pressed her. It's possible, but it's similar to the process of tempering iron into steel. I'm familiar with your elements, too. I believe your earth element with an innate additional effect is your best bet, since the rest of your elements are close to being finalized, Yushusha said. I don't understand, Mo Fan said. It's a little complicated. A heaven grade seed must not have any impurity, but most soul seeds contain other elements in them. After all, there's no such thing as a perfect elemental ground. There is wind in a land of ice, fire amid lightning, and light amid flames. No soul seed is 100% pure. It will be mixed with other elements while it is formed, but a heaven grade seed must only contain a single element, Yushusha stated clearly. So, you can get me a heaven grade seed? Mo Fan asked. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You must put in the effort and take the risk, but if you are seriously after a heaven grade seed, I can lend you a hand. Your earth element has a better chance of refining a heaven grade seed, Yushusha stated firmly.